Imenu a referendum, then he declares state of Biafra. He declares state of Biafra, president in exile. On about to Acacia, Babu no to Acacia, Boyabuna states of Nakagi declare. Oyetata all I want to declare any referendum.
Okay, can I move forward?
And when they are size. So now they put that can soon this year and soon. No problem, sir. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, so thank you so much. Nyawamal, the reason he left, because that is actually very insulting to the intelligence of people that listen to him. If this is the way he behaves, this is the first time I'm being in the space with him. If this is the way he behaves, he doesn't like to accept questions or be held accountable. He doesn't allow the followers to think with their brain, then something is wrong somewhere.
And you can see where this thing we're complaining about is coming from.
Yeah. So hold on one.
Okay, you see where it's coming from, Ichie, because the so-called person in Nigeria as the leader. Look at it. Look at the way he acts. Then what do you not expect from his followers?
Oh yeah, so that is actually the problem. Because I wanted to engage him in a lot of questions, but then he doesn't want to be interjected. He doesn't want to be questioned. He just wants to sell it the way he has it, and that will not work. That only works where you have people that don't think. You just want to listen to him and take everything hook, line, and sinker. Everything he says stands for you. The background he was laying is actually, as a matter of fact, if you just type on Google, you will see everything he was saying. It's not a hidden knowledge. People need to read on their own. The problem we have with this generation is that people don't read anymore. They just listen, or whatever they hear on social media is the information they have. And that's why you can easily confuse people on things. And one of my personal problem with Simon, I just want to ask him questions, critical questions. Let him answer us, and not people telling me, allow him to speak. I can't allow him to speak if he's not answering my questions. It's not I insulted him or pushed him away from the space. We're interjecting him to ask him questions. Because when you ask him questions, or call it we don't need all those foundations. We have it. It's everywhere. But then the supporters are just following him blindly. Whatever the leader says, nobody is disputing your leader. But then, in fact, some of us were more stake in Igbo. That is the truth. So, stake, say. So you can't tell people they should not talk. They should not ask your uncouth PM questions. The way he was speaking to us here, that's very disrespectful and condescending. That's rubbish. Finland, right? Obina first world country. Is that the way the Prime Minister of Finland, is that the way he behaves? And he cannot entertain questions. He cannot respect questions. He cannot respond to questions because no. Opinion interviews, and Trump or any world leader, questions. People will ask you questions. You are not a god. Why do we worship human being like this as if not anything? I want a personal problem with him, but I want to understand something. Okay, look at what he said here, and that's to tell you the level of intelligence of the person you are following. He says you're going to use email to verify the voting system. So someone like me now that have about 5 emails, that means I can vote 5 times. I can actually vote 5 times because I have 5 different emails, and that is valid. And then you are saying that is actually what there are things that actually, it kind of makes me think there is something definitely wrong with a black person. Because if we are thinking in this direction, just one-way traffic, that you can ask questions, no curiosity, trying to learn something from the person talking. You just want to allow. I saw your comments on I saw your comments. It's everywhere. Allow our PM to say what? Something he has been telling you people on his spaces or wherever you people care to listen. If he's representing us, because when you're a pro Biafran, on one was in a BGIE, manding on an IPOP, unwamaz, on your bonya Biafra. So you know, Koko na Basala Biafra, equals this subject to questions. So because all these razzmatazz and member adabara. Mwa abro a member of IPOB nke nji abu BGI. Mana mwa bụ ozigbo onye Igbo. Iburo Igbo kalia mwa. And ana mekwu na-ekwusi eke. Some of you na-claim na Igbo na onu nwa bụ n'isi. Some of us kunu nwe stake na Igbo. And that is the fact. So kaira pu them because na social media. Onye obuna olu God. Simon Ekpa ihe o me here they quite disrespectful to Igbo community. Obunu na ada agwanwe okwu, aguna agbu okwu. He shouldn't be behaving like this in the presence of everybody. Open all this arrogance going to display and believe we're not about the right way. The hand unu need. Then I don't want to be part of that arrangement you people are making as the El Dorado. You know, the Disney World you people want to, the promised land you people are going to. If this is the leader that will lead you people there, I don't want to be part of it. If this is the way he behaves, that he cannot entertain questions, I don't want to be part of that arrangement. Come on, you are blaming Nigeria. You are here castigating Nigeria all over social media. That Nigeria is not working. Nigeria is zoo. Nigeria is that. The leaders don't respond to things. But your leader came here and he doesn't want to attend to questions. He doesn't want to be held accountable. Is that the person we want to or all want to listen to? Come on, man. We can do better. I beg, let's move forward. The person that will go is actually Star AI. Star AI will go, then we take it like that. Starman, sorry. Okay. Starman Alpha. You can go now, please. Starman, if you can hear me. Starman Alpha. If you can hear me, go ahead.
Yeah, hi. Yeah, sorry, I was muted. To be honest, not everything needs a simple yes, no, one sentence answer. Especially when we're dealing with issues as complex as we're going through now. What you said about the that you have 5 emails and you can just open 5 email accounts. You see, the thing is, if you've been listening to Simon and been following what's been going on, you understand that you're supposed to register your ID first. So it's not like you just carry Gmail.
Okay, sorry, sorry, Starman.
It's not about that. You have to register your ID first.
Hold on. Starman, hold on 1 second.
There's a lot of misunderstanding here.
Starman, hold on 1 second.
Allow him.
Simon is here, so we're going to allow Simon to talk. So Starman, sorry I interjected you, is to allow Simon to speak, because since he wants to come back and entertain questions, then that is fine. We're going to ask him questions. If you want to ask Simon a question and you're not on the speaker section, please type your question in the comment section. We'll ask him because we want to know. So please, Starman, I'm sorry for cutting you short. Let's allow Simon to speak. And then after he's done, when he's done, then we'll come back to you. I hope that's okay with you. Starman. Okay, let's go. Let's move forward. Simon, you're welcome back. Amara Munana Nifen because he's Amara Simon on a connected. Simon and
because the way you
yeah, Chief, watching them on the
okay, check
Simon, go ahead.
So for those who are who are outraged that the system kicked me out and then started castigating without knowing why I left and all that, it is a normal Nigerian mentality. First of all, I am not a prime minister of Finland. I am not a prime minister of the United Kingdom. I am a freedom fighter, a liberationist. I am not somebody who comes here to start speaking English and then being politically correct, banking on political correctness. I am a freedom fighter, okay? And freedom fighter is ready to kill his enemy any day, anytime. That is who I am. I'm not here. After we have gotten our country, you can begin to talk about who is a prime minister and who is addressing people, who is arrogant, who is not arrogant. Because of Nigeria, for you to fight Nigeria, you must have a very high level of arrogancy. That's what I have. And I'm not apologetic to it. So I am here and I can talk to anybody. Just the way you are talking to me is the way I'm going to talk to anybody anywhere I like. Because I am a freedom fighter fighting the most dangerous country in the world called Nigeria. And you should respect me for that. How many of you can challenge your governors or even your local government chairman in your villages? How many of you? So please, I'm ready for question. Ask your question. Let me address you.
Okay. Ada, you have a question. Go ahead. After Ada, then we'll go to Omega. Ada, go ahead with your question.
I've been here for a long time, Chief.
Who is speaking? Okay, UD, sorry. Okay, UD, go ahead, then Ada, then Omega. UD, go ahead with your question.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm glad Simon came back because most of the responses we received on his behalf before he joined the space are completely different from the positions he presented. Somebody said he accepted sit at home. I mean, he rejected it initially, but here, Mobile, I heard clearly that you know, ab initio, he was in support of it. I know how I've been there. First, actually, these questions. Osina, he's determined to hurt Nigeria. So, and he seems he's quite impressed with his level of achievement in hurting Nigeria. Media, of all the things he had done so far as a member of this movement, which of them have hurt Nigeria the most? Just suppose it with how much of his activities has hurt Ndi Igbo. Secondly, Achomeju Simon, does his wife go to work on Monday? Do his children go to work on Monday? So this blood we need to spill for Biafran liberation, is it other people's blood who are living in Igbo land? Or is the blood part of the one that has to be spilled? Because life is terribly difficult. Mbone declare 1 week sit at home and all that. And the third question,
no, just two is fine. Two is fine. No,
let me just ask the last one, please. It's just a very simple question. The enforcement of sit at home, why his map, spreads beyond the southeast? He can't enforce it in Port Harcourt, but he brags about what he's doing in the southeast. Nobody supports sit at home. They go on social media, you will see that his boys brag about the damages and the terror they unleash on people.
Are you just gonna allow this guy keep speaking, please?
All right, have you finished?
Yeah.
All right. So the achievement we have got so far is that the achievement we have so far. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, we have embarked on economic strangulation of Nigeria, and it is working. That is number one. Number two, we have started the delegitimization of the Nigeria representative within Biafra land. The governors, commissioners, down to local government chairmen. Very, very soon, we will give all of them a chase of their life after cutting their wings. Who are their wings? Their wings are the terrorist police carrying gun in Biafra land. These are the terrorists that we have, and we're going to cut them until these criminals in political position will not have anyone to carry gun and follow them again, and we'll give them a chase of their life, and we'll take over our land. That's number two. Number three, we have been able to show to the world that Biafra have embraced their freedom by embarking on over 2 years civil disobedience. Whether you like it or not, it is a fact. Of course, as somebody who is a very happy slave, you can make your choice and bank and live on your propaganda. It does not move us. Biafra people want to sit at home to register their grievances and their rejection over Nigeria. And they have done it for the past 2.5 years. And even if you claim that people are scared, it means that Nigeria is already a failed state because they can't guarantee the security of the so-called citizens, which you have seen not only in the southeast, but other part of Nigeria. If Simon Ekpa can be in Finland and make you not to go out, it means that the government you claim to be in love with has failed you. And therefore, they shouldn't be allowed to stay even the next minute. If I can be in Finland and make you uncomfortable and your government could not stop me, it means they have failed. And that's why the Biafra government is in charge. And that's what we try to prove to the world, that Nigeria is already a failed state. They cannot solve their security challenges. They cannot solve their problem. They are helpless and confused. And you cannot trust your life on a government like that. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. Can we?
Because if his children go to school on Monday, why he
I
comes
sit
down
at home.
south?
I sit at home not just on Monday. Any place, any day I say sit at home in Biafra land, I sit at home myself. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's move forward. Ada, ask your question, please. Maximum of 2 questions. It won't be more than 2, so that I can make it clear. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chief. Good morning, you people have been on this space for so long, and I just wanted to say more grease to your elbow. First of all, if you can be in Finland and disrupt things in Nigeria, it doesn't only mean that the government has failed. It also means that you are part of the problem. Okay. I just wanted to put that out there. You know.
So can you ask question? Can you ask question, not comment?
It will do you very well to be very respectful to yourself by being respectful to other people.
Ask question, please.
I will ask my question right after I make my spiel. Biko.
We are not here to make speech. Ask question. Everybody has.
Can you talk to her to ask question?
Okay. I'm not. Please. On your name, if you're not the one speaking, don't interject. The only person that will respond to anything now is Simon and Honorable Ada. Every other person, please respect Ndine Kwoku. Can wrap your word again, Anna. Biko. Even if you think the person is not making sense, allow the person to finish. When it's your turn to speak, you speak. Biko, decorum here. Ada, over to you. Ask your question so that Simon can respond.
Thank you very much, Chief. Secondly, you are not strangulating the economy of the Nigerian government. You're strangulating the economy of Ndibo. Okay.
That is your opinion. Now, that is your personal opinion.
It is very uncouth, or guy.
Please, Chief. Can you tell her to ask question?
Ada,
you
just
will
go
not
ahead and
police
ask your
me
question.
now. I'm trying to ask my question, but if you continue to police me, if you disrespect me, completely.
Ada,
okay.
Please.
Sorry, Daniel. Adabiko, just ask the question. Let him respond. So that this place won't be heated up. Ask question, then another person will ask. That way, in way you can move where the mic around. Biko, just ask him the direct question. Can you respond to her? Biko, go ahead.
Thank you again, Chief. I'm getting to that question. Now, my question is, how, when, and why are you self-acclaiming or self-declaring yourself to be the Prime Minister of Biafra Republic? How? Kedundi elect again to this position? Because as much as we're trying to run away from dictatorship and all this nonsense in Nigeria, if anybody decides to succeed, you, as Onyagwanam, a replacement dictator, will not be Prime Minister. So how? Because Kijiwe crown Biafran Prime Minister, and who elected you into said position? Thank you.
Yeah, first of all, you are not a Biafran as of today. You are a Nigerian, so you wouldn't know how I was elected until, if you want to know, you join Biafra to know how I was elected. I was duly elected by the Biafra government in exile cabinet, and you are not part of it, and you can never be part of it until Biafra come. Then we can talk about your citizenship. The issue of whether I am destroying Nigeria. Yes, I am destroying Nigeria, and I'm taking responsibility, and I'm very, very proud for that. But the question you should ask, what led to me destroying Nigeria today? That is the question. I am destroying Nigeria because I have to protect my people.
You're destroying your people.
I'm not destroying my people. My people.
Ada, please don't interrupt him. Please allow him to respond. You've asked him a question. Please,
my people are very happy with me, and you can see them here everywhere in Biafra land. Every Monday you see my people. That you are having a different opinion, a divergent view on how I am fighting Biafra does not mean anything. It is normal. Even we are going to conduct this referendum, many of you will vote against it. It is normal. When Britain exited EU, so many people voted against them, but the majority carries the vote. So you are just one person. One person, one vote. It does not mean anything. It does not. So everybody with their opinion. And that's why we are in democracy. At the same time, we are in freedom fighting. So you should be asking what led to Simon Ekpa to the path he told today. It is because the time has come for somebody somewhere to take the bull by its horn, and I'm doing that. Nigeria is designed to fail, and I will be a very big tool to make Nigeria fail. My agenda and target today is to make Nigeria fail, and that is only Nigeria until Nigeria disintegration. I, Simon Ekpa, is going to do it. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Let's go to the next question. Thank you. Omega.
Chief, because somebody
Okay.
asked a question in this comment section.
Adachalu, you can ask on the comment section so that other people can ask him. And we have a lot of people that want to ask him a question. Omega, go ahead with your question. One or
Chief,
two. It won't be more than two. Go ahead.
Sorry, it's a question that had been asked that he didn't answer. I just wanted to, somebody asked to remind him that question.
No problem. It will come back to you. It will come back to you. Omega, go ahead with your questions.
Okay, Igbo Ekene.
Omega, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Omega,
it's on a Goku.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Maybe network. Okay.
Yeah, Omega, go ahead.
Okay, Igbo Ekene. Okay, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on this platform. Now, if there is a sit at home in the whole land of Igbo, how come someone else, his boys, are destroying the properties of the people you claimed to be protecting? You lack empathy. How come your own things are going wrong in your own in Anibu, that land that you claim that you are protecting? People are dying. Sit at home. There should be other penalties to like make people go in and all, but people are destroying the property of your own people. And I was on your space the other time, and you were like, you kicked me off because if I asked that question. You were glorifying that your boys were killing people, your own people in your own land. How can you be fighting and killing the people you claim to be protecting? You lack empathy, and you don't have the qualities or the character to be a leader.
Is that the question?
All right, Omega, it's okay.
First of all, please let me address him. First of all, Simon Ekpa is not killing the people that I'm fighting for. The people that are killing your people are Nigerian state. Of course, you refuse to see that.
I've been on your space several times, and I hear you speak, and I hear you praising your voice. So you can't tell me that.
I praise the Biafra Liberation Army when they neutralized Nigeria Army, neutralized Nigeria police, because these are the people killing our people. So I praise them. Like today, like yesterday, we neutralized many of them, and I posted the video. As you can see it on my page. I'm not hiding it. We neutralized them with more firepower when they come to kill our people. Before you see how they used to kill. Like what is happening all over Nigeria today. In the north, they kill. Just 1 hour ago, Air Force admitted of killing 40 people in Nasarawa State. The same thing is happening in Biafra land. We stop them. Today, anytime they come, they die. Do you know how many thousands of the terrorist army have come to Biafra land and died there? So what will they do? They will not fight the Biafra army. Rather, they go and start burning innocent houses. And you are not talking about that. You are very comfortable with it. So I am not here to fight for you. I am here to fight for those who believe in their freedom. And you are not one of them. Thank you.
And you are killing them.
Did they complain that I'm killing them? You are the one saying it.
You are.
Right. Can we go to the next person?
Yeah.
The next Omega. Yeah, Ichi. Go ahead, Yaga.
Okay. The next question is going to come from Otumba Dike. Ask your question.
Okay. They called me out severally. Simon called me out severally about to answer him because he actually posed the question in maps in the essential. Number one, Otumsi Eku before. Abia Mahadum am the East, and I made a decision as a young man, Ibina East. Okay? Because all the others say
I've had this story before. Can you ask question, please?
Otumba, can you just go straight to your question?
Okay. My first.
I'm sorry, but only an set it on. Is he the host?
Just let him entertain the questions, and then we can have conversations. But if he doesn't want, that's
this
fine.
Is the first time I want to address in this number.
Wait. I made back to you. Otumba Biko, many people change Biko. Go straight to the point. Draw your question. Draw your answer. And Biko, when you're going to interject. Biko, now you can now. Otumba Ga, Ka Simon, draw your question. Draw your question, Biko.
Oh, so
Otumba never.
Daniel, his mic is bad. His network is bad, Daniel.
Otumba,
Draw your question.
Otumba, me pay mic.
everyone now. No one. People, I was trying to say.
Daniel, mute your mic. Daniel, mute your mic.
I was trying to lay a background that my first vehicle na Southeast Kam Goteria. My first million na Southeast Kam Bataria. My businesses na Southeast Kano. I made that intentional decision. That's the background I wanted to lay before I ask my question. All right. My question is, Biko, Mr. Simon, what stake do you have in the Southeast? Or, sorry, that is a security question. In any stake at all in the Southeast? And that leads me to question number 2, Mbemjo from A to B, a Taklowai Hemkuru. You answered it from the angle of Ndeno outside Southeast. When I say from point A to B, question number 2, Fonda Hono na Southeast na Biafra. Because ihe ni na akpawo ndị ha no ebe ahụ, will they starve because of ndị no outside chọrọ na-agba tiokwe? My point A to B will life, political, economical, social. Na ndị nọ na maka ndị nọ na Southeast, Biafrans, okay? Yes, Biafrans in the Southeast from A to B. What is your plan for them? Or Sunday outside, kill their king. What of those in Southeast? And that's why my brother said, you lack empathy from the way you talk about those in the Southeast. I made a conscious decision as a young man that I will even die in the Southeast.
So what is your question?
Asking, what is your stake? 1, 2.
This is not
Shut the fuck up. Shut up.
Ana m ekwu na-ekwusi ike sị biko if nwanne anyị nwoke na-ekwu bụ eziokwu, ife a bụ Igbo space ka anyị bịa hashtag Igbo space. Mana ama m na o nwere ndị nada anụsụ Igbo ọ Igbo fa na isiri ike, so ịgbagote ọ bụ na ịdị asụsụ nwa Igbo ọfụma ị na-asụ ya ka isi wee mụta mana ka anyị kaba arụ na-asụ n'Igbo. World greatest interject ya mmadụ again wepụ gị. This is like the third time you are doing it. Interject again and weapon. So Otumba, finalize that question. So like Simon make a respond. Okay, move the mic around. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I support here Grandmaster Niku. Kaina suya Nibo biko. I bear by in Ogo. You understand? When they when they bataraka can with the headline because Kaijua Nibo. So more ajuchago me him choice. Thank you.
Okay, Simon, I'm gonna mean with the question.
So, I want one question with the logic. So, what is
okay,
the question?
Question audio Gable mean well any stake.
Okay, okay, and
yes.
Okay, and also is a security question. So I will answer him. I have a stake in Igbo land more than he can ever imagine. Okay. And then he talked about the life of the people as point A and point B. You know, it quite beats my imagination that many of you don't even understand that you are already in the state of war. That is what you are. You are already in the state of war in Nigeria. Do you know how many people that die in Nigeria every day in the hand of the government? Not even in the East, though. Other part of Nigeria. And because we are talking about Biafra, then whenever people die in East where they kill, you call it people fighting for Biafra, killing each other. But who are those killing the people in the North? Who are those killing the people in the Middle Belt? This is war. Do you know today that as a result of the Biafra movement, the fighter jet of Nigeria is bombarding some part of Imo State? Are you aware of that? That is a state of war. So when you are in a state of war, the only thing you think of is how to get to the enemy and defend your people. You may not see it as a defense because you never believed in Biafra, and it is normal. You never believed in what we are doing. It is normal. But what I'm trying to tell you today, if you care to know, is that Nigeria is already in the state of war, and we who understand what Nigeria is doing, we will not sit back and watch them to kill our people because you have business in the east, you have business you are doing in the east. For that reason, everybody must die so you can become the only king. It is not going to happen. We'll fight for the best interests of people, including your own interest in proxy, if you don't believe in it. But at the end of the day, after 10 years from now, you will know the impact of Simon Ekpa and Biafra government. Thank you.
Okay. The next question, I have to read it out so that the next question, Madu Juleba, also, you drafted a map. Why is the sit at home not held at other places in that map outside Southeast? Why is he not enforcing the sit at home in other places outside Southeast? Moreover, how is the referendum done outside Nigerian sovereignty, in Finland precisely, going to be accepted by Nigerian government? So, as are these two questions. Kedifemena Ademo observe this sit down at home now other territories, other cities, non a Biafran map, right? That is one. Then number two, Kedifemedia conduct referendum outside Nigeria sovereignty. Nigerian government Agemia accept.
Okay, let me answer him. The first question about the sit at home is that some of you knows the history of Nigeria and the history of Biafra after the war. A lot of people were brainwashed, and they brought in the divide and rule tactics, which some of you here are now, being part of today, because no reasonable person who will see what is happening in Nigeria and support Nigeria, irrespective of how bad we are fighting the freedom. So they injected this hatred on Igbo in other parts of our brothers' area after the war. And when you talk about Biafra, they say, oh, we don't want Igbo, Igbo are dominating. And they distance themselves from it for a very long time. This is something that happened when we were not born, from 1967 to date. So what do? What we did now is to try to start the unification of the Biafra people from the old Eastern region, and we have succeeded. So the issue of sit at home is going to be gradual thing if we did not get our freedom before the earlier than we expected. So the sit at home will gradually spread to other parts of Biafra land. We may even change the tactics. We have actually achieved our aim with the sit at home, which is the delegitimization of the Nigeria from the Southeast. We have done that. So the issue of sit at home will gradually, spread to other parts of Biafra land as time goes on. But for now, the Southeast part of Biafra are the people that has paid the biggest price of one Nigeria. And that's why it is more important to them than other part of Biafra, because they have paid the biggest price. And they continue to pay. So you watch and see how the sit at home and other activities of the Biafra liberation will spread. And I want to make it very clear today that we have captured the entire 40 states of Biafra. We have the presence of Biafra Liberation Army in every state.
Okay, Kaigani. The next question. Before I join a microphone. Also, as a person, let me read it out. As someone that claims to be leading Biafra, do you know how to speak Igbo? Because you have never addressed Igbos or Biafrans with Igbo language.
Onye bụ onye Igbo, onye bụ onye isi ndị Igbo na Finland for arịnọ. Isi m na mamara asụ Igbo. Onye ha ga-asụ Igbo, ọ ga-asụ Igbo karịa m. Ihe m ji asụ Oyibo, asụ Bekee bụ na Biafra abụrụ Igbo. Ọ bụrụ sọsọ ndị Igbo na Biafra. And mpụta ikwu okwu, ọ ga-adị mma na m mere ya, m kwuru ya otu onye ọzọ, ndị ọzọ ga-esi nụ ya. Maka ihe ọbụla m ga-ekwu na space ga-adị ezigbote mkpa. Ọ bụrụ mpụta na asụ sọsọ Igbo, sọsọ Igbo abụrụ Biafra. And onye ọbụla na-ene anya ka m sụba Igbo bụ ndị ọjọọ na-achọ ka eweta that particular division na m address now. So asụ m Igbo karịa many of you here. You got to go? There.
Okay. Dalo Kaigani. We are Grandmaster Gani or your question.
Okay, Dalo no deba dịka isi kwu n'izizi ihe ahụ nkata ụmụnne ọ ya dị mma ka anyị na-akpụ ya n'Igbo maka na nke wee eziokwu bụ na nwere ọtụtụ ndị mmadụ bịara ebe a chọrọ ka ha mara ihe a ga-eketa ha ga-egbu esi ebe a bụ obi tọọ m ụtọ ka Simon si na ọ na-asụ Igbo so anyị ma ajụ ya ajụ n'olu Igbo nna m mana tupu m ekwuo ya Simon ọgam enwere ihe ị na-ekwuhi ya na ọ na-amasị m ị na-asị na onye ahụ ebilivuru na Biafra nke wee eziokwu na ọtụtụ ndị nọ hia bụ ndị Igbo nwere ndị ha lụzuru n'agha ahụ mụ onwe m ebe m na eluzuru mmadụ na-abụ grand uncle m na-abụ mụrụ n'agha ahụ so ọ ma dị mma ịpụta ebe esi na ha ebilivuru na Biafra ọ dịka ga-asụ n'ọsọ gị na ndị na-eso gị bụ ihe bilivu na Biafra ọ dịrọ mma ọ bụrụ eziokwu mana ka m chọrọ ga-ajụ nche ịjụ gị Maazị Simon echetara m na sita home izizi adeclare ya for September 26 2016 ọ mgbe Maazị Nnamdi Kanu na detention ka IPOB through a map of then declare the first sit at home, which was, measurably a very great success. He would do that at home, both at home and abroad. And again, was IPOB 2019. And last year, July, I think July 28, Ototun news media buru Nabuku. Na Maazị Nnamdi Kanu says, "What it was no." Sekwusizi ituku n'ụlọ and ihe m na-adị anụ gesi ma mụ abụrụ onye IPOB so ana m ajụ ka m na-ajụ na ọ na-agba apụta sị na Maazị Nnamdi Kanu bụ onye ndu Maazị Simon bụrụ prime minista ọ minili na unu adịghị egeziri Maazị Nnamdi okwu maka na ọ bụ na anyị mabụ Maazị Nnamdi Kanu ji ọnụ ya wee sị through I think ọwụlọ ya I can't remember onye kwuru that thing in either media this thing on the DOS BMA that thing kwuru that ọlọ ya ka echetezi m mana ọ sị na ya chọrọ osisi tatụ mmadụ itukuzi na n'ụlọ maka ya biko onye ọbụla tinye aka nwere ya ga-eme ka akpọpụta ya n'ụlọ mkpọrọ ebe ọ nọ so m sị ka m jụọ ka aka na-etuku na sit at home ma ọwụ contravention of ihe Maazị Nnamdi Kanu kwuru ọ ka onye abụ onye ndu ya bụ Maazị Nnamdi Kanu ka ọ wụzighị ma bụzi onye ndu ndị IPOB maka na ịbịa na kwuo na enwerozi ihe dịka ESN enwerezikwa ihe dịka IPOB na ekolasụgo ha niile into the National Biafra BRGIE right ya bụ the first ajụjụ nke mbụ nke ịbụ m ga-ajụ gị ọsịsọ bụ kedu ihe ị nwere ikwu gbasalụ ndị DOS maka na enwere ọtụtụ oge ha bịana na spaces and mekwa communicate gwa ndị mmadụ si ya na nge nwa dị iche na gị nwa awụrụ IPOB mana esi na ịwa IPOB mụ ada abịara m ebe ịbịa jụba gị ibe IPOB bụrụ IPOB abụrụ m onye IPOB amarọ m mana ha na-aba apụta
so first of all, and I'm going to English because and then mail communication have also on you. First of all, that you lose people during the war does not make you believe in Biafra. That's number one. I want to correct that because your actions and attitude suggest you never supported Biafra. And another question, yes. I don't know on you, but your comment here suggest you can make me judge you.
So I support to Biafra.
No, I have judged you because if you are supporting Biafra, you cannot begin to indict me or start to castigate me on my process. I'm just responding to the comment. But at this point I am piloting the liberation of Biafra, and you can agree to that, whether you believe in it or not. So the issue of Maazị Nnamdi Kanu, I don't know why you people all of a sudden you love Maazị Nnamdi Kanu. Before, some of you were attacking him, planning how to capture him, because you think that if you capture him, Biafra is dead. Now you have captured him and you have seen a monster. If you can call me that. I'm not bothered about that. However, Maazị Nnamdi Kanu being in captivity of the DSS under Nigeria cannot give us order. He is not here to know what is happening. We know what is happening better than him. And because we know whom he is, and we know what his stand is before he was captured, we cannot change our principle based on the fact that he was captured, and then from inside the prison, inside the DSS dungeon, he is giving us an order. That order never come from him. If they want to tell us that the order was coming from Maazị Nnamdi Kanu, they should release him and let him come and say it to the public. We have made that particular stand very, very clear. So we are not going to take any order from Maazị Nnamdi Kanu from DSS dungeon. The number two, What was the number 2 question? Because you know, you will talk a lot of stories. And what was number 2 question?
Ajụjụ nke bụ Andrew was asking gị ọtụtụ oge ndị DOS pụtago onye communicate sị na gị
yeah, I understand you. Well, I will not make a comment on that because as far as I'm concerned, and many Biafrans are concerned, that does not exist. Those people are the agent of Nigeria. And we call them the IPOB Nigeria. Political movement. Yes, that doesn't exist.
Okay, so
well, you can see whether they exist based on the action on ground. They don't have anything on ground. So we control the Biafra and we control Biafra land. And Biafra people are only loyal to the Biafra government in exile, not them.
Okay, Mr. Simon, question Madujo, statement rather somebody made, and I want you to react to that. He said that you are a criminal employed by the Nigerian government to cause these problems to an Igbo. What do you have to say to that? Because this
is a very ignorant. He's an ignorant person.
Let me finish.
He's an ignorant. I will also add that he's an ignorant fool.
Hold on.
If I am employed by Nigeria government, why are you supporting Nigeria government who will employ somebody to destroy Ali Igbo? Why do you want to
before you react so that you can react at once?
I'm reacting immediately.
Okay, Onye Pulifa is actually an IPOB member. Right?
He's not. Believe me. Do you not understand that these people are Nigeria IPOB? We call them IPOB Nigeria. That is their new name. They support election. They support everything in Nigeria. And when they fail, they come to Biafra struggle. These are the criminals that have been using Biafra struggle to enrich themselves and build their career in politics.
Okay, so you are saying you have nothing to do with
I have nothing with them. They are not Biafrans at this point.
I'm talking about Nigerian politicians. They don't give you any form of enticement whatsoever.
I don't have any contact with anybody, any politician in Nigeria, and I don't have anything to do with, and I will never have anything to do with them. And I have said, if anybody have any dealing with Simon Ekpa, they should come and make it public. I will leave Biafra.
Okay, let's move forward. Thank you. Mighty Dot, do you have a question or you want a comment?
Well,
remember, Chief, sorry. Let me round it up before the Mighty Dot. Remember that during the election, they said Bola Tinubu paid me $20-something million to disenfranchise Obi. Now, election is over. I'm still fighting Tinubu. So how do you reconcile that?
Okay, that's fine. That's Mighty. In my question, because I'm not question. I got on my question. I'm not comment.
Okay.
Will come to you.
Yeah, I don't really have, but the only question I have is that the only thing I wanted to say is that it's an insult to many of the intelligent people here. He do that question that he's told the question in Anaju that he's working for Nigeria. How can a country be paying somebody to destroy the country itself? And the country is still crying to Finland government.
Okay, Mighty,
let's
I
move on,
have to mute you, because if you don't understand how government works, then your comment is actually invalid. Let's move forward. Kama Israel, do you have a question or comment?
Yeah, I just have one question to ask Prime Minister Simon Ekpa.
Okay,
please, somebody said that he has 5 Gmail, and if he used 5 Gmail to vote, how do you verify it that is just one person that did it? Is there any way to verify that, because you said one man, one vote, 1 Gmail. So how do you verify people that use multiple Gmail to vote? Thank you.
We verify by the uploaded pictures and portrait you will post while you are making the voting. So it is not just about Gmail. When you are registering for the self-referendum, you will be asked to upload your own personal pictures. So if you have 5 email and you upload 5 different pictures, it means that 5 people have voted.
Okay, thank you. Can move forward. Simon Ekpa, the gentle breeze.
I want a question. Not from me, but from someone.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So this is from Max. Let's say, is the referendum meant for symbolic purposes? If it's not for symbolic purposes, how does it affect the Igbo people in Igbo land practically?
That's the question.
What does the person mean by symbolic? Are we fighting a symbolic war? We are already at war with Nigeria. So is it a symbolic war? We are fighting for freedom. The referendum, the self-referendum, is targeted at making sure that after we have concluded the referendum, have the number, and number is reasonable, we declare Biafra, the restoration of independent state of Biafra. And I have made that comment before. So you should be able to answer that particular question when they presented it to you, that the Simon Ekpa said that this particular referendum, after it has been conducted, we, the Biafra government in exile, will then declare the restoration of independent state of Biafra.
Okay, I have a question here from the comment section. Someone says, okay, two questions. One, I'll say, he claims he cannot take order or instructions from someone in captivity, but he goes about telling his followers that the reason he opposed DOS is because they refused to implement MNK's order for him to broadcast on Radio Biafra. So that's one question. Then number two, he said the question is, can you ask him if Mazen Nnamdi Kanu got released today? Will he hand over to Mazen Nnamdi Kanu? So respond to these two questions.
What are we handing over? Mazen Nnamdi Kanu remained the leader of indigenous people of Biafra. So what are we handing over? We're handing over the freedom to him. We're handing over the struggle to him. We are fighting for the liberation of Biafra. So if he come and we continue where we stop.
Okay, so you will remain because as it is right now, you are assuming the position of leadership. So when Nnamdi Kanu comes out, are you still going to be the leader?
He is my leader as of today. When he come out and make his position known that he's still in Biafra, we continue from where we stop. Is anybody dragging that? And people do not actually understand what is prime minister. Is prime minister the head of a nation?
Okay.
These are people who claim to be educated. They claim that some of them are commenting from abroad, probably. Is prime minister the head of a nation?
Prime minister is the governmental head of a nation.
Where are you?
Okay. Because I'm coordinated. Ada and Simon, I'm coordinated. Can I go toss the mic around so that can address questions? Chief Dr. Ogwego, ask your question. Then we'll go to Ngene and as Chief Quello. Dr. Ogwego, ask your question.
Chief,
please, Chief, I didn't clear because
please, Chief. Look, you see, it is either you want to use this your platform to educate people or not. Somebody made a comment here that Prime Minister is the head of a country. It's like people don't actually understand this, and you allow it to go by.
We need to educate
them. We need to educate her.
No, I actually muted her because you guys are having back and forth, and that is something
now because you made that comment and everybody heard it. So I want to tell her that Prime Minister is not the head of a country. That's number one, and she can go and make a research and Google what the role of a prime minister in the government
head of a country.
Sorry.
A prime minister is the head of government. Not all of us are dumb. Not all of us are gullible. A prime minister is the head of government.
Hey.
Nah. Chelono. I'm a head of government. I'm a government head. Dr. Ogwego Kekeme. Aku Igbo ka ị ga-eji ajụ biko.
I'm here. English.
All right, my brother, go ahead.
English, so ihe niile m na-ekwu ebe m asụ ya n'Igbo because maka ma m go the Igbo space I na-asụ English. Even our so-called prime minister ajụbụ gị ajụ ma na-asụ Igbo. Ọ bịa ajụkwa ajụjụ ọ na-azakwa n'English and I've been listening ka nnụnụ ka ọ ya na-aza ihe niile ọ na-aza n'Igbo ajụkwa ajụjụ ọ na-asakwa ya n'Igbo mana ya dịba ọ ga-ala m Igbo na onye nwukwa onye nke a nna che nnọkwa ebe a sị nsị gba nkịtị ekwughọ m anything ịbịakwa ka nkwu nke m esi okwu ọnwụ.
Don't worry, go ahead, please.
Yeah, brother, I ain't telling you Igbo. That's just one thing to kind of one corner na maru. My question number one. Because our prime minister. My question so I got the ESN uniform na enye nsogbu na southeast ma ndị nke na-ekidnap ndị mmadụ. Achọrọ m ịma biko ESN nke ife ọmụrụ na-ekidnap ndị mmadụ maka enwego m nke asụ ha na-asị enwego m first hand information from onye eburu n'ọka ebiaje kamp eruo na kampụ adọbịa na kampụ eme ihe niile asị na ha niile ego ha ji ego mgbọ and one or two n'ọnya ka eji ya chọrọ ha ego mgbọ ha eti okwe ihe ha emekwe ihe ọnwụna ha ewu dị fon enweghị ha mere ha emetụghị aka atọ ha tritiri aka ha nyere ya presidential treatment and ndị ha na-ebute ebe ha na-enye ha presidential treatment as insofar as na ya ekwetene ihe ha kwuru enye ha ego ha ji eme ihe ha burukwe gị ha ebu ezu ọdị moto ya onwe ihe even ma ndị polisi ya ha emeghị ihe ọnwụna to the police ya atọ. So achọrọ m ịma number one ọkwa ndị ESN ụnụ ife na-eme ife ahụ one. Then secondly achọrọ m ịma the struggle ịgbagoro mbọ onye isi bụ ya onye isi gị. Achọrọ m ịma your struggle emego ka release since on detention. Achọrọ m ịma ihe imego what and what maka with your tweets na-afụ between you and the lawyer dị in charge ya because your tweet is always fighting the lawyers gị na the lawyer na-anụ ọgụ mgbe ọnwa dị in charge the case. Your tweets na mgbe ọnwa gị na the lawyer na-agba mgba front and back mgbe ọnwa. So I want to really know your own personal struggle. Ebe Nnamdi no ka release Nnamdi from DSS like your own personal hit go personally. Can Nnamdi that's just my two simple questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. First of all, I have no personal struggle. This is a struggle of government. Biafra government is fighting Nigeria to see the release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu cannot be released by just ordinary court. Court has released him. Is he free today? The answer is no. That is to tell you that no court is going to free him. It is going to come from the bombardment we are giving the Nigerian state. Economic strangulation, making sure that very soon we stop all oil exploration in Biafra land. This is what is going to compel the government to release him. And if he is not released, we declare the restoration of Biafra. We are going to capture many of them and use them as a prisoner exchange of prisoners. Number two, the ESN you called, we don't have ESN. What we have is Biafra Liberation Army. So go and ask those who kidnap in the name of ESN, who are they working for? Thank you.
Because can I ask Chief Chief? Reaction to you.
I react. Just Zakonata Mogi can doesn't wake a job because Ngene, get straight to your question. Then as the chief IJ. Ngene, over to you.
Chief.
No, it was a double mute. He should be fine after a while.
I'm going on mute. Dalun. Onye sino Prime Minister ndị Biafra in exile ajụjụ m nke mbụ na-agali ya ọ dịrị enough ị na-asụ oyibo si anyị economic strangulation of Nigeria aghọtara m ya maka na since nne n'anya sitatụma a na-eme ndị ọ na-eme affect enwe na economic strangulation ndị Igbo ka ọ na strangulate their economy amfụrụ m ka o si eme Nigeria affect ya gbaliela anyị ka o si eme Nigeria affect ọ bụ na ndị Niger Delta anyị mana mgbe ha na-akụwa pipeline na ọsịa na Ọstria na ọ na-sabotage Nigeria economy ya kụziela anyị gbaliela anyị nke ka esit at home si strangulate Nigeria economy. That is one. Nke bụ awụrụ ọ na-egekwe ntị kedu indices kedu yastik o ji emesho success maka mgbe ọ na-asị na ibe niile ọ na-eme dị successful ihe niile ọ na-eme dị successful kedu yastik o ji emesho dị success because anyị ọwụ ndị Igbo nọ n'ala Igbo ọ bụrụ maka ha nwandọ n'obodo oyibo ụmụ ha na-agụ akwụkwọ ha na-alụ ọrụ na Monde na-asị anyị sit at home ebe anyị nwa nọ n'ala Igbo wu ndị Igbo na-agwa unu na ihe unu na-eme adịrị anyị mma si nọ na chọọ another way ị na-asị anyị na ọ dị successful. So all two simple question kedu ka isi believe on ihe na-eme na strangulate Nigeria economy? That is one. Number two, kedu ya stick iji emesho success gị ebe anyị nwa na-efili the bond na agwa gị na ọ dị ọzọ anyị mma ịchọ ịnata jụọ ndị Igbo taa ndị Igbo na Enugu na Anambra na the whole southeast. Jụọ ma ha kacha sit at home. Chenu can you charge you? Can you answer me? Don't cut me. Don't cut me short. Can you charge you?
Let me answer this one, please.
Okay.
Yeah. So, your problem. Can somebody mute? Can you mute yourself because I'm hearing myself? Thank you.
Go ahead.
Yeah, your problem is caused by Nigeria, not Simon Ekpa. I'm not the reason why you are not educated to know what the government of.
I'm more educated than you are. I am more educated than you are. You've been talking like an idiot.
Can you not interrupt me, please? If you are educated, you will know that the government, the Southeast governors have released the impact of sit at home in the Southeast, and it is not from your pocket. The economic loss to sit at home is not measured from what you are getting to your pocket. It is measured by the revenue that the government is generating, and they have seen almost 10 billion loss, as at last year or so. That's number one. So if you are educated, you will be able to follow up the report, the economic indices, and the report coming from the governors that you are believing in today. Number two.
How does the government make its money, your guy?
Can you just keep quiet?
Chelụnụ ka just ji n'ihe agwa anyị na-amụta education na-aga left and right. I'm a nke left ka anyị nọ kịta. Chelụnụ biko. Ngwa Simon Jebaniru o. Onwe ka na-eme etu. Go on. Jema?
Yeah, again you talk about the pipeline of Niger Delta. The Biafra government are now making sure that we delegitimize Nigeria, also stopping them from exploiting oil. And the oil pipeline will be going on flame until they leave our land. That is happening as we speak. And another thing is that I am not here for you people to agree. There is always a two sides to a coin. You believe and you don't believe. And very, very fortunate to me and many Biafrans is that those who believe in what we are doing are bigger than you in number. And that is democracy. So it does not matter what your opinion are on this. Since you don't believe in Biafra, we can never force you to believe in Biafra. But those who believe in Biafra are bigger in number than you. And let me tell you, what we are going to do to you people, you are going to be surprised. We will adopt even more stringent measures.
You are going to allow this person to make threats?
We are going to adopt more stringent.
Simon, yeah, Chalo. One thing that will not happen, any space of a host of threats, it cannot fly. I'm trying my threats. You can open your own space and threaten people. Some might be radicalized, some might not be, some might be sitting on the fence. That's fine. But allowing threats to fly here will not work. Simon, in which you may pay your own space, sequel to this, that's fine. That conversation will continue, but I will not allow you to make threats on this space. Go ahead with your comments so you can extend more questions.
If you have
go ahead, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Mute yourself, Simon.
Yeah, if you had listened to me, you would know that there is nothing like threat. I am only explaining the stringent measures that the Biafra government will adopt, and I make reference to South Korea. So some of you are looking for a better life, looking for civilization, and I'm making reference to.
And hold on, let him land so that I can hear what he wants to say. Hold on.
Bikono, Ada, can you stop this thing? Stop interjecting. Bikono, let's respect each other. Stop interjecting. Simon, go ahead.
And then I am making reference to South Korea. And then you talk about threat. Is that a threat? South Korea adopted a policy that those who did not support their freedom during the time of their independence fighting will not have citizenship. It is a measure that government can adopt to punish those who did not support the freedom. And I made it very clear here. So South Korea is a very developed country. You can go and check it. Is that a threat?
Okay, so what you are saying here, got it clear to everybody.
Chief, because answer my question. Answer my question.
No, Ngene, please don't.
Ngene, we're coming back to you.
Please, we'll come back to you. Hold on. I want to hear what you say.
on my question, he did not answer my question. He did not. Second question, can he stick he kept here bragging here. Not the successful, not some of us. Can he stick arrive in a success here? He did not answer the question.
You cannot be here asking me for yardstick. Do you have any yardstick in Nigeria to measure your own success?
Yes, I have a yardstick. I'm going to get barrier at the whole southeast. People want the sit at home to stop. That's a yardstick.
Sit at home cannot stop.
Sit
at home cannot stop until Biafra come.
Because you are struggling for your.
Ngini Chelo, Simon, I think you get Chelo Kokucha Kihota Jujia, so that you will not just be listening to respond. Hotaguda Jujia Kimara Kishasa. At least you are on ground on a southeast. Biko. Thank you. Ngina mami chori Juju Gozo ko Juchago. Thank you.
Yeah, now because again in case of Rotara, I told him, I'm na southeast. Urezigbo onye Igbo na bombo na ani Igbo. Ndị Igbo niile na-ebe akwa si kwụsịrị ha sit at home. What makes one a leader is to listen to your people. That's a yardstick. Na ndị Igbo niile nọ na southeast na asịsị kwụsị sit at home. Gị nwa na ndị otu gị nọ na diaspora na Finland na asị na ọ na work. I want to know the yardstick ijema arrive na sit at home gị is not hurting ndị Igbo, rather it is favoring ndị Igbo. I want to understand the yardstick. Ka m wee mali ihe m na-eme.
It is favoring Indibo because the sit at home will make the international community to understand your plight in Nigeria. Of course, I'm not saying that you must understand me, because this is beyond your own understanding. And in a state of war, you do not expect to be eating in the golden plate and golden spoon. Nigeria is at war, and you must not be fighting about your pleasure or your businesses and all that. A lot of business have been destroyed in Lagos. How have you been able to solve the problem of those whom their businesses have been burned in Lagos after the election? Have you been able to approach and how do you handle
Lagos,
that?
Lagos is not my business. My business is
Lagos is not your business. That is the problem. It is my business because you don't care about any other person except yourself.
Is Lagos part of Biafra? Why should Lagos be your business? Is it part of Biafra?
Are you not in Nigeria? Are you not in Nigeria? Are you not in Nigeria?
Please. Sorry, 1 second.
Okay.
Simon, you didn't really give the yardstick you are using to measure. But then it's in any yardstick that is working in Nigeria. So apparently there is no way to measure the success of this thing. So it's just about let's continue doing it, whether people like it or not. Provided the order comes from you. No, if I can't get them, then we'll continue to do that. Meanwhile, we don't want this thing to continue. Okay, that said, another question I want to ask you is something a lot of people would want to ask you. Do you really enjoy this bloodshed? And then when I'm able, do you really enjoy this bloodshed? Unable Makai, unable Ndenna. Then Azwafia, do you enjoy it? Nanibo. I'm not talking of any other place than Nigeria. You can go ahead and answer the question.
Thank you very much. That's actually the reason why I came into the struggle in the first place. The question you should be asking yourself before Simon Ekpa in 2019 or before Simon Ekpa in 2022, what was the issue of security in Anibo? Were there no killings? That is the question. Before Simon Ekpa emerged, were there not bloodshed? And who was responsible? Simon Ekpa only came as a good guy to stop it. So, and of course, some of you have fallen to the to the trap of being used as a propagandist to project the propaganda and the narrative of the enemies. And I'm not moved. That's why some of you see me as a heartless person, because none of your propaganda moves me. I have a target. The target is to free my people from the Nigeria onslaught. That onslaught has been there before Simon Ekpa emergence. But today, some of you are, some of you, of course, very few of you, are making it as if the bloodshed in Igbo land started immediately Simon Ekpa appeared. But it was as a result of the bloodshed that gave birth to Simon Ekpa. but none of you are talking about it. And also, not just in Igbo land, it is all over Nigeria. People are being killed, slaughtered every day. And of course, you claim to be supporting one Nigeria, yet you don't care about other people. I care about other people. My own perspective of how to help people is not just about Igbo people alone. I've stretched to Middle Belt. I've stretched to do the work when Yoruba people were, very active in their Yoruba nation. We were making alliances everywhere to stop the killings of indigenous people in Nigeria. So when you are making this comment, please set the record very straight that before Simon Ekpa emerged, there has been bloodshed upon bloodshed in Igbo land, and that bloodshed gave birth to Simon Ekpa. So is it true or false?
Okay, I have a question for you. On a statement you make, Leba, he said you are going to apply stringent measures, and then you made reference to South Korea. So I want to ask you this question. So somebody that's been living in Southeast all his life, doing businesses, have investments, kids, everything, but he doesn't support the struggle. So when Biafra comes, you will have to extradite the person, or you have to ostracize the person. What are you going to do to that person? Because you are saying you will deny the person.
No, listen, that's where you're getting our perspectives on this is that everybody in Biafra land is paying the price of the liberation of Biafra.
No, but you just said
our target will be, let me answer you, finish. Now, this is not just a yes and no question answer.
Okay, so he said, okay, explain.
So listen, so everybody in the Southeast today and in Biafra land are paying the price of this liberation. We are not yet seeing bomb and resistance and all that. It is not going to happen. We have devised a means to fight Nigeria in a very sensible and systematic way. That we're not going to go into conventional war with Nigeria.
Okay,
that will not happen.
Let me interject you. From the point you just made now, is a serious contrast to what one of your disciples said here. That
please, can you listen to what I'm saying and forget? Can you not interject me? Let me finish explaining.
I want to say it so that you can respond at once. He said that following the referendum, when you people have been given the mandate, you would declare Biafra, and then that you people have over 100,000 trained military personnel to defend Biafra. What it means is that if you look at that statement, there's an undertone there, war undertone, right? What it means is that there's likelihood there's going to be a war, and that's why you are training, or you're going to deploy about 100,000 military men to defend.
And I'm telling you now that we are. Yeah, and I'm telling you now that we are already at war. Are you not hearing me? There are different type of war. There is this conventional war, and there is this guerrilla war. We are already at war with Nigeria. So yes, we have over 100,000 men, and it is going to increase. It is preparation to make sure that our land and borders are not overrun by the enemies. Okay? So what I'm trying to say now is that when after Biafra, listen, please, if you really want to get what is going on, and this one that is here, smiling and smiling, after Biafra declaration of the restoration of independence state of Biafra, we are going to start delegitimizing Nigeria, making sure that no government house in Biafra land will stand, making sure that no Nigeria representative anywhere offices are located in Biafra land, we're going to demolish them. That's where we are going. And that does not mean a conventional war. Okay? After that, the international community, those who did not care before, they will begin to talk about it. Just like this, our brother Daniel said before, that before other people got their independence, it was in the global discussion and the global stage. We will make Biafra go into global stage. And the process is what we have started so far. So it is not that you must support it, but those of you in Biafra land, whether you support it or not, for the result we have had so far in the city at home, the compliance, whether it is by willingly or whether you are not doing it, you are being scared, as some of you are presenting it, it does not matter. What matters is that every sit at home, people are sitting at home. So for the fact that the majority of Biafrans are sitting at home, we give that credit to every Biafran in the homeland. Our target of any kind of sanction, if it is going to come, will be those who are in diaspora, who knows that their people are getting killed, and all they could do is to support those who never traveled outside Nigeria to know how people should be living. And then also, everybody should understand, nothing comes easy. Most of you that are residing somewhere today, they fought freedom and they got their independence. From America to many countries in Europe to Asia, they fought and people died. And because so many people had a business and they were doing well, they did not say, okay, let us not fight because my business will go. Let us not fight because you are destroying the economy. Let us not fight because people are going. The only reason why some of you are talking the way you are talking today is because of the War of Biafra 1967, which was not strategically fought. According to today's,
Let me
according
pause you.
to
Let me pause
today's
you because
understanding.
you're actually extending your conversation, and the more you talk, the more there will be more questions because you're making some points. So your plan now, from just what you said that some people are afraid of the War of 1967 because it was not strategically planned.
Yes.
So what you are saying invariably is that you are now strategically planning another war on our own soil. Because the war will definitely be, from what you are saying, will definitely be in our home soil, right? And then the war we had between 1967 to 1970 took us back. And then post-war, we had to rebuild Anibo for the past 54 years. So what it means is that what you are planning, or what you are telling over 1,000 people here, is that you are strategically planning another war on Igbo land soil. Right, so I just want to be sure that's what you're saying. Go ahead.
I believe that I'm speaking English here or broken English.
I had you clear,
so you should understand me very well. I said
so
we are already at war. We are already at war with Nigeria. We are already at war, and what we are preparing is a defense of Biafra land to make sure that our women and children are not killed. And I said again, we are not going into conventional war with Nigeria. So how do you want me to explain it for your own understanding?
Okay, so what you are saying here, the war you are talking about is apparent. Of course, denying access to dividends of democracy to the southeast, and the killing of our people by the Fulanis, of which for that reason ESN was instituted, and all of those things.
And making sure.
Hold on, let me make my
point
so that you can respond. Hold on,
okay.
Let me make my point so that you can respond. So what I'm saying in effect now, because if you are saying all this, so what if when you declare Biafra post-referendum, okay, and you say now we are Biafra, and you're going to defend the soil, and exactly what happened in 1967 repeats itself, do you have what it takes to defend this thing you are pushing? Because when you declare that and federal government says no, you are still within the territorial integrity of Nigeria. And for that reason, we have not agreed for any part of the country to secede. Do you have what it takes? Because that's the same question they asked Ojukwu. Then. Do you have? Let me land
okay.
so I can respond. Do you have what it takes to defend Anibo? Because it's not just about making statements, because that was exactly what happened, and it led to 3 million people dying from that war, including my own grandfather. So do you have what it takes to make sure that what happened between 1967 to 1970 will not repeat itself again in the Southeast? You can now go ahead and respond.
All right. So let me ask you a question before I respond to you. Now, if I tell you now that yes, we are prepared for that, will you support Biafra?
I will not support Biafra with the way you are going about things. Because
that is the point.
Listen,
so how do you think? How do you
want yes and no question? You don't want
we
yes
know,
and no answer, but then you want me to respond like that. It doesn't work that way.
We know the people we are dealing with. We know that
you don't know. You don't even know.
I know now. You just answered me. Because there is no way.
I gave you the reasons why I will not. If it's going to be with the arrogance you are displaying on this space, I will not.
Oh, you don't know? You don't have you not followed the freedom fighters?
It's not just the rule of engagement. Some of us have actually done things that can actually wow you. You don't know the rules of. It's not just you that knows the rules of engagement or the rules of war. Listen. Let me land.
So you have just answered me,
Simon.
And the answer you gave, and the answer you gave here,
this is actually my space.
Is enough.
This is actually my space. So let me land. If you are speaking this way and we're asking you a question, and then you feel like by throwing a question to me so that I will give you yes or no answer, but you don't want to answer yes or no, then that is very unfair point or position to take. Because you can't tell me, so if you give me this now, what? No, there are things, because if I ask you some question now to say yes or no, you will not answer yes or no, because you want to explain things further. So do not make it that way. If you ask me a question and I didn't say yes or no, then it means that that my point is invalid, or I don't know what I'm talking about. That's what I want to clear you on. So go ahead and respond to it.
Let me, can I address you now? First of all,
go ahead.
We are dealing with people with different ideology, different polar part. Okay? So that's why I said I am not here to convince you to agree, because it is part of democracy. People will have their opinion. But I'm telling you what we are going to do to achieve our aim. So, and it is left for you to believe it or not to believe it. And I cannot be here now telling you how I'm going to do what you don't believe in. So why do you want to know? If you don't actually believe in Biafra, why do you have to know what we are doing?
Biafra.
So I will give you the answer that I know that cannot jeopardize what we are doing.
No. You are painting a very false and negative narrative.
You just said it here now. You said you don't believe in this kind of Biafra.
Your response and your reaction is that you are painting a different narrative, right? The way I am, right? And after you are painting the picture here, is just Igbos, of which is not. Because in a question somebody asked. Now the map you drew now, is it just Ndibo? Because if Obuni na Meketa Ndibo before Neri Arofia. So does it mean Nandibo this is Arofi here na Kwado? Then in the south now will be part of that Eldorado, that Disney World you are painting. Because they are not actually suffering what Ndibo na suffer now. Right? So
Ndibo, let me explain to you. Ndibo was designed to suffer in Nigeria. And it is not from Simon Ekpa. Ndibo have been disenfranchised from allocation, from education, from everything. So when we are fighting to leave Nigeria, it is very normal that Ndibo will suffer the most, because they need this freedom more than anybody. It is normal.
All right.
And that's exactly what Nigeria designed. So we must be very, very deep in thinking to understand what is actually going on. That the reason they did it in a way is that Ndibo will always be the hardest knot for Nigeria to break. And for that reason, they structured Nigeria in a way it is. That some of you have been captured, mentally. Okay?
Miko, let's go ahead.
That is the way it is. So Ndibo have to suffer the biggest part of it, because it was designed by Nigeria to be so.
Simon,
I never rise up against them.
Simon,
Mr. Simon, just
one honest online because
Chief, someone called Daniel Neko. So Daniel, go ahead. I like him. I like him. The point he make, the cost of sit at home to the federal government. Because I like him about the statistics. They say that the sit at home is costing the federal government. And then, unfortunately, I try again the cost of federal government. We are not seeing it. Rather, the impact is actually on the SMEs in the Southeast. In over 2 years, at least, Ndiigbo lose 7.6 trillion naira as a result of sit at home in the Southeast. The data is there. But we cannot pinpoint the cost to federal government. The sit at home in the Southeast, federal government, oil, and Niger Delta. In short, even gas and water in Igbo. Getting Imo State na some part na Abia State didn't stop federal government from harnessing it. When 2016, when we had the Niger Delta Avengers, they were shutting down. They shut down Focado and many other oil exploration in the Niger Delta. We knew the cost on the federal government. We knew short every day. I know for the cost. Maybe I discussed what the cost of sit at home in the south of Southeast sit at home to federal government of Nigeria. So my phone, we are hurting ourselves. One. And because you want to liberate yourself. You cannot go and start hurting yourself because you want to liberate yourself. Because at the end of the day, who will now survive to enjoy that thing that you want, you believe that you are chasing? That's one. Two. But now, emphasizing that this Cambia, just a minute. Let me. I'm coming.
Because I will forget now. You tell me.
I will remind you. Don't worry. I I will remind you, Chief. I will remind you. Hold on. The next one is this referendum, and the way you are going about it. You are mentioning that it could cost. It will definitely cost so many things. But then that is why I asked before. Which principle of self-determination follows? Are we still following the UN principle of self-determination? Can we get a new charter? Because amamuna nobros also Biafra boninazo self-determination. And we na zona na Western Sahara. And we na zona Western Cape. I am Kendi Catalonia, and so many other places in the world. And we are seeing how they are going about it. Nobody is threatening anybody. Because it is not only your government that can persecute to other people agitators. In those other places, they are also going through their own, either politically, socially, or economically. And what are you make it threats? Money militia, because if you are saying this, nobody in the UN will listen to you. I believe that there were other means I get you embark here on these things. How many diplomatic efforts can I take when the Biafra government in exile beyond Nigeria to say this is how we are going about this? In a that it is people in the world know. Nobody knows about the sit-at-home in the Southeast. It is not a global news. The killing men Plateau State recently has gathered more global attention than the sit-at-home in Southeast for 3 years now. The data is there. So, that we should look at the cost to the agitation, and the cost to Nigeria.
So
we will yes, I can finish. We should reevaluate it. I believe no ya can that when they qualify. They want to hate it. They want to see no hate Biafra.
Can I address you now?
Actually, can land your guy or guy. Prime Minister. I'm making my submission. You know, I've been silent since in Eku. I'm just taking some of the points that you've made. You understand? So there is a need for us to reevaluate this thing, because the cost, let's count the cost. It is not helpful to us as a people. If you're being honest, you know. Because you can go ahead and respond.
All right. It is us. Let me address you. It is very wrong to say that the sit-at-home is causing economic hardship.
Simon, because you use those 2 minutes, can you keep up yourself?
It is very wrong. When this person was talking, did not ask him to use 2 minutes.
Oh yeah, co-host. Oh yeah, Miroji bro, co-host.
So and I am the key person here that everybody is asking question. Okay.
I am the key person.
I'm the one. Everybody is asking questions.
Chooks. It's okay. Chooks.
So in the southeast, it is very wrong to say that the sit-at-home is causing economic hardship to Ndibo. No, it's wrong. How you can measure whether it is causing economic hardship to Ndibo is that go to every trader and ask them, how much are you making every week? From last year, or from the time the sit-at-home started, how much were you making every week when the sit-at-home was not there, and how much are you making now? That is how to know whether people are actually, in economic.
And the people are telling you that it's strangling them.
Can you stop? Can you stop, please?
The people who are in the southeast are telling you that your methods are.
But Akwe Church na vigil now. Nobody will complain.
That's none of your business.
Akwe Church and vigil.
It's okay. Emma all them because Mr. Simon, all the money on a space today. Ndi Igbo neba, and I want to have one. You understand? Oh, I know. Okay, bully anisi. The man on doors on actually the same thing nine actually. So yeah, bully. Ijwe market you onwe gị. Bulu oghere ị ga-eji wee ghọta ndị gị na ha na-eme ka ife. O nwere reason na-achọghị ịdị na challenge gị na n'ịmago na interject, because I believe na at the end of the day, because people na asị na ịdịrị accessible. Kịta anyị na ebe a, many people na-ege ntị. You understand? So at the end of the day, they will know exactly who you are. And it's not by exactly what you say, it's your attitude and everything. Biko no, Adana, Honorable Ada, Biko, stop interjecting. No need. You understand? I ain't telling you about at the end of the day, Abasi also a go mile. The only thing me kubuna, Ali Igbo, da ain't telling you coordinate. Esinaka gi we me bia ni Igbo. We will not forgive you. You understand? Esinaka gi we me bia ni Igbo. Kawanye njoko she wedi before. We will not forgive you. That is why my name Neba Daniel Lebo Nkegebo Simon Ekpa. You understand? Nemeka Wachu Nemel Hansen in Neba. Abukwana the vehicle I edge destroy ya Igbo. Yaba yonna yobana. Asro kwange gachu ni yobana na achu. Chuo ya man na achu ya make sure him na na umu negi na emeka ihe. I we reason culture Igbo culture eji we nwe umunna. Nwe nze na ọzọ. Enwere ga eji ime ihe ọgbachi ndị ọzọ nkịtị. Ma ọ na-atụ ọda ka a ga-esi wee mee ihe. Nsị gị na ihe akịta na ọ na-eme ma ọ na-afụ m ụfụ n'ahụ. Ihe dele gị ya ịjụ m ka o si wee na-afụ gị ụfụ n'ahụ ka m esi wee nye aka ka ọ gaba agaba. Mana ịbịazie na dismiss ya sị mba na o nwere isi mba na ịma na eziokwu adịrọ n'ime ya ka anyị gwakwa n'onwe anyị eziokwu. Anyị abụrụ ndị izizi mekwenu self determination. Anyị amabụkwa ndị last group ga-eme self determination. I believe m n'ihe ọbụla a na-eme you need to look out from other people's experiences. Ayo ka nna ayo. Ama m na mgbe ịbata na space, you started by insulting na memory nka. Good and fine. I'm doing it in my own capacity. Don't know what I'm going to do tomorrow. And my job, but we need peace and harmony in the southeast. Ayo ka nna ayo kwa. Maka one day ukike ntị aji nwayọ na ayo gị kịta ukike one day. Ma mgbe emechi bike nna da hate m na ndị mmadụ imebe echi nsị gị ọkwa ngwa gị ife agwa. Echi nsị gị akwa ngwa gị ya agwa. So let's learn to listen and respect people. So ya ka nna ayọkwa n'unu ncha niile. Mi na-eme Biafra na ibe Nigerianist. Thank you very much. Choose ko ya ga next.
Yeah, Biko, we'll go ahead. All the then I jega Biko kai meni akwankwam Biko.
Anyway,
Simon Chaluko
now I have not addressed Daniel's question.
Prime
He has come to make more comments. And so the way I have been treated on this space, I have just decided to stick and see how you people are going to, handle this space. But the way I have been treated, that when other people are talking, I am muted and they interject and interrupt me, and I cannot explain what I want to explain to people. I will please leave. You can continue.
No, Biko Chalu,
you can continue your space.
Don't go.
Nobody invited me here.
Mr. Simon, I want one question for you, but the door is open for you to leave. You're not a god. If that is how they worship you, I don't give a damn about you. We are here as Ndibo and the Biafra. You can leave. But I'm when they question, okay, that's fine. That's okay. We can move forward. Anigbo kale onye ọbụla Biafra kale Nnamdi Kanu, Biafra kale Simon Ekpa, Biafra kale mụnwa, Biafra kale gịnwa. So onye ọbụla mere onwe ya na ọ ga-agba alụsị apịrị apị ka a na-efie maka na anyị na-achọ inweta Biafra. Onye amụrụ ka ndị Igbo si pụrụ ọkwa na aka eji agwa na Igbo enwere eze. Igbo esika ife eji abụ Igbo erika. Ịghọtago? So na ọ bụ na ọ ya anụ nwụrụ take the heat. Nsogbu adọrọ ụbọchị nta ka chụọ na Owere nchi. Ka gaa n'iru. Daalụ nọ.
Chief, I think let's just go ahead with the reactions and all that. At least the space may ka onye ọbụla ghọtakwanu ka Prime Minister nwa echiche and ka o si ekwu okwu. Ị marakwana onye nwa chọrọ eche gị maka ndị na-complain na anyị na-ekwesịghị ịnọ n'ofu space nna ha fụkenene ya ka ọ bịa. I gee ya ntị mara ife ọ na-ekwu. At least some people wey go no comprehension method ebe from 1 to 10 enwego ndị maka o si eche. Ego ndị maka ochie arụ ihe akwa Kim Jong-un ọ kara ihe ọ chọburu ikwu North Korea mana o mee mistake kwuo South Korea isi ndị mmadụ oyi. That was a mistake. Ọ North Korea ka ọ chọrọ ikwu Oh, Kim Jong-un, Kobo. Mana emo.
Don't misrepresent him like that.
Eze Chitoku ka bia makebino.
That is what it says. They are trying to correct.
You know what? I will
go
stand
ahead.
in.
I sense.
I will stand in for
IJ, go ahead, though.
Because host again I can worry when I can never sense when you quack a mail nature no can judge you.
Why am I when again? Why am I when
Nani bukan naso. Nani bukan gas today.
Why am I big you when I get Emma Prime Minister on a cool?
Isibo Prime Minister. Isibo Prime Minister.
Chalubiko,
Onye na-ekwuzi.
Eze Chitoku ka bia ma network ga dị hono mma na ahụ. Ama mi nọ n'ukwu osisi. Ifugon. IJ jemani ihu.
Okay. Well, more all bagono so amaziri m ihe m ga-ekwu. Mana ọ dịkwa mma na ọtụtụ mmadụ gwara ya ka ọ mata na ọwụghị onye Igbo karịa onye ọbụla na-ebe a. Ọtụtụ n'ime anyị macha histri anyị. Ma ndị a na-akụzi ugbu a ma ndị a kụziri before. Enweghị onye nọ ebe a na-enweghị onye olu zuru na Biafra. Enweghị. So ya wuzie na mmadụ feeling na because imego onwe gị ekezi ha na-akpọ ya Chukwu abịama. Enweghị onye ga-ekwuzi nke ihe naanị nke i kwuru wuzi nke ka mma. Ọ gị nwa ga-achọ anyị ma anyị ọ chọrọ ya ma anyị achọghị ya. So ka ọ wụrụ na ị chọrọ ọdịnamma ndị Igbo. Ọ enweghị ike ige ntị mana n'ihe ụmụnne gị na-ekwu. Mara ma enwere ihe ị ga-atụgharị uche ị ga-atụgharị change to ụfọdụ ihe ndị ị na-eme. Ndị nọ n'ala Igbo na-agwa gị sị ọ dịghị ọtụtụ mmadụ anazidi na-apụta ezi akwa Owere nke anyị ka m akwụgodi n'azụ nwa afọ Imo steeti bi n'Owere. Ụmụnne m niile nọ n'Owere. Ụlọ anyị nọ n'Owere. Owere awụzikwa ebe mmadụ na-apụta mgbe ọbụla ọ chọrọ. Gị sị na ihe ị na-eme na ọ dị ụmụnne gị mma. Ị chọghị ịnụ ntị. Ofu ihe m chọrọ iji ya awụ ebe ọ sị na ọ gaghị ege Maazị Nnamdi Kanu ntị because na ọ nọ na DSS. Ya wụrụ na Maazị Nnamdi Kanu pụtara taa wee sị na ọ chọrọ ka akwụsị sit at home a, ọ ga-ekwe? Because ote m siri na-anụ from ihe niile ọ na-ekwu ọ chọziri ka ọ wụrụ ya nwawụzi kọmando already ọ sigo na ya wụ prime minister. So echeghụzi m na ọ chọdịrị ịga route Nnamdi Kanu because enweghị mgbe mụnwa na onwe m ekwetacha ha n'ihe niile Nnamdi Kanu kwudere na ya mana mụnwa filiri na ya wụrụ ya nwa ọ gaghị agba nkịtị n'ọdị ọbara niile a na-awụfu n'ala Igbo a na-awụfu ya ruo na ụbọchị taa ka isi m na ọwụ destabilization of Nigerian economy ebe akwa mmadụ agwala ya sị lekwe ihe ndị Niger Delta mere ọwụ nke ahụ we destabilize economy. Ihe ị na-egbu uwu ndị Igbo ibe gị ụmụ ala Igbo ka ị na-egbu businesses ka ị na-egbu o nweghị otu ọzọ enwere ike isi chọwa ihe a ya sị gị iwu ha onye Biafra. Onye gwara gị na ya awụghị onye Biafra? Ọtụtụ n'ime ndị mmadụ n'ebe a n'eziokwu ya wụrụ na ihe a na-akọ ugbu a bụ mmadụ one n'ebe a chọrọ ka Biafra gawara onwe ha kepụ from Nigeria. Ọtụtụ n'ime anyị ga-enwe opinion nke anyị yes or no over that issue and they believe na enwere ọtụtụ because of what Nigeria si dị ugbu a because of akpamagwa a na-akpasa ụmụ Igbo enwere ọtụtụ ndị ga-asị na ha chọrọ ka anyị mee ya mana ka emezie ya ọfụma ka ọ bụrụ na ya agaghị awụfusi ọbara ụmụnne anyị o nweghị otu ọzọ. Ya rugodi na anyị chọrọ ka a na-echeta ifat ihe nke a gwụrụ m ike ya rugodi na isi oke ka chọọ n'ụzọ ọzọ mebi focus ọ na ịkpọlata ụmụ Igbo na outside ala Igbo lọbata na n'ala Igbo bido nwere biznes n'ala Igbo ka anyị dochita n'ala Igbo ka Naijiria hụ na anyị nwere uru anyị bara. Mụnwa ama akwa ọ gbago ọsọ enwe much to say. Mụnwa tinyere obere poolu n'ebe a sị ke mmadụ ole likiri sit at home a ke ndị na-achọghị ihe ọ chọrọ ị na-owo as long as ọwụ ya nwa kwuru ọgwụna ọwụ eze onye agwala m so ọgbasahụzi ya
Mba chalụnụ ka anyị mee n'ihe a one by one biko Ebuka bubu chalo ka
Chusum ga-ekwu okwu
let's take it one by one.
I don't just understand the Ezioku. I understand the hum. No, because when Samuel was here, I wanted to ask him a question.
Next before
I don't. First of all, I say tell the record straight. From the again, to Simon, but Prime Minister, but the head of government everywhere in the world. Obunu na amaro. Onwe ihe obura na eme na UK, all the Chisunak ka ga-ejide. Oburo the royal family. Onya nwa ka ga-ewepụ, onya nwa ka ga-ejide. Second, enwe yardstick measure economic impact ihe ọ na-eme. Ndị mmadụ na-azụ ahịa na Lagos, ndị mmadụ na-azụ ahịa na Edo steeti, ndị mmadụ na-azụ ahịa na Ogun steeti. Mana ndị mmadụ ada azụ ahịa na Ana Igbo. So it is clear na ndị Igbo na-asọfa. So ihe nchọ ịgwa Simon biko unu na-anụ ihe ọ na-ekwu. Ọkụ unu mana Gandhi ọnụ for years before Britain arapụ India. Biko Simon Chelo because Gandhi na-ebu ọnụ ndị India na-eli nri. Right? Because na Gandhi feel that na yes, na ihe bụ my cross. Because Simon feel no his cross. Unu wa feel no cross unu. Because unu gwa Simon, ya bido ibu ọnụ ka Gandhi si wee buo ọnụ. Ka anyị nwa ka ndị mmadụ zụwa ahịa, ka ndị mmadụ gaa aliba na Ana Igbo. Then mgbe international community ji recognize ya, then anyị weru Biafra. This is so annoying. I'm telling you. I'm telling you, right? Because FDI, right? Abia State, but the third or fourth state with the foreign direct investment. Na Nigeria. Na last quarter. Go see that now. Yes, you can measure economic activities. In it doesn't go beyond that. So, Obuna unu unu gene where obi oma towards ndị Igbo. Bikonu banyanu na state, bidonu na state. Nigeria na agbagodo ọkụ. Obuna anyị nwe Alex Oti n'Imo state, na Anambra, na Ebonyi state, na Enugu state. Anyị ga-adị oyi, anyị ga-adị mma. Then I don't got it very clear. Unu niile bụ ndị oshi. Unu ji Ana Igbo eri ọrụ. Unu niile, because in anya nkịta anụwa for the past 7 hours, so nwe onye kweta n'ofu ihe. Ejide onye ebe omi ebe, ejide onye ebe omi ebe, onye apụtasị na-enwezi iPod, onye na-apụtasị na-enwezi nke anụwa. Simon ebe apụtasị na Biafra, ejide ebe omi ebe, unu ncha niile were ọkwụrụ wee saa ahụ. Onwe n'ime unu ga stand nwu kweta n'ofu ihe si oke o n'ọkwa ihe a. Ejiri na that just
Eze Chito Kabiam on transit network in a break kwa makwa mo anymore. Are you
Can you hear my normal level? Can you hear my normal level break? Onwelego je gote data. Onye ori na akpọ.
Let me just quickly debunk what he said about Prime Minister being head of states. First of all,
head of government.
No.
No. Oh, Mama Sita. Is it still Kabiama? In an Yeneku? I think he's on transit, and I don't know because
yes,
I got one afar because the mantle of bomb banner bafo. He got no come explode of ma. Kadoma forget. High sense. Go up with Siga next. Oh, kwa attack onya boko. Ata.
Na one day ka nkwo kembiko before network aga mekwe ihe mere eze. See, honestly, Daniel, at least even my chief, I like him just no name. No put here in order. Now where see, follow the rules of engagement. Oten doesn't merit self-determination. For goodness sake.
Chief, I thought put your mic. Oh, Chief, just may he question
Chief, Chief,
I said, go ahead, sorry.
Okay, see, a lot of countries, a military determination, a lot of countries have get independent from sovereign countries, and they were rules, UN rules of engagement. And I like what Chief and Daniel, you people just put in a place. And sometimes only I feel as the entire people, the entire Southeast, we illiterate. Nah, this is the first time I know this guy no Koko. And I thank God that he just unraveled. Just no just no totally. And I really thank God that market or I have is unsellable. Any is unsellable. Abraham Madulu is same as that is in the help your own people, or he's destroying Nigerian government something. And you are telling me that he's destroying Nigerian government. How do you think which of indices? Which of the parameters do you think that the start home is destroying Nigerian economy? Imagine SMEs. You don't know what the meaning of SMEs. Common SMEs, durability in the entire Southeast, and this is purely dependent of other states. We have Akwa Ibom State, we have a River State, we have a lot of South State and other middle belt that is coming trooping in the Aba market on Monday. Ubane reduced their drastic, and the entire marketers are even complaining because of that. And we still have the indices of trying to tell you that look at the money that we are losing, especially the SMEs. Madam Ponya no kuaru kasi say ma ebuwarishi. Oh my God. Thank God it's just unraveled. And I thank God because all this why, because you already blocked me, all most of all those. See, and again, what I want to say is that our munchore imehesa sitatomo o ega ho the madna chegra business aga where how much and which are some all these army checkpoint geba ho ga me ya kahununu ndara just to find deliberate, you can't ask them to go and sit at home. Are you okay? I just thank God that he's just unraveling himself. Because I was thinking that he's the kind of person maybe he have a sign, he's a celebrant and the rest of it. God forbid. God forbid. This is not the kind of person that the Southeast needs. And I thank God that the entire people that in this space rebuke it. I thank God. You know the kind of we are talking about for almost in 2021. Most of the students do not write WAEC as of mathematics. Most of the students do not write WAEC 2021, 2022 is on record. And some people are trying to defend this kind of nonsense. If not because of the parents and the teachers of those people within the SATIS room that have to help the students, especially the SS3 students, to go and write their WAEC. Do you on Mondays? Go and check the timetable on the band. This is the statistics. You are destroying the business, you are destroying the education. And even with that, the Southeast reason they have to fight so hard in order to make sure that their children go to school. And you have that God saying that it's just that I pity the Nigerian security operative. They don't know what to do. They are purely because if they know what they are supposed to let those people out. Because to me, I still describe them as criminals. All those people that is forcing people to start, they are criminals. They're just a common criminal, just a reflex. Because they cannot be able to even have a face-to-face and even do a normal engagement. Nara. Daniel, thank you, and Chief.
Thank you, Hisense. Bika ga na eje n'ihu. Biko onye chọrọ ikwu okwu nọ na speaker section iwe nye aka. Ọkwa nne kwugo anyị ebutu oge ka ndị ọzọ gbagote. Then I'm not trying to nye n'ụmụ nwanyị mic. Mana the last person bịara ebe a amakwa m ka o si kwado. Amam ebe o si bịa. Because let's just be respectful so that we'll just have a very good conversation. Chief, when you try to cook, I got I know Chief.
Network
Yeah, you could onye gaga after you, bo Starman. Sorry, after Starman, and I got to Kenny. Honorable, that you get check. Oh, those half a kageba, Emeka, Kabia Jida Kejide nke Moses. Chief, go ahead.
So eventually, if Basalo this sit down at home, the state may benefit very well because of impact on them when Anambra State but Delta State. Delta State may benefit heavily from effect of Ilue Delta na Ilue Asaba. In fact, most people now are busy Asaba, see Asaba. Now busy their shop na Onitsha. And for they move go to their shop completely. because of just crossing the bridge. Once you cross the bridge, and on afia dazo, afia kanazo, but then you might compare the percentage because you might need fast sometimes. The matter there what impact it had them. Ketabu na egugide na Delta State. Na bakuzi, yeah, that is if we bendi Igbo na-ejezi Ghana because they want to move completely from Anambra State. So what am I eji wee pụta ebe a na-asị ọnwa anyị asị eji ọfa nna ka ife ije move la Asaba. I was na on Mondays in the custom ya na-eji abịa customers ya na-esicha other places a na-akpọfa ndị ọcha ịmana like ịnọ n'ime afịa asị gị ndị ọcha bịara afịa on Monday ndị ọcha na-abịa afịa ọbụna shop gị mechiri emechi your counterparts no just across the bridge na-ele afịa because this is one of the questions actually ebe kedu ife mee na ọ dị implement that sit down at home na Delta na Rivers na Cross River na kekwe ebe ọzọ Akwa Ibom Bayelsa because based on the map ebe map Biafra kedu ife mee na ada emie kedu ife mee na that the team the Liberation Army or the whatever the security architecture ha nwere kedu ife mee na fe me akabara fight ka make sure na ndị a na-eme observe that same sit at home because if ominu bụ na ọsọsọ ndị Igbo been at the 5 eastern states na California before gbasara Biafra then at the end of the day it says ya na eme institute to the process South Korea mel institute so that onye bụzi onye Ọnịcha ya abụzi onye Ọnịcha maka na osoro wee kwenye na a ga-enwe Biafra under your activism, right? Ife ndị a niile before ya bụ iche echiche n'isi onwe ọ na-awa isi like ọ bụrụ na ife Maazị Nnamdi Kanu gwa gị ife Simon Ekpakwu ife dị no ife iweli isi kịta weli isi na-achị ka ife a kịta nkwụ ọ dị ka ife a enwe ka o si wee make sense n'ịbụ onye Igbo ebe a ka a mụrụ gị nọ na ikwu na proses ndị a ji aga ka anyị wee nwere onwe anyị na-esọpọtụrụ ya anyị nwerezie onwe anyị bikos n'ọfọ nwa dọtara ya fasị gị na ịbụkwazi onye obodo unu na ya enyere ya citizenship so na ya achụpụ ya achụpụ kedu ka ya bụ ife si wee make sense as onye Igbo ibu nwere akọ na uche achọkere ka nghọta that thing because ọ gbalụ the question ọsọ ọgbanya ọ da-aza question straightforward ịjụ ya question ọ na-agba akụ that is the problem ya bịa ka mara m ife ọ na-agbala ọsọ ị na-agba ọsọ na gị na-eme you cannot lord over Igbos. That's the truth. Or the Ndinki radicalize you go. You can go with them, not on exile. But you can't lord over everyone on your Igbo. You can't do it. From nowhere. And the funny thing, Bonande, I don't want to mad whatever, no, if live and whatever. If any now, because you are hiding on the internet. When they come to grand scheme of things, you will not even be on the table. You will not be there. You will not be there. I go banana and there got if now. Eventually, you will not be invited. I keep saying it. But you can be fighting in the way opposing opinion to your own. Na this Twitter. You can be fighting them on open or if you will be the best I can be a security official in one neg. Because maybe you're going to get one year and about dog or I can get you as dog. Macanebunya gave she balfatobo, my Waloma Bepum Madun, Nama Bobo Domena, Senate or kind of lunemia. Can the mother bia? Ndumeli sure go bia. Kafano lunia. Ayo na akwado. Obuna na akwade no ogu nyabuna na Igbo. No problem. Mana ogu ozo agha anu bu kwakwifu. Unu fulo ife obuna alo na Igbo since 1970 welu eketa. Otu obuna ifo ani Igbo si wee debo. Mbo individual so na agba. Mbo onye obuna na agba individual. Nwekwa presence of federal government no na Igbo. It'll allow user from Enugu to from Onitsha to Enugu. If you go how many years those are the keta. It'll that road now better concession no but no MTN now losing abuso. But no federal government. No MTN loss here for tinye. So you wait na unu na kwada another one ya bụ na nke aketa unu kwadala ofuma. Unu amara ife bụ government. Unu amara ife bụ government because each na Britain na ndị nwecha interest na oil and the natural resources in Nigeria. Ya chọkụ unu apụa. Asị ọcha ka ọ bụ nke this time around otu esi wee dị ya dị egwu so n'ifere na-ebu uche because afụrụ na m ife ekwuru ebe a today Simon respond to bụ no a logical thing make sense to onye ọbụla jela akwụkwọ na m akụkọ onye na-ejere onye jela akwụkwọ think ife niile ọ na-ekwu ebe o make sense to you but they're not going about first person here in a comment section. Now condemn Madonna. Now, Macarana challenge here. Open but oji more space, more time. Because Nankobu no kuna that challenge anything. Nobody asking question. Oh, you're our supreme leader, you're our prime minister, you're our leader. Nkobu no ku is a god. Iya kubi aka cross na epototo te polia isiana. Epototo to sebula ebe obona photo. Wolu photo ya debe na room ge. Epototo to sebula na eba. So that you go webu if obu no ku otu aka oge sede. I drag a question, respond to question. I challenge you, respond to as onye nwere ọgụgụ isi. I does not say, and I do useless question. On what a question do useless? Onye na get your water. So bikonu, ko alebo na ibela eba. Onwere onye na-achọrọ ka ndị Igbo nwere ọnwa fa. Etu amụnwa na achọrọ ka anyị nwere ọnwa anyị. Mana ọ bụ na otu a, under his leadership, otu o si eme, with this counter attitude on, no, it will not work. It will not. I saw them they got convinced. Because I don't want there a lot of followers young with the same manner, the same thing. You will just see them littered like street urchins in the comment section talking rubbish.
Chief, Kai, yeah, no, mute your mic. No, mute your mic. You'll go Secretary Simon. Because most of them then thumb down na nibucha ụmụ amaghọtakwa plan unu biko thank God na enwego some ụmụ nwanyị karị dị ka ọ naanị ụmụ nwoke na-azọ dị Biafra Madam Integrity afọ m ga-aghọtakwa m afọ anyị zagakwa kịta cute mom mana ị na-agbalị Starman n'ebe ahụ
from Integrity.
Cute mom bụ onye ọzọ, but they use the same profile picture.
You mean ihe okay Starman ị n'ebe ahụ I got chat and I got to Kenny because I gave Bezia and Kenke 4 minutes, no more 5. Chief, I'm how many hours he can wait more, but let's cut it down. Starman, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, from my understanding, we were supposed to have this discussion this morning, and there was supposed to be a co-host for the side of Simon, but I remember when I came into the room.
Because now.
Chief, Starman
network on the bar. Okay,
go ahead. Starman, you guys sorry if I got ma'am. Go ahead.
Okay. Ogenji Batana the room. When he holds up. And the room was beginning to look like echo chamber, like one-sided, basically. And yeah, I just thought, this was not what was agreed. So I was listening for a while before I eventually even decided to come up. And at that stage, because the room was one-sided, by the time Simon came in, I think people were already emotional because I think there was a lot of deliberate effort to misunderstand Simon because everything he said clearly. Now, I'll even start by the whole prime minister issue that people seem to be representing as if he imposed himself on us and he's now some sort of king. First things first, and I think it was, I can't remember, someone came and like two speakers ago came to have a rant about the whole prime minister. First things first, the prime minister is not the head of a state. The UK, Rishi Sunak is not the head of state of the UK.
The prime minister is the head of government. Bikono, what is all this, for God's sake?
Okay, the government is not the state. The government is not the state.
Sorry, when I get Starman, you won't Igbo.
Yeah, I'm on Igbo.
Bali no sutuni fa kuno ni since 9 on Igbo space because so pray na ha so anyi we kwa ko sha da si janja. Oni that go ahead though. Go ahead because adabiko afu go there ko socha. I when can we download the prime minister tinya na jumbotron so that we not confuse ourselves.
Okay. See, the government is not the state. The government is a part of that state. In the UK, the king or the so-called King Charles now is the head of state. is the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, and he's the head of the Church of England. He's the head of everything, not Rishi Sunak. So this misdirection people are trying to make, like Simon is imposing himself as a king, or because he said he's prime minister of a government, and people are just deliberately trying to misunderstand it. I'm sorry, it just sounds very amateurish. And then as for sit at home, now Gandhi, in India, they use sit at home against the British Empire. When people read about Gandhi, they will be hailing the guy, how he fought a British Empire with non-violent means. You see this sit at home, I keep saying this thing. As Nigerians are complaining now, in the end, everybody will sit at home in the end. Well, obedience, why haven't they gone? Should we do a protest? See, for Biafrans to reach this stage of sit at home, like as if they haven't done everything already, they haven't protested, got shot at, they haven't complained to their governors, been ignored, been maligned. They've done everything. But Nigerians, the rest, they are still learning. Obedience, they know why they didn't go and protest, even though there was all the noise to protest. But they didn't in the end, because I'm sure the memories of NSAS, of what happens to you when you protest in Nigeria, was still fresh. But you see, in the end, everybody will realize that sit at home is the only thing I can do left. That's the last line of action and defense. The last thing. I refuse to partake in my oppression in the government. I'm sitting at home. And then knowing fully well that unless the Nigerian state is now ready to send army to come and be dragging you from your house, in which case they are now transgressing. But mark my words, in the end, the whole of Nigeria, especially those that want to be saved, will sit at home in the end. And when people complain about sit at home, the thing makes me laugh, because when pastor calls for all day, nights, and whatever vigil and thanksgiving and sowing of seed, nobody complains. But when you sit at home for your own free, you are spoiling business, this one, that one, nobody complains. When they burn your shops in Lagos or wherever else,
Someone be wrap up in 30 seconds.
And force you to sit at home, that one is by force sit at home. You just come on social media, you shout, nothing happens. You see, this sit at home, I think, is trauma from the hunger that they used as a weapon against us in the first war. I think that's what it is. That some of us, in response to that trauma, we just freak out.
Sorry, Starman, because it take go more than 5-6 minutes. Man, you when I can't go in on a southeast.
No, I'm not in the southeast.
In on a Nigeria.
No, I'm not in the zoo.
Oh, what can hot Taribish about me?
That made you.
Boo, Chel. Boo.
So,
what has me? Boo. That got to be anything.
Simon, you wouldn't know.
Bia Ebuka.
What has me not been in the southeast?
Starman, because Kaigani, you when I get Kaigani, you take go more than 5-6 minutes. At least I have to get Bishop. I'm only on Anambra Kangini. Maybe you would have had a different perspective. Mana, Kenny,
you're talking as if I don't have family back.
I know you.
Okay, I want to make a comment here, Chooks Biko.
Okay, Chief Imechaka, Kenny, go ahead.
The comment I want to make here is that it's very unfortunate that some of our people have become so brainwashed that they are using the trauma of our people living in foreign lands that are being persecuted as an excuse to justify the self-inflicted trauma that is going on in the Southeast. It's appalling. I can't place it. Because if you listen to what they say here, do you prefer the burning of our businesses in Lagos than sitting down at home? It doesn't make sense. There's no brain in it. But
Representation
then
of
it sounds like a justification. So
the emotion.
because Igbos are facing persecution abroad, outside Igbo land, then it is justified that they should also feel some pain. So if they are feeling pain at home, that should be a good reason, because there are some that are facing it in Lagos. It doesn't make sense. If we are not going to speak the truth, then there is no need for us to be having conversations on social media. Let us stop assaulting our intelligence here. Some of us are not fools. This journey, and what do I know here that doesn't want us to have our own homeland, to control ourselves? But when you come here in public to make some defense over things that doesn't make sense, you are insulting our intelligence. Or as if you can we're like Mazin on a secondary school or Mazin on a primary school, you just put them together. Because Nandibo, na Ndibo shop hoko, na Balogu, na Mandelas, na Lagos, or Kama. You are trying to justify it. So because na Ndibo na Abu na Lagos, no clothes were down completely. Managenwa, be outside Nigeria. In our fact, government, some of you self, maybe government na go free. Ubosobana saw a file unemployment in benefiting nobody on here. You got to go. In my PTO just benefiting nobody baby. Man, then on an Igbo na agba na far like it. No, but no, if I can begin when we do one agent, now if I draw man or draws it from my not saying if I draws young man, in Asian way, let me be enjoying after all. No one thinking Lagos and a bone of Oko. No one on why are you using trauma to justify trauma? It doesn't make sense. But let's move forward.
Okay, Chief, thank you very much. Kenny, because there are lots of requests, and when they try most times I know the space, of course there are going to be reactions and counter reactions. So Kaibali and I know over 85 requests back.
So bad.
Kenny, go ahead with 4 minutes.
No problem. Chief, I can make it. Oga troops at the grant. I call me your one in the funeral. No senator to akotunu suelo eso Simon earlier. How do you when Mike here the on?
Mute to go ahead, sorry.
Okay. So I call me your no senator to aka so that could spend their more time ka and when more people or Julia Juju. But unfortunately, go. But I would have actually ịmaga Mike mosi unu biko unu senete tụ aka otu esi esu ya sị akwa m na otu esi su dị njọ mana akala isenete tụ aka in my opinion so that enwe more people jụtara ya ajụ ife nche iju ya wụ maka ọ sị na a na-atụ vote atụcha vote declare achọrọ m ịjụ ya kedu obodo ọmaalụ nọ n'obodo oyibo wee declare independent based on vote atụrụ abroad ka a ga-anọtụ ka a na-anọ n'ụlọ atụ nye m any country ọmaalụ or anybody na-esuye nwee ike ịgbagote egwu anyị na obodo tụrụ vootu nọlụ na foreign land wee tụọ vootu wee declare independence bebe in a foreign land echekwa ma a na-atụ vootu anyị anọ na Nigeria wee tụ vootu kedụzi ka o si wuru n'obodo oyibo. That is number one. Number two, nchọizi ya bụ na ife ọ na-eme I don't think na ya nwa bụ Simon Ekpa na convince people ọka adụọkwu dị successful otu how much successful Nnamdi Kalu make himself and eventually if Nnamdi Kalu nweta criticism na ọ nara anata and he got arrested mgbe e release ya ọ gbara ọsọ at the first time ọ galụ na-aga from town to town. Akala m ịjụ aka ekwenye ife ga-eme na gị nwa aka etekire the same line onye na-edu gị onye ndu gị lane for you. Why haven't you come back? So at the end of the day, ife mere anyị gada ebe a na-ege an empty vessel ntewo because na gọọmenti anara alụ ọlụ. Ọ bụ na gọọmenti na-alụ ọlụ otu Peter Obi si wee lụọ ọlụ mgbe o nwee challenges nke anyị ama nna enwe this conversation today you know. Man, otu I see now, so the guy name me attack and or look at the guy and wherever the anime. I have listened to him now for the first time. Unfortunately, the guy is so empty. It's so empty. Obuna Bugote, he just if the guy just stupid question or answer what stupidly naga. It's so empty. Obuna the Carlo now. I can accord some respect for that guy based on every day he's bringing out new topics, new teachings, whether you agree or disagree with him, you cannot ignore the intelligence of that guy. You can't. And he came down Anibo, Mevomel, until the military has to take all their armor to go and face him in his hometown. So I called him that respect. But to this guy, Biko Onyadu, so empty. By the end of the
Akwefugo, Secretary Simon jiri nwayo. Akwanshi gị chelu. N'onye chelu. Ka e mere ụmụ nwaanyị na-eso Simon na ka enwe obi ọkụ. Unu dị
Nna
mkpụmkpụ.
choose buda na-ezu ure ana ka ndị mmadụ na-aka. Buda na-ezu ure ana.
Nna mam choose look at onye na-ewetara onwe ya.
O Ebuka.
Ima,
Kelly, go ahead.
ife dịkwa n'ife ọkwa anyị nwa ka ndị obodo ọzọ na-akwa iyi na anyị nwa pop at the end of the day but anyway, in order to kangali hug Mark so much, so please even now admonish us to understand the bona nsogbu anyị nwere na government anara alụ ọlụ. Simon Ekpa is an empty man. Obo that na government na-alụ ọlụ akali anybody na destruct things in Igbo would have been wiped out. Onye apụta ya ọfa biko ka anyị ghara waste we understand there is a hunger in the land and the young men are easily enticed to all these things. Mana rapụzi ya na egbe biko ka anyị mara otu agha esi wee mee ive a. Ọ bụkwa na anyị convert to vigilante in order to achieve the same purpose we actually secure our homeland and our land, which anọ n'ụtụtụ na-ekwu maka etu efi si aba na ndị mmadụ. Efi na-aba na land ngochie n'ime obodo ndị mmadụ ji aka ọlụ. Efi na-anọ ebe anyị na-emebilivive. I agree. Oke ọ bụla anyị convert unu to vigilante, ka convert ya unu to vigilante kwụwa unu ụgwọ. Ọ bụzie na enwe ndị ekwero can constitute nuisance to the community, then they wipe them out. It's as simple as that. But the problem wona ndị isi obodo ndị gọvanọ bụ ife mele anyị na Simon Ekpa. Simon Ekpa na-akpọzi onwe ya prime minister or whatever ọ kpọrọ onwe ya ọ maka gọọmenti anara alụ ọrụ. So biko anyị kwutukwenu maka that empty vessel anyị na-eti ọnụ ọ gọvanọ anyị kpatara iwe anyị ji nọrọ ebe anyị nọ iwu gị. But ụmụ onye ngele ntị kịta Simon Ekpa he's so empty. Onwere onye ọ na-convince, onwere new story, enwere new invention ọ na-ewepụta like Nnamdi Kanu. Nothing. He's just an empty guy making noise. So gbara ka nchezo onye mana ka anyị ghara na ichezo ọ ndị nchi obodo anyị tiela anyị n'ọnọdụ anyị bịa anyị n'ọlụ n'ofuke space onye nọ n'entity do empty n'ezu ndị mmadụ ori pụta anyị na anọla ebe a nọkọ mana nsogbu adịrọ ọ nwanne anyị ka ọ wụ dị njọ dị mma ka ọ dị
Kenny ekene m gị biko anyị ga-agakwa n'ihu biko ka anyị shikwuo 4 minutes onye ọbụla biko ajụjụ m chọrọ ịjụ bifo anyị ejebe bụ because anyị na-agbalị ka anyị nwee nwaanyị na the space mana ọ dị ka ndị sekretrị niile Simon Ekpa ha nwechara obi ọkụ biko enwe nwaanyị IPOB nwere low BP anyị ga-enyenwu Mike ka ọ bịa nọkwa n'ebe a because ndị niile na-abịa
Honorable Ada
bụ sekretrị Simon enidi nwaanyị sekretrị Simon
Honorable Ada bụrụ Biafra.
Ọ bụ na ịbụ nwaanyị
anyị emeghị eme ndị South Korea
na Liberation Army biko nyegodi m love or high five ka nwee ike wegote gị na speaker section ka nwee one person ebe a ị na-etekwa no documentation ị na-ekwukwa nke gị aga na-anụ gị then ọ na-eme interjection ya mere anyị ji send ya to Abis anyị
Daniel. Yeah, Igbo tres ihe Kenekwu. mana enwe anya m ji wee
Okay, Dan,
sị
sorry. So sorry, Figa,
ọgbakọ olu
Ikucha, Wake Up Africa, quote, then and I got to Justice, then Solar. Honorable Adakan, okay,
all right.
no. Dan, go ahead.
Yeah. So because nọ na-adị mma ige mmadụ ntị ọ bụ na ọ nọ late absentia a na-ekwu ọ dịka a ga-asị na onye ọbụla ha etile enwego mbọsị anyị nọ na space na-akpa nkata onye si ya na ya adịghị Simon na-ekpa ntị nọọ ịbịa nnọọ anyị na-ege propaganda asị ndị mmadụ na-asịla anyị so taa Simon na-ekpa wee join anyị lo and behold ngwanụ welu flọ Simon na-ekpa wee na-akọla anyị nke na-agba ka moto mana one thing n take away from ya okwu and I agree with him. One thing n take away bụ na ọ sị na ọ bụrụ na ị nwere gọọmenti na ọ ma na akọs gị insecurity na Southeast and ya bụ eziokwu ya bụ ezigbote eziokwu ọ bụ na ndị na-represent anyị na ifefa na-eme na ha na-eme ya ọfụma there will be no Simon Ekpa mana Amerịka mana obodo ọbụla a na-enwe strong head ndị si n'isi adịrọ mma government should have the capacity to tame them. Ọ dị ka ihe a anaghị enwe Boko Haram na North ma ọ bụ rọbish anaghị eme. Anyị nwere governance. Because ọ bụ na anyị nwere somebody like Simon Ekpa will not be there. Na ụdị mmadụ na-akọ 21st century ị na-eme not self-referendum na ga-eji wee ji Gmail ime na picture isendie nke ji emere nke eme emesie ya i declare Republic of Biafra. Onye ka na-eme ụdị ya?
Inwe 5 Gmail, itinye 5 different pictures, the 5 votes ga count.
So it's pathetic. Ka anyị gwọrọ nwaanyị eziokwu.
Kedu eziokwu ị na-ekwu mgbe ọbụla
ị na-efolo political discourse.
na-atụ asị too much. That's why we're not making forward. Every time somebody say ndị Asaba nọ na-abịa enwe business. But I have a Asaba somebody who is here. Chief Mazi Uchenna is in the East like you guys. I was in the East as well. But why are you people lying?
Justice Chalono ka Wake Up Africa gacha before ga.
Mba chelo ka ngacha no
Daniel, I know. I mean after you. I don't like him.
So ka m gwa eziokwu ịma na a na-asị agụbasị ọsọ agwọ mile. Anyị ga-ana ebe a Justice Chukwunna ya edobe gị ndụ ka ị ka nọ sọ 40 years. Oscar ị ka nọ sọ highest maybe 45 or 46. So Chukwunna ka ga-enye gị ndụ. We'll revisit this conversation in the next 5 years. We'll revisit it in the next 10 years. Anyị amalụ ife ijetel na approach. Because ama m onye nji adị ekwuli ya. Ọ na-abịa na-eme ihe mee ọfụma. Na mbido say South Sudan. Mentioning of South Sudan mention abụghị na ị ga-adị ka South Sudan. No. Mana at least as at the world I've been here today, the last country nwere independence bụ South Sudan. Ha nụrụ agha for 20-something years. At the end of the day, ha mechiri nwee referendum. Before ha nwee that referendum, ama m ife ejelu for more than 10 years. I used to be very, very politically conscious. All of these media organizations, international media organizations, every day gana discussions about South Sudan. Meeting nke one nature, meeting us, one nature, meeting us, emegide for years. And here na web international discourse. Simon Ekpa ibi n'obodo Igbo. IPOB unu nwere body across the world. I mean where just say I'm normally agitation na-enwe many processes. Gwana anyị kunu si wena engage international bodies. Lawyers unu na-edega ona esi ada enwe different political events. Man came recently, World Economic Forum. How many of these forums can they present the issue of Biafra? They discuss here with international bodies. How many times can purchase Biafra? How many times can they go call him? I'm going on a New York Times, more on a Wall Street Journal, more on a the UK. On a case here, Mifa. Before you they call him about the Biafra agitation. isi na ife gbasalo sit at home na ọ na-eme federal government affect. Well, in the Wall Street Journal, nye the statistics, more any other international journal, nye media organization, nye the statistics. On here, at least onye na more the advantage of some of those things, but obu no onye na for the mainstream media. We can go on a daily. And now, who are these Biafrans? Who are these people? Mana forum. Or one night when on a CNN. I love the okay, a spokesperson, a Biafra spokesperson, guy say, okay, Zain Asha, program na CNN, they made an interview discussing about Biafra. Call na BBC, call na Sky News. So, in what good with militia, na South is can we militia. Who are the spokespersons? Mosote Sasa when case in Nam the canon na court. Say how much effort Gatra Igori put here in one of those cases? Ne Osbo's ban me and all international news. Can the man go who is this Nam the canon? If any na buru nangba. Maniko ya sege no. You are the enemy. These are what some of the things that will put you out there. Okay, how many media platforms have you even funded to say, okay, fine, I will a media, a web platform? The matter when they call it. Majority of them they create their own mushroom, blah blah blah. When they spread the false propaganda. It's one email if you mail off, man. Because I have gone the melia. South Sudan, I can hire him. Hana anog. I can hajidega, I can. We saw how they did theirs. Because of a melunke, I follow. Every day, United States government releases editorial. You can still go back to the VOA now. It years back. How many times they were releasing editorial on South Sudan? Before you could take the Oku, finishing agreement for referendum. Manita no less in a self-referendum. Gmail. It may say, yes, it may say, okay, how will you calculate it? Can the Yeshua mandate mail vote yes or no? Because at the end of the day, oh, yes or no. Can they give vote yes? Can they vote no? Yeah, but I'm not cocky. We should only like school. I can say and say no, don't argue, don't question, accept it like that. Time anaga. Don't them mother waste. Makon we bono nebu go na Southeast in 2015. Makon we bono nebu last year in the name of Biafra. He just said to young children up, come hage focus. Joy ya karaka. Oh, you may believe na got to Biafra. Oh, na go has na Biafra gabia tomorrow or next tomorrow. Ndị kwesịrị ije mụọ aka ọlụ this year ma ije gbabọ this year ga-arapịa asị gị na a na-achị mee referendum a na-eme arụm afọ aka gị chuks na-eme referendum a kịta in the next onochi wee kwuo in next 1 year e declare Biafra ọtata ka ebido kwụ n'ọdụ ụdọ rọbish akụkọ a wazilike mechiri nke ya mesie ya emechi kpọchie release uche na mmadụ mesie nke ya Nnamdi Kanu ama mgbe even man Nnamdi Kanu gboo nọọsị go na a ga-enweta Biafra this year. Now it's almost at least he started being on the radio. I don't know exactly. I still remember now 2014. Kanu don't know about him. Na radio Biafra. Yeah, 2024. 10 good years. Let's stop wasting our lives. Ima na-ekwu na-ekwu Simon Ekpa ọ sị na ọ join in 2019. Ima mgbe anyị nwa join Intima nkwa na anyị nwe emego Biafra. Mokwa na anyị nwe emego Biafra na ibia n'isi. So onye join the 2019 na-abịa etuzi ọda na ọmụzi ọkachamalụ.
Daniel, they have Biafra enough. They have Biafra.
Ke maka uche mefọ ha na ndị ọzọ. Ha emegho Biafra. Isi from nowhere bata na 2019 onye ọbụla bụzi onye nzuzu bụrụ onye iberibe. Na je zuo ike biko onye ọbụla si ọbụla maka na ọ na-abụ agbacha onye ọbụla nkịtị na ọpụta nnọọ na-akọ ka ochi wee nnọọ masị ya unu efiru onye nwere mmadụ m Chuks well nsogbu adịghị opportunity anyị nyere ya taa
because the man drop bomb pụkwa ịga n'ebe a because ndị
ọkwa na ọgbasakwana m ọkwa anọ m use my co-host privilege ịkọ rubbish votu oge onwe ọzọ always ha ịmakwa insult onye nwetago na DM today nwetago more than 100 insults today na DM
my brother.
onye kparịa mụ na ndị nke you voice note
because the Fulani chụlara gị South Africa.
Oh, just Shalom.
South Africa because of Fulani people bịa here na-akọrọ gị.
Anụgonu m Fulani chụna m South Africa gịnị wee mee mana ana m eje Nigeria na-eje abata nwanne Finland Simon Ekpa bịa Nigeria ọ bụ na ọ ka ya obi Simon Ekpa bịa na Nigeria Justice Oscar Simon Ekpa tụọ ọnụ down na Nigeria ọ sịla anyị nọ military officer ka ọ bụ Simon Ekpa tụọ down n'Enugu.
Nna for justice na bịa very soon. Akwago m ya kwado.
I'm here.
Coordinate ano this house very well. Coordinate ano the house very well. Ihe abo ihe ndara ka unu na-eme ebe a. Coordinate here very well.
Bịa nwoke tụrụ.
Onye na-abalụ m mba. Onye na-abalụ m mba. Mgbe Simon Ekpa na-enye ọda, ọkwa onye unu ọda na-eme ya. See, I am the chief superintendent. I am the chief superintendent of Biafra. Na space, equal rubbish. Go to oge. Who are you? Who are you? General Commander, the Biafran Army.
Give our next prime commander.
Simon Ekpa
It's okay. For the next 20 minutes, about 10 hours. 10 hours we have been here. My brain is turning me. My brain is turning on your own now because
turning on.
There were a lot of things I need that is image go. And unfortunately, at the man says, "Oh, they can remember justice in the woman at the man phone network now. Or they can have been on a space. He hosts for a while. My God, the glitch and the moment I talk a space here crash here. So I'm not on any phone. So can just still know who can wear just the phone. Just wake because na phone m na-achazi ọkụ. Ife na-ekwu bụ na m ekwu ya na-ekwusie ike. Ọ bụ na ị nọ na this struggle ka ị wee nweta Biafra. Mana ị na-enjoy privilege si nọ n'obodo ị nọ. Ị na-ekwusi ike ka ndị nke nọ n'ala Igbo na-agwa ị n'ọnọdụ fa na-adịrọ mma. Esifafa tabanya bụ afọ. Na ọka mma karịa na a na-agba m ụlọ afịa ọkụ na Lagos ma ọ n'ugwu Hausa. Nwanne m ya bụ ife adịrọ mma. Ife abụrụ position onye kpọrọ onye Igbo kwesịrị inwenụ. Nwanne anyị nwoke here Justice si na ọ dị aka onye bụrụ na ya bụ onye ọcha. So Justice, for that statement alone, ị kwesịrị ịdị na-etinye ọnụ ife gbasara ndị Igbo. Because if you're onwe gị as somebody dị Igbo enough to be involved in a conversation. So you're supposed to extricate yourself completely from any conversation Basalo, Ife Biafra, and Anibo. That way to do you good. But then at the same time, I know you cannot even be involved in conversations about America. You cannot, because you don't even have the understanding. That being said, if I know one about and I call on Apple, some of you people now net threatening on them mad, net threatening on them mad. You don't want invisible. You're not invisible. Even with your account, you're invisible. If you may share, you cannot be traced. You're invisible. So because decorum. You might not like my point of view. I might not like your point of view, but I will not insult you personally. I will attack your point. That's all. I will attack your point. Mana emeralo anakpọle mmadụ biko nu ka anyị kwụsị kene na ya. Ọkwa no nwanne ka anyị bụ. Egbue maka iwe si nie maka isi. Ịghọtago. Brasilo takwa ka a na-anụ ọgụ a. Ndị be anyị na-asị onye si nwatakịrị ya jide nkapụ. Ya bikutele ya mmiri o eji wee kwa aka. Ibe anyị kọranụ nọfụ Chuks na Daniel gabarụ n'ihu. Unu chọzia na anyị enwe ọkụ, ya nwụrụ ọkụ.
Mba. Elu ama nwa ọkụ, ama nwa ọkụ.
Declare Republic of Biafra. Mekwete today. You are now a Biafran. You understand? Abu na ikwuru ihe, okwefulu. Ife ọbụla nkwuru, ọ bụ na ime here, you'll be sent to the gulag. will deport you. Kebana no Buketa chokes. Or Sudan straight. Sudan can be send the straight. You
Control
understand?
your feeling, Daniel.
All of you must be Biafran by fire by force. Chooks,
Oh, wake up, Africa. Kekime. Good afternoon, good morning. In Ebanwa. Okay, truth. Aka in a head, figure Feba Mania or Jima Yana Mafoge. Wake up, Africa. You're going next, Biko. Are you there? Okay, I can unmute. Sorry. My brother Bahalo. Imi get just space. She gonna turn again. Or his management. Oh.
Anyway, thank you very much. And I've been here for as close as 10 hours, but not having the opportunity to speak. But it's all good. Ekene Monyo Obuna, Chief, Daniel, all of you. Daniel, Obaragina, Mwoko. Yeah, Bambo, reduce the mobile. Anyway, the truth of the matter about a lot of things in Choburi, Kuimago, so many things has happened. When I go me say, I'm just trying to manage, continue them together. From beginning, when before Simon, all these things has come by. But if you enter young day, Bobo, especially chief, no, when I'm done, I coordinate this. No, if it was possible, more able to who could say, ihe ọbụla ndị a na-ekwu ka ọnọdụ ka onye nwanne ya na-aba ọhịa ị na-asị ya pụta ya sị gị mba ị na-asị ya pụta ya sị gị mba gị isi oke ngwa ebe ị ga-aba ọhịa bakwụwa n'ọhịa ọ ba ọhịa ahụ as long as ọ nwanne gị ọ ga-ewutekwe gị so ihe nchọrọ that time bụ ọ bụrụ na ụmụ ha ga-esi eme contain these people because ihe abụkwanụ solution ka anyị na-achọ because the devastation ndị anụnwa ga-eweta n'ala Igbo ọnwụ na managing this thing very well ọ ga-emetụ ọgịnị weda ma anyị kwere ma anyị ekweghị ndị a isi kote ndị a kote anything ha ga-ekote ma ọnwụ na managing ya very well onye ọbụla ga-ebute ihe dị na ya ọ ya ka nje ọnwụ na ọma na-asị ka a hapụ dị ọkpa ka a ghara ịmago ndị na-eme ya attack ma ndị na because ihe agba atọfụ iwe ka onye ọbụla ji avoice ihe dị ya n'obi. But personally, I would have loved to manage this thing very well. Allow all these people here. At some point, he would realize that we're not dafts. Everything, especially when you everything with a process. This Western countries when interest in the country and Nigeria. Gabia just cannot no has to go okay. You may for this thing online, you declare has to go okay, you go out. There it means you don't even understand that there are countries that their foreign policy, right? I'm talking about powerful countries whose foreign policy is to make sure that Nigeria remains the way it is. Then who are you to be able to think that the way you want to do is going to work out for you? Anyway, now I think in simplified terms, because I don't know how else what behind at this space today. In simplified terms, of what that Simon can against Nando against now I think Kano missed an opportunity when he could have used the influence he has in Igbo land, where form a political party, because as an no let us begin to build. Take that influence from a particular party. At least we go the governors that you have influence over. Let them begin to build that paradise. I have to go to Nigeria. I build that paradise. By the time we build that paradise, because Ekpa has no, don't join politics. There is nothing you're doing in this life that politics is not part of it. But that whole idea, can we go there build at least the 5 eastern states. A build or the solid, then the place will be a place of envy. And then I put as the this thing.
Konyo with this person now. Oh God, sorry. Wake up. Bikono. Unu chono ka enwe conversation na. Unu ga-agbali ka unu wenu as in butu unu more unu control unu feelings unu. Because nwanne anyị nọ from the other left side. Unu na-enwe obi ọkụ too much. Ihe a bụ mgbede ọwụ na-enwebe ọgwụ BP gị biko gbalịa ṅụọ ya biko so that ịbata ebe a ị nwee ike ịjoin ya na the conversation biko because ivurukwa BP abata ebe a BP na-enyezikwa kidney disease o anyị ada agwakwa ya na Nigeria ọkwa ọnwụ biko then wake up Africa biko Jema. Oh, you have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. So, I mean, this is just my position. I was just wondering, oh, naga you these people. Nah, what mother aga have is only agwanam. And they who Igbo, like Chief said, who can only be more Igbo than any other person. I in Chabundi Igbo. You can't have to tell you later the same and they go to August. I want a mass support they get in the mama with the passport. Nah, Musi come on, can I make I know by me? I'm organizing no mom now, or I'm organizing a mom name, you know. But I think all diplomacy and I lack here. These guys and all of us just need to understand that he need to do diplomacy. This thing needs a lot of thinking, a lot of strategy, right? As regards to this sit at home thing, nah, in order to be able to have effect on the people that because people who you are asking to give you this leverage of referendum, if you really want to impact them economically, you don't have to come back to Southeast and say, how does that affect federal government of Nigeria, for God's sake? You have to be able to design something that can affect them economically. You know, you can think out of the box. There are so many ways, there are so many things that you can do if that is the strategy you want to adopt. So that affect. You need to be able to talk to your people across board. One day, actually say on this particular day, we want to do something to make the government understand that one night Haji, we want him released. If you're doing that, now they may say that Nona Agara Nigeria, for instance, they observe so and so day. But that requires communication. You cannot use your bullish attitude and tell people, no, if you don't want, I stop on you, I do this. I think it requires understanding, it requires a lot of critical thinking and strategically approaching this issue because this is a survival issue. The only thing that worries me is that irrespective of how these guys are, anything they do affects all of us. Now, Madone and Igbo is now, to some people, it's a very difficult place to go to now. People are afraid. And Malakwa Nigerian government themselves, once you present an opportunity, give them an avenue, they will exploit it. Then when you keep on the ESN, I protect this, these people will form an alternative. They are very smart at doing that. Even during the NSAS, they were literally conveying criminals around to go and disrupt things. That's not the NSAS. I think I change of Mandi, I get change of man. And then ndị nọkwanụ ndị na-anọrọ n'ime IPOB ihe nchọ bụ ka anyị nwere ndị anụnwa ndidi ka anyị were nwayọ na-talk to them so that ka ha maga nwụta ga-esi wee wepụta ha close ka ha wee gee ntị because ha na-eme would never lead anywhere. You can't get anything like this, not in today's world, maybe 18th century. Now from I'm just rounding up now, okay? So it's not gonna work. But I do strongly believe that the whole I focus on the something that can get our need very well. Elect the rightful people in office. Imagine what LXOT is doing in Abia State just in a few months that he's been in. Imagine those who have, if Enugu will do the same, Anambra will do the same, Ebonyi do the same, and Imo State will do the same. In a matter of years, Baniga way baggage we're not matched. So what we need is just the right people in place. And then gradually we know where we are going. But I got a plan here very well. A lot of things I wanted to say has been doing, but my brother, let me just stop here now. But I thank you, Chief, for this space and everything. May God help us all.
Thank you, Wake Up Africa. Igbo Mamano, because I know a lot of requests. So because ineku ibali aki ibe ya na nkenke, then ikucha age budagi kamike we go 10 dozen because they na request Mike close to 70 here. Onye ọbụla chọrọ air view ya and Chiefs na ọ ga-ahapụ the space ka anyị niile ka anyị kpaa nkata asụ ụmụnne biko then because like we said if I just make your own points because don't come for anybody. Just attack the point, don't attack the person, so that we'll have a very peaceful place. Because solar mami no igacha justice aga. Justice Gacha, Honorable Adaga. Sola, good afternoon, good evening.
Ndalo no Sachus ndewo Sachus. Chief Ndalo. Akuna na nekwu.
Yes, sir, I know Goga Sola. I know very well.
Ihe dị na ya bụ ka ajụọ ndị Igbo ka gịnị ka unu chọrọ. Ihe abụ ajụ agajụ ndị Igbo niile, ndị Igbo ka ihe unu chọrọ. Maka na ị na-anya n'obodo ahụ a na-akpọ Naijiria. Ịnụ achọrọ anyị, a na-achọrọ anyị. So anyị nwa bụ ndị Igbo n'onwe anyị ka ihe anyị nwa chọrọ n'onwe anyị. Na-aga ngwa unu, ọ bụrụ ihe niile ka a na-apụta na elekere na-ekwu. Ịnọkọ uche ndị ọchịchị nọ na ndị Igbo nọ n'ọchịchị, ndị Igbo nọ n'ọchịchị, ịnọkọ ebe ha nọ. Jụọ ha ihe ha na-eme ndị Igbo oge ha sị gị na ihe ha na-eme anyị adọrọ mma. Mana n'aka ha na-ekechiri ya ekechi. Gịnị ka eji kechi aka ha? Bikos e nwere ndị tiri ha ebe ahụ ha nọ. Ha na-ege ntị. O mee ka ọ na-ekwujọ onye ahụ sị ya mba ikwujọkwa ya emekwa gị ihe dota be gị hụta ya bụrụ gị ya bụrụ ndị ugwu. Kọsa ana m anọkọ wute ụfọdụ ha. Ha ma na ihe ha na-eme anyị adọrọ mma. Mana advice ụfọdụ ha na-enye bụ na unu nwa na-anọghọ n'usoro ọchịchị obodo a, unu nwekwara ike ịzọpụtakwa obodo a. Anyị ka unu na-azụ mana anyị ma mpụta bịa kwuo maka na gịnị anyị nọkwa n'ime ọchịchị obodo anyị ma ihe na-emenụ. Sọsọ onye na-apụta ekwu abịaribe o nwere the courage pụta na-ekwu okwu ndị ugwu gbaa ya ụkwụ ebido atak gburugburu mana ndị be anyị nọkwa na ọchị kwadokwere nyanwa kwado ya dazụ nwaanyị ka ji nọrọ ebe ahụ bọsọ ha kwadoro ya. Na ha nwa anaghị ekwu abụghị na ha afụghị ha na-eme ndị Igbo kama na ọ gịnị na ọchịchị ka esi wee dozie obodo a bụ Naijiria ka esi wee kavụọ ya aka vụrụ ya nke bụ na onye ọbụla ga-abata n'ọchịchị na enwere onye ugwu ị ga-akpọrọ isi wee nye. Enwere onye ugwu ị ga-akpọrọ isi wee na-enye. Otu a ka ha si wee programụ ya mana nke ndị mere ihe ahụ the same Britain ahụ ha ka na-acha ya by proxy ka ntinye n'oyibo. So Britain bụ oke now abịa n'obodo a bụ Naijiria ndị obodo ahụ achọghị anyị bụ ndị Igbo ji ha anya afụ ndị Igbo. Nwanne anyị nwoke Peter Obi ụwa niile kwadoro obodo gburugburu atụọrịa tụbinyere ya aka o merie asị gịnị na-eme ka ma ọ ga-abanye dị ya kama ya ka ihere mee ha eme ya onwe ha unyi n'ihu etechie na onye ọbụla anakpuo ana ha ekwuo na ekwuo onye ugwu ji ọnụ ya kwuo ya before wee sị ka ma onye Igbo na ọ bụrụ ma ha nwa bụ ndị ọ kpọrọ onwe ya aha ha nwa bụ ndị nọọtụ na ha ga-achọ ka onye Igbo chia mana ndị a chịrị Naijiria bifo onye na-anya aha bụ Naijiria bụ ndị Britain ama nkwete ka onye Igbo banye ebe ahụ amabụbụrụ na anyị ga-ama ma na-aghọtakwa ihe ahụ na ndị ama nkwe ka onye Igbo banye na ha nwa bụ ndị Fulani chọrọ ka ha ga-alaiki ka onye Igbo chia mana ndị ahụ bụ ndị Britain ama nkwenata ka onye Igbo banye ebe ahụ. So kịta obodo ahụ ị na-edu ha anyị ebe ọ na-anọ onye Igbo mere nke onye Igbo mere nke a mgbe ha bụkwanụ na ha ka na-ajụ ekwuta ha n'okwu gbasara Biafra ntutu isi ha kwụsị ọtọ onye ọbụla na-achakasị anya maka gị na-ekwutere ihe gbasara Biafra ọ gịnị na-eme na anyị nwa bụ ndị Igbo n'onwe anyị apụtakwa n'onwe anyị tizi ka nna ebe a na-ege foto na gbasara ma gị ihe ndị mmadụ na-ekwu anyị nwa bụ ndị Igbo n'onwe anyị apụtakwuo anyị na-adụ onwe anyị vam ndị ugwu a nọrọ ebe ahụ ndị aja ya nọrọ na-achị ọnya ha chọrọ ka ha na-eme ha dụgba onwe ha vam anyị nwere ike ịdọgide ha in the next 30 years anyị ka nọkwa ebe anyị nọ a na-eti anyị egbuo naanị o emee naanị nke a kee ụzọ gịnị ka anyị chọrọ a na-enwere ihe ọzọ ndị Igbo na-eme anyị ga-akwụsị onye ọbụla apụta a na-enene ihe n'ọkọmọnụ nka onye nke a wụ miscreant onye nke a bụ nka mba ugboro ole ka ha bụ ndị ugwu ha sọkwara onye ọchịchị ha mee ha ị gaghị afụ ka onye ugwu na-ayọ nne ga-apụta kwujọọ ya ị ga na-agwa ya na ihe a nwanne gị nwoke mere adịkwanụ mma ya chọọ otu ọ ga-esi wee mee ka ịghọta na ihe o mere dị mma ịfụ na sọpọtụ ya n'obodo bụ na mere tweet almaji nọ na steeti tret na ya ehola Atiku eji eme tweet ahụ wetuo ya ọ ka ị wee mara ka ndị a si wee dịrị ọpọ na ihe ha mere adịghọ mma ọ na-ekwu na ihe ha mere adịghọ mma ha tret na ya eji butuo ya. So gịnị kpatara anyị bụ ndị Igbo ga-apụta onye ọbụla anyị fụrụ anyị na-ene n'ihe okwu asị gịnị ka ọ gụrụ o ji ego o mere nke ha niile bụ gịnị mmadụ ibute onwe ya na-etipụ ya onwe ya ka abịa n'ihe gbasara
bịa ka onye na-eme ihe a
ka onye na-emekwa nke a
Solar, sorry.
Ebe n'ihe gbasara nwanne na-abata na Lagos for many years, mana mgbe ndị ndịda anyanwụ bịa bidozie elekọta a na-emezi gị ka sif na enweghị onye bụ nsị ha ngwa ọka mma na m burie na be nna m ọ na-efu m ije na ọ na-eketa ibupụta kọntena 40 feet is 12 million naira nsị na ọ na-efu m ego ahụ ya fuo m ya ga-ebupụta ere ya ebe nna m mara na ego ahụ na-efu ya fuo n'ala nna m jiri nwayọọ buru ihe niile bu n'anya n'Igbo ihe a na-ekwu ịnọ Igbo ịnọ n'ala enwere m warehouse na mgbuka Obosi ị gaa na new taya mkpọ enwere ndị mụ na ha na-arụkọda ndị na-ekpọkwa afa then ihe a na-eme bụ ajụrụ m ha sị ha ihe unu na-anọ every Monday enwee na fọs unu ha sị mba na ha ji aka ha decide ya na ha ga na-anọ n'ụlọ maka Nnamdi Kanu ha ji aka ha decide gịnị kpatara bọndụ ọbụla akpọchie main market kpọchie mgbuka Obosi kpọchie mkpọ kpọchie ihe niile ị chọrọ ịgwa m n'ọfọs ka a na-afọs ndị mmadụ kpọchie nnukwute ahịa Soludo abata sị na a ga-azụ ahịa mee nka ndị ime ahịa ndị isi nọ na Ọnịcha kpọọ ya sị ya wepụ anya ebe ahụ etinye n'aka ebe ahụ Soludo emegoro gburugburu ọgbaghara daa ọ na-azụ Peter Mba abata n'Enugu steeti na ọ ga-eme nka ndị mmadụ eme protest si hapụrụ ha na ha achọghị ịpụta ịbịa na Owerri enwere bọda na-azụ ahịa na Nazi na Owerri ọmọnde ọ na-emepe shọp ya mbata dị m eje na nke ọmọnde mụ na ya nọrọ ahịa na-azụ ọmọnde enweghị onye na-abịa ghara asị ibe mechienụ shop menụ nke ụfọdụ achọghịkwa ịpụta ụfọdụ si wibil sef na ọ bụrụ na akwụsịkwa ọ bụrụ na erizi Nnamdi Kanu sef na ha wepụta ka Mọnde ga-abụrụ ha nsogbu bikọs ha na-ewezi n'ụbọchị ha ji ezu ike so ụfọdụ ndị ama mpụta ebe a na-asị na ndị mmadụ na-asị hapụ ha ka ha zụba ahịa nwanne nweghị onye ji gị ịzụ ahịa ịchịpụta mepee shọpụ gị enwe onye ga-abịasị gị gwa iji mepee ihe ya kwụsị na Owerri asọfụ na mụ na gị na-ekwu okwu a Nazi anybody on Monday ite atụ ihe na-ekwu on Monday gbadaa Nazi ebe a na-ere bido materials ọ bụ na ha emepe ọkpọ ọmụ onye achị a na-azụ ahịa ebe ahụ ele so otu abata na Aba kwutere okwu sit at home ọrụ focus ihe ọ na-eme na-arụrụ onwe ọrụ mana on that Monday ụfọdụ ndị Aba na-emechi ime ahịa ha enwe na-abịa fọsụ ha ma ha chimepe shọpụ sị ha ngwa unu ga-emechiriri ya ọhala eso otu nọkọta kwuo na enwere ndị na fọsụ ndị ma sit at home ọ dị-ekwute okwu ya o focus ihe ọ na-arụ because Naijiria unu na-afụ bụ ha na-akụ from Abuja ahụ ha na-azụ draft ha ji ndị Igbo azụ na-akụ game insecurity nọ n'ugwu Awụsa insecurity nọ n'ala Igbo nke nọ n'ugwu Awụsa mana ndị a buru amị ịgafete everywhere were amị wujuoro anyị n'ala Igbo petepe na-aka ọsọkwu mmụọ problem ha chọọ ka udo dị ma ọka n'Igbo juo oyi ha chịpụkene ndị amị a ha wụsara n'Igbo ka ha mara ma n'Igbo ọma nju oyi so ka a na-ebule mụkwa ịkpa mere nke ọ dị nke ya wee chuzugo ihe nyanwa chọrọ mekwa ebe nyanwa fọkọsụrụ mana n'ọbụ n'uche m otu ọ batara online ka ndị mmadụ ewere mba na gburugburu chụpụ ya aka hapụ ya ka ọ na-ekwu ị na-amụta makwa ihe ọzọ ị ga-ajụ ya ị na-aghọta ebe o si abịa bikọsụ onye a na-egbugodo egbu Hitler mere ihe o mere n'ụwa kpọkwa Hitler na-adobe ya oche na-ajụbi ya ajụjụ ọ convince egide reason ya ji mee ihe o mere ị na-afụtakwa reason side from his own angle so the thing bụ anyị bụ ndị Igbo gịnị ka anyị chọrọ obodo achọghị anyị nwa na onwe anyị ekwutokwu Biafra ụfọdụ ndị sị a chọrọ ya na ya achọghị ya at the end kwa anyị nọkwa na-ebe na a na-emegide anyị emegide kedu ihe anyị bụ ndị Igbo chọrọ
Thank you Solames for na contribution gị anyị nụkwara ife ikwuru and ọ dị very straight up to the point kedu ife anyị chọrọ asị ndị Igbo ekenekwa m gị ọga anyị Justice Ogo na-aga next kịta ịgacha Honorable Adaga then Honorable Adagacha anyị enwe Onowu then Truth TV so Justice biko 4 minutes Justice straight to the topic biko Jojo Oga Justice ị nọ ya
biko na ana m anya moto enweghị ihe ọbụla m na-ekwu because ndị niile nọ ya ndị obi abụọ Solam, I just want to thank you because East I know about Christmas. You know, sometimes they come here and they keep lying to our people. That's one thing I don't like. We're all in the East Christmas. Most of them I was not in the East. But they will come and tell us, come back and fight for your Biafra. As if we don't want to come home. We know that Nigeria doesn't want us. Why are we forcing ourselves to Nigeria? You are accusing Simon of things Simon didn't even do. Something that he didn't do. You people are accusing him. So You can live in your delusional. That's your business. But one thing is sure, Biafra is coming. Freedom is coming. If you don't like it, pack your things and go to the north, and then Plateau will tell you their story. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Justice. I give book room flights. Can be Asia. I can name my side north. I get you. Honorable Ada.
Chooks.
Dan.
Chooks.
Dan, I can hear you.
Oscar. I get nweta Biafra. So kwa ngi na ama nweta Biafra. You understand? Man, I get nweta Biafra n'ụzọ ziri ezi.
Justice na Zakwa Oscar.
Oscar, afia Oscar. Maka na otu justice. Yeah, ọkwa ndị otu ọsị anyị bụ ndị ọkọ anyị ọnụ ya nwa nwe nke eso okwe.
Afia agwago m na m na-abịa.
Mgbe at the peak of sit at home in the southeast, ọ nọ na southeast mgbe ahụ at the peak of the sit at home, ọ nọ southeast. Ọlọ mbọ na ịgba be kịta onye ọbụla ji wee mee Christmas mgbe na Christmas this last December may enjoy. Kịtazi ọ na-akọ toto mgbe ọ na-ekpu ọkụ n'ebe ahụ. Hapụ na ya. I say who must come with equity must come with clean hands. I asked Rogi when na Biafra. I asked na Gachu na Biafra. This is to Solamex. Mana enwe ife obodo ife ọbụla a na-eme nwere usoro. And ihe ji wee na-ekwu maka usoro a bụ maka na ife a niile ọ bụ na ọsọsọ ego ka a na-ewest. Ọ gbasara m mana ndụ mmadụ na-aba n'ime ya. An account kwari cost. Since 1999 to date, Igbo anyị one ka egbugo maka Biafra. Ụfọdụ ka a na-brainwash, ụfọdụ ka a na-asịla asị. Unu na ebe a mgbe ndị bịara ebe a na-ekwu militia mshọn ha down. Ka eke ga-echi webata na space, ị na-akọ militia, ị ga-eme nka eme nka, igbo ewufu ọba. Ọgụnwa kele onye ahụ. Ọ bụrụ na enwere ihe meli ị ga-eji wee mịa, ọ ga-enye gị moral ị ga-eji wee bịa nnọọ na public space na-ekwu ya. Ọ dịghị mma, ọ bụghị otu a ka esi eme ya. Onwe na-ekweta na ebe na Israel kịta a na ha atụgharị Israel na-ekwu maka genocide. Israel na kịta na-anụ ya na Gaza. Ma ha bịakwa they still try to deny some of those things. Nke gị bụ nke a na-achọ nke a ga-ebu ego ịpụta ị na-claim responsibility ife ma nke ime ma nke na-emehụ. Ịmakwa that you are not going to go scot free. Ịma nakwa cost free. Negodo ọlụ anyị maka ọlụ dị 4-5 years ago anyị maka ọlụ dị kịta. Ka a na-agwa n'onwe anyị nke bụ eziokwu. Biafra abụrụkwanụ do or die. Emeghị ya do or die before I feel the repercussion. Anyị ga-eme ya n'usoro. Ihe anyị na-ekwu dị asị ya enwere ya na-benefit na Nigeria. Na-adị anyị ọkwa ashị. Na steeti gị kịta. Google steeti gị ga-afụ jee check data, jee calculate ba federal allocation since 1999. Since Obasanjo bido chiwa Nigeria na take over May 29, 1999. Calculate your state, ego ne batago na your state. Ego ka ihe ji ego a wee mee. Ọkwa EFCC release ndị ya na-achụ bụ governors. Ọkwa afọ Mojizo Kalu 500 billion. Mutiye Oji, how many billion? Billion ọ bụ obele ego. Ihe a ego ebulu mgbe ahụ. Maligodo ihe ga-eji ego a wee mee na your state. So, ọ ga-akakwana mma na anyị take responsibility. Nọmbụrụ sọsọ ị na-asị na onye a mere m onye a mee m nke anyị na-emekwa n'onwe anyị nkọ. Ke maka nke anyị na-eme onwe anyị. Mmadụ na-anọ somewhere na-edistract ndị mmadụ si na onye a bụ president or prime minister of Biafra na exile. Mana enwe steeti ocean ya, enwe onye bụ gọvanọ na steeti ya, nwa onye bụ gọvanọ na steeti ya na-control the resources na-eme nke ọ na-eme. You cannot confront that person. You may not need to see even the mother. Let's stop diverting our attention. Let's focus on the five questions. I still think you na Biafra. Actually, your Biafra, try in a very good way. And we have the Nigerian militants who were messing in the family. At the end of the day, they sheathe their sword. Will say Magomago when they make us when they make it. Can you know why Yaka? The good all the rubbish Buhari committee, atrocity. All I will good leaders. Buhari ga commit those atrocities. Even Keta Buhari committee go do those atrocities. It is actually enough point for you to document all of those things. Put it out there in the international community. But IPOB and the Biafra were not leading that. Can you even take those things now and take those things as okay, we are taking these people to the International Court of Justice? At least Femi Adesina or last week or 2 weeks ago, I have some of those horrible stories there. I even in DSS email in 2021, David Honda Day, but I think not 2021 or 2022 about EML IPOB.
Daniel, sorry, can I ask you a question, please?
Will I go? They hustle back. I here. Nobody has some Tibos or Bona, with Tibos or Bo, so that one boy, the 21, 22, get your choyo galo. I say, now they went to be afraid. Happy your child. And me say, time I got.
Dan, can I ask you a question, please, before you hand over to the next speaker, please? Dan, can you hear me?
Please, I'm supposed to speak. I beg.
Honorable Adora. Yeah. Adora, I got said,
Daniel, Mike, you get the quite open, my brother. Okay, so this is the thing, eh? A lot of people, Imago, as normal people, I'm a moral standing. I'm where Uche. Let me just put it that way. From here, wake up, Africa, cool. Imago to allow these people deal with them in a different way and all that. You can't reason with people or a person where a God mindset. You can't reason with people like this. And when you cook denalo, when he cook denalo here, I'm not happy this person no leba a pet gidi maybe before. And when you cook day, now this person will eventually reason with you. On your way a God complex. Automatically, prime minister or to go on as prime minister. He's completely laser focused on actualizing that. People worship him for some reasons and now understand it. He has gotten used to that level of reverence and he will not let it go. So no matter how you follow these people gradually, you know, I came again there, Fulani headsmen and no today. Listen, there is no reason why we should not push back completely. Push back on bad behavior. Simon Bogoteleba, he was completely rude, disrespectful to every single person on Eba, even disrespectful to Ndi Igbo, Nonweha in general. And just thinking that there's a way we can reason with a person like that and get him to understand his method. Let me make this quick analysis, right? Nnamdi Kanu. I thought Nnamdi Kanu Sibido during regime Buhari. Buhari was not in cahoots with him in any single way. I'm at the rest of the story. What happened to Nnamdi Kanu? The same government, when they want to work, are they serious? What happened to Nnamdi Kanu? They eventually packed him up and put him in jail or today. When we tell you people now, this Simon Ekpa, the completely state-sponsored, please reason good in here for 1 second. Because often at the state government or the Nigerian government he deal with this issue. They know exactly what to do to shut this person up. So for him, he claim, after the election, I'm still fighting against Tinubu. Please spare us all of that nonsense. Spare us all of that. Within amongst us to self-sabotage us. And it's disgusting to view that a lot of us who say my on a normal day now accept this nonsense as in just swallowing in on your nako. How many times here? Now. Will you bequeath position in no? You might disperse in Okulu that he the kind of Potagodino, then all decide is here, or is here not the part of Biafra. Then Amaziel Kayesime will now continue where we stop. What does that tell you? That Onya Anua is not working hand in hand with Nnamdi Kanu. In fact, he does not even regard or accord Nnamdi Kanu any respect as the person below this movement. This person who a power-hungry person who a God complex and people like Justice Nanti Otieno on this space since now uphold this bad behavior, making him feel like his majesty or some kind. It was to know the prime minister how only humility, and I will be the last person here seeing a construction line on Nigeria today, but we're just in the hand of another dictatorship. God forbid, it's not possible. South Korea. Seriously? How many people see South Korea also? In fact, in his own words, this person, John, now decide who is Biafran enough and who is not. How dare he? Ajugia, how many times here? What is your stake in Alibo? Not one thing, Kokumulu. Can at least I'm his background, I'm his history, I'm his family lineage. Who is Simon Ekpa? What is his stakes in Anibo? But no, none of you want to think about that. Who they know bloodthirsty and running with rage. Kandina Masare Fenana Mado. Ifele mebuku no chanine. It's buti ifele mebuku no cha. Our young boys. Oh, but the government is not doing anything. That's brought about Simon. But really, brought about Simon to become what? A savior or what? Because what he's doing is he's become part of the problem. He's become part of the problem since this whole nonsense, insecurity in the Southeast has skyrocketed. So don't tell me that. Don't preach to me as if now say CG where because hear your own this thing, your own agitation. Then he had you're a crazy person. His method of crumbling the Nigerian government economy is by diminishing the taxes or contribution, financial contribution of southeastern states to the Nigerian economy. How is the southeastern government making their money? How are they making their money? Opera from you and I, taxes in southeast, the residents in that same southeast. This person is inevitably crumbling the resources of Undibo. Amongst us, I can't believe now this kind of person in platform. One year the platform immediately. Because only what we're giving him is ammunition to go on his stupid space, come back to where his victory and conquest here. This circus, we upheld it for so long, and enough. We need to start pushing back seriously, vehemently on against bad behavior. Any single bad behavior should be not tolerated at all. On one another in a situation, a reason. He has to reason with them. Now eventually they will understand, because every time you say one thing, they hear something else. They hear what is entrenched in their brain, and everything that's entrenched in their brain is selfish and is just born out of power control. It's just like APC. It's just like APC. So for referendum, Guinea, we need to see Kangokuno. I want these people have people on the ground. They will run into southeast, get our people to vote nonsense he had educated upon. So it borders on all of us now. All well-meaning indeed. I'm not going to skip saying Biafra. Indeed, because it's burden on all of us right now to start speaking to our people back home. Educate them. It's unfortunate that we have to stand up against our own people. I am all for succeeding, because Nigeria as it is constituted is not working for any single person. But I'll be damned, man, watching Kitty. For this kind of people, dictatorship, somebody feel like the be all and everything of Undibo or Undi Biafra, like he likes to say it, to now be the head. How? When? Everybody were very intelligent people amongst us. God forbid. God forbid. Thank you so much. Because Daniel, try go on forget about it. These people need to just be squashed. Or we Fulani headsmen see ravage communities in the north. And now I want this middle belt. How can you get and squash them? That's how we need to squash these people, snuff the lives out of this their whole agitation before it had it too much. These people have nothing to do with Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. Mazen Nnamdi Kanu is very different from Yeni Nandi Anakoeli. He is very, very different. This Simon Ekpa faction is not working with Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, and we need to open our eyes and see it right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Equal of I because ọ ga-adịkwanụ mkpa ọya ka nji wee na-ekwu na anyị bụ ụmụnne na ọya dị mma na anyị na-agwa onwe anyị eziokwu na ife anyị na-eme onye na-ekwu
Dana, biko ka m just make one of
Chelnu ka olu onu ton again na biko we ga-adị n'ọkụ. So ọ ga-adị mma na anyị mere ihe n'usoro. You understand? So na ọ ga-adịkwanụ mma anyị bụ ndị gụrụ akwụkwọ anyị maara ife. O nwere ebe nnukwu. He may not be outspoken. Ama m na onye n'onwe nke ama nke bụ eziokwu. Some of his points the right mana enwe ebe ọ na-edi mperi. You understand? Ịma na ị na-eri mperi, you're just believing yourself. Oh, magic, it's going to happen. No. Asịrọ ngị ga-adị na optimistic maka Biafra. Nwaanyị sị gị na Biafra adịrọ mma. Mana a ga-eme ya n'usoro. Ka ọ rapụ ịbụ ịmago agwọ one agwọ enwe ike take a 2 step forward, emechezi take a 10 step backward. Maka na ụdị ife anyị na-eme. I nwere izi njada abụ nna ekwu sị gị, let's count the cost. Since I bidoro na-eme ife a, kedu ife anyị megolo achieve ya? And anyị change bụkwa in style. Ọkwa ofu style anyị ịmago anyị nwa na ọ bụ na o mere ka anyị si wee chọọ na ọ ma work. Ka ife anyị megolo achieve, o nwere ya anyị kwunu ga-anọ ebe a na ka ngwunu nke bụ eziokwu. Aka eji wee jidere ezo eji ndị IPOB ụfọdụ ndị a ji wee na-azọ maka Biafra. Ha ga-anọ ebe a megide ya 10-15 years. Ịfụ nnọọ one minority tribe na middle belt. Ekwunie nnọọ one day ji maka ha divide ya Nigeria. Maka gịnị? Maka na ị chọrọ ime ihe ka esi eme ihe. Nọ ị chọrọ ka ị na-aza n'ọgụ a dị njaji na ị na-eme ya mana ị makwa na eziokwu that you are incapacitated, ị nwere the skill set to achieve it. Unu ga ha na ebe a kịta na ndị middle belt kịta ọkwa mbọsị ha bido kwuo middle belt mbọsị okwu na ha n'isi na pịam ndị eji ije a na-egodo ihe anaghị eme na be ha kịta is already drawing international attention. Eje iji ya eji maka kewa Nigeria mana ibido go says na anụ ọgụ go to go thousands of Igbo youths and go maka ya ma ndị destroy their businesses. So biko ka anyị lụọ onwe anyị aka ihe a new year I man know if I ga-eme ka enwee peace na udo na ọganihu na South East. Tinye aka na ya. Ọ bụrụ na iwe ada ife ada agalụ gị ọfụma ikwuo ama aka a ga-esi wee nyelụ gị aka. Ọ bụrụ na enwe ndị chọrọ ọrụ ama aka a ga-esi wee nye aka ka fa nweta ọrụ. Ọ bụrụ na enwe ndị ya agụ akwụkwọ ama aka esi wee sọpọtụ ọfa ka ha gụwa akwụkwọ. Ka udo chia na ọ bụrụ onye ọbụla food aka na a na-azọ Biafra a na-eme nke a na-eme nke time ama m ndị West eji ekwuru ya na ama m ndị West n'ụgbọ aka West for years. Every day onye ọbụla agada a na-akọ Biafra ga-abịa tata ọ ga-abịa tata ọ ya abịa echi. Aha na-aga time a na-aga na-akọ the same story. Ijili ha na-eme eke ego fụ ya bịa n'ode something Eastern whatever tinye ya logo ije ebe ahụ ide ezigbote propaganda gaa na Gariki gaa na major news superstars na South East a na-edisive onye ọbụla na-ekwelu. Biko choose ka onye ya aga Gabriel ka
this guy na-efe aka chọọ efebe anya ka onye na-akpọ ka ọ gaa next
choose biko ka mgbada aka unu nwee space.
Choose ka onye na-aga.
Okay, Nedu chelu oiwewe na gị ka anyị nugodi from nwoke telivishọn a then Dan oyi gị nwoke nọkwa na request Mike Captain ka anyị maa ma IPOB ọ dị iche na ihe anụ a Captain ga-efinishi mmadụ taa. Nedu ị ga-eche Truth Gabriel Chalonu Gabriel nwoke
Okay, Daddy.
California na-enye nsogbu too much.
Okay, Daddy.
Truth oshikwam Daddy. Truth ijecha I know from Nedu then I abịa to the Mary. I hope n'ịbụ nwanyị because ụmụ nwoke na-azazikwa Mary these days.
I won't whine because
Ngwan okay chalo Nedu gacha anyị ga-aga ngwa Truth let's hear from you n'ife kpọgo m anya ebe a since.
Mgbede ọma na ụmụnne m. Biko a na-ekwu okwu ebe a iwe onye ọbụla adị n'ọkụ before m bido aha m bụ Maazị Emmanuel Oremijus onye nke a maara with Truth Views TV on YouTube and on Twitter. Now issue nọ ebe a kamgbe m bidoro gebe ntị my brothers anyị niile bụ ụmụnne mma gwa unu nke bụ eziokwu. Onye pụta ya sị na Simon the Root na ọ kparịrị ndị Igbo but the kind of insult a na-arel here on Simon, is that the way you talk? Or ulaye esi na-agwa na ụmụnne anyị okwu? A chọrọ ka emee ihe a n'udo. Kedikwenu onye pụta ya asị Simon mere nke a mee nke ọzọ agụụ niile ebe a niile kpọchara Simon bụ only but 30 something years. Kedikwenu onye n'ime ụnụ na ndị a niile agụchara akwụkwọ nsọ gụchara akwụkwọ n'ala Igbo nwere ike ime ihe n'ụzọ dị ihe a ka esoo ya. O nweghị onye pụtara. Onye apụta Maazị Nnamdi Kanu pụtara sị na ọ bụ obere nwa. O nweghị ụdịrị iyi na-aka a na-eme ekibe referensị na Maazị Nnamdi Kanu ka important. Oke, Maazị Nnamdi Kanu aka important. Kedụkwanụ ihe unu mere asụ ndị Igbo ịgbakọ ọnụ jee wepụta Maazị Nnamdi Kanu? Unu makwa na ndị Eastern Governors buru ụzọ proscribe IPOB as a terrorist organization. Now, na-ekwu na Maazị Nnamdi Kanu ama mmenwu nke a, which is Maazị Nnamdi Kanu the good. Why do you people then proscribe him? And ọ bụrụ na unu sị na ọ bụ unu nwa proscribe Maazị Nnamdi Kanu, why is it? What have you people done? All the governors, onye kwuo okwu kwucha ya sị na onye nke a zuru nke a, ọzụo nke ọzọ, na gọvanọ nke a na-enwe gọvanọ, na only gọvanọ otu. We don't have leaders n'ala Igbo. Onye n'ime unu na-emenwu ihe Simon mere pụta ebe a na-ekwu okwu, it means na onye a bụ failure. Before i mewe ihe, before i kwuo okwu, ihe gosigonu nke a bụ nke imegoro. Ọ bụrụ na na-ege ụmụ ihe a na-akụ ebe a, o nweghị onye n'ime unu wepụtagoro one strategy. Ọ na o nwere ụzọ ọzọ anyị esi eme. Kedụkwa n'ụzọ ị nweghị ụzọ? You are not telling us another road, but you are telling us that the one that this man is doing is bad. Nke nwana onwe gị tọrọ onye agha m ụzọ ihe esi eme ya. Kedụkwa n'ụzọ gị onwe gị si wee pụta in order to give that light ka anyị wee nwee ike so gị. None of you is giving the light. And ị na-condemn nke onye na-eme. Afọ ole ka unu dị? Ege-eme ma o nwere onye nke si na ya nọ South Africa. Ihe a ama m afọ ole South Africa chọrọ their own freedom. Mana afọ ole Nelson Mandela nọ. Mana na ebe ahụ agbagidere egbe until ya n'olu ha. Ọ na-ekwu n'okwu South Sudan. Unu ma how many years South Sudan gbara egbe? Ndị South Sudan ọ pụtara wee sị na business anyị nke a na ịbịa ha wee nwee their own freedom. Gwa m obodo oyibo ebe nọ. M ga-agwa gị, akwụsịrị m na primary 3. Akwụsịrị m na primary 3. And by the special grace of God, I'm brilliant in terms of reasoning.
Exactly, ndị na-ekwu okwu. Enyi ya gbasị na America apụ ekwụsịrị na primary 3.
Mba. Chalo. Ako biko, ị ga-eche your time. I say, anyị niile ga-ekwu okwu. Request ka kale, ka anyị na-enwe ya one by one biko. Onye kwuo ihe na like ha, o ruo turn gị, ị counter the points. Biko. Ako, biko. Thank you. Biko, Organic Truth, jirekwani afọ Igbo ịkpọrọ ebe akwa afọ oyibo, ọ dị ka inwe ha afọ Igbo. Emmanuel Remedios. Mana gawakwa.
Thank you, my brother. Biko, ihe anyị na-ekwu ebe a bụ ụlọ ya esi adị mma. Onye a na-anọ ebe a bụ co-host. Ihe tosiri ịnọ bụ ụlọ ya esi adị mma. Onye na-ekwu iri ụlọ ya bụ ezi onye agwa na mụ na castigate Simon ebe a na ọ dị rude. Man, your own rudeness bụ top notch in everything. Onye kwu iri unu praise ya, unu niile nọ ebe a bụ ndị Igbo. Ihe tosiri ị na-ekwu bụ kedu ụzọ anyị esi aga n'ihu. Onwe onye n'ime unu wetere strategy nke nwetara unu na-asị na ọ dịghị mma. Afọ ole ka ị ya adịzi wee gosi that strategy? How old are you? Simon dị 30 something years ka ị na-apụta
round ọnụ up biko no round ọnụ up.
Chọrọ ịjụ Simon, weta m ebe I can answer you any question ị chọrọ ịjụ Simon. I am Truth Views TV. Aha m bụ Emmanuel Remedios, and ndị nwa na onwe gị na-asị na m enwe aha Igbo. Ezigbo aha m bụ Onyebuchi. Nke si ịchụ enter ya your own report.
Mba. Asị m ka m jụọ. Relax, anyada.
Aha m bụ Onyebuchukwu.
Onye Igbo mere anyị introduction, nyere anyị introduction with afọ Igbo abụọ.
I will answer you that question. That single question. Ọ chọghị ịza. Weta na ihe ebe unu niile gara akwụsịrị na primary 3. Weta that question. I will answer all of you. Because
Nsogbu adịghị, papa.
I have listened to all of you. No single point.
Na ngwa anyị agago gị. I like your point. And anyị ga-aga n'ihu. Ị ga-anọ n'akụkụ so onye nwee ajụjụ you would answer. That means unu nwechara. Ama m nọ na executive ndị ihe is good that you're here.
I'm independent media. I'm independent media.
Oh,
I have
oh,
contributed
With the primary three always.
chalo.
government
Oh,
binds every
ngini because
the
you're
Afghan
nebele.
government binds every individual, including
Anugo
you.
mo biko
Because
kedafi
you
boga ya
cannot
kanga
say
na
otherwise or do
come again.
otherwise.
Okay, makedafa gang.
Kichoride ahambo onyebuchi.
Onye mba ya kanga na akpọ gị ya kanga na akpọ gị igwe ihe m na-ede ya o. Mana just nọrọ n'akụkụ.
Invite. I'm on Abuja. I'm Abuja 24 hours.
Nedu Kekime. Nedu, good afternoon, good evening.
Hello, yeah, good afternoon, Kevin.
Oh, them because go and against because 4 minutes. Take a china no from Mary. Then I will pick a new crew. Thank you.
Yeah. So I'm gonna ask English now, so because I'm so many of us are other day. So, but here is the deal. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on your space. With Simon Ekpa, I wanted to go that time because I wanted to put it to Simon Ekpa that he is the most inconsequential human being in the Igbo, you know. Onwe ihe na-eme n'ịntanetị na Twitter na-ewute m. And ihe na-eme n'ịntanetị na Twitter na ndị Igbo kacha medicine na we give a lot of credit to people who are not worth anything. That is only the credit in our finding people that and also Simon Ekpa. You see somebody like this stupid guy, somebody called Sake, you know, Sake is not up to an average any Igbo man anywhere in the world. That guy cannot measure with any Igbo man anywhere in the world, you know. And he drops a tweet, something that starts and ends on Twitter. And you see thousands of Igbos stroking on his comments to say some nonsense. What can even the entire Kaduna do to Igbos? Igbos are a people. The entire Nigeria cannot even conquer us in any kind of war, you know. And then you want us to bother about some inconsequential thing like Saki or Simon. Simon is nobody to decide what happens in an Igbo. Coming to call, and I'm not blaming anybody, having a 1,500 people space to listen to Simon is the biggest credit he can get in fact, his lineage can get in the entire life. And that's why they are doubling down. Because how much now? And they put those things, listen, the seat at home in the Southeast has nothing to do with Simon Ekpa. It has nothing to do with Nnamdi Kanu. It has everything to do with the symptoms of a failing society. That's why you have a seat at home. You know, even if Simon Ekpa drops there today, another person will come in and it continues. Because in the back young boys go to school and they finish, they don't have anything. What are you going to do? They go into all sorts of criminalities. And that's what Peter D was saying in Chatham House. There is nothing anybody can do about it. Look at somebody like the guy in Abia State, the governor. Some mad no one. Now they may just sit at home in Abia. Because now the governor is now doing well, you know. Sorry, 1 second. The governor is now doing well. So what you have in Abia State is you have people who are no longer interested in the seat at home or anything more than in Abia State. You know, sorry, in any because the governor is doing well. So about what Simon Ekpa is doing or not, that guy has absolutely nothing to offer, both positive and negative. He cannot stand as a threat to anybody. He cannot stand as anything. Making him the subject, destroying us. People are making Igbos as if Kayabo. I used to tell a story. In 2016, I was in a hotel in VI, Anapodi Hotel. I'm not my hotel, but it's one of those finest hotels. So a cousin of mine took me to the hotel. Now, one Igbo see from Lagos, like I entered Biafra. Hey, they got property in Igbo. They got property in Igbo. I left Lagos, went to Abuja. I met with an announcer man. Biafra. On our one Igbos were almost 60% of the hotels in Abuja. And in my mind, I was just saying, if you could go to Igbo,
is this space still going on? I'm not hearing anybody.
Hello?
Do go ahead, we can hear you. Oh, I'm only down to anybody. Just go down and request for the mic again. Man, do network in a break. Round up in a minute, please. Go ahead.
I'm outside. Okay, that's second. So, if you put everything Igbo together, you know, in Nigeria, in less than you can put a price, although it's not even up to 25% of what in the Igbo outside. In that Igbos have built a world that is incredible. So let's stop giving stage and credit to people who don't deserve it. There is something that Nnamdi Kanu can do. There's something Simon like someone about the 10th millionth person that will be in the line to do anything. He's just enjoying the fame and all the so deny this kind of people stage. The problem I have with the failing government in the southeast, now the major problem, and that's why people go into all sorts of criminalities. And to be honest with you, as long as that continues, we'll continue to have different kinds of Simon. If you kill Simon today, another person is going to come out, and that's the truth. That's why the poorest nations in the world are the most religious nations, because they are always looking for hope. Who will give us hope? There is nothing like hope. There is nothing a poor man has like hope. That's why the poorest nations are religious, because 12 virgins waiting for you in the heaven. What do you want that person to do? Are living in villas with all kinds of women. So the problem of he's just a symptom, So I'm going to round up here. Let's stop giving Simon he's nothing. I'll call you go to sit at home today. People will continue sitting at home, because the truth is, the sit at home in Nigeria is sabotaged by the civil servants. They want an extra holiday. It's happened also in Canada. I tell you a story. A school, one of the best universities in Canada, the name of the school is McGill University. Let me say this around up. The name of the university is McGill University. The government is the people that they should return to work, or students should return to classroom. The professors of that school, we are bribing the student body to resist that, to tell the government no, that they want to continue studying from home. So it's a hopeless situation, and it has nothing to do with Nnamdi Kanu or any other person. It's just the fact that our society is failing. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Nedu. Because on for na space na ha ona he nwere ọkụ anyị achọghị ọkụ nwere ọkụ biko ọ na-afụgo topic anyị maka ndị si na ya ndị eweta solution biko ị na-ekwu obi chalo so biko ama m na ịnọgo anyụ anọgokwa n'iche na ọ dị izi relax ya my brother, calm down, no butuo so Mary ị ga-eje I nwere topic biko don't take us too far onye ndị na-ekwu then Mary ijecha anyị ga-enwe Gabriel Maazị Ochuko ikwugo before afọ gị Gabriel kwucha anyị nwee akụ then I abịa to Obi so Mary Gabriel akụ and Obi Mary go ahead Igbo ka ị chọrọ ịsụ
mbakwa masịkwa Igbo enwere ike mix ya bata ahụ nwa afọ Igbo anyị na-anụ
gị onwe ada.
Okay, ndị Igbo nwe m ndị be anyị nọ biko so ihe m na-ekwu anana m ihe onye ọbụla and onye na-ekwu si Simon Ekpa the young. I mean, ọ bụrụ na ọ dị young, o kwesịrị ige ntị ndị tọrọ ya na, especially ndị gara through the war 1967. It wasn't a joke. I heard him, and my parents, I wasn't born then. My parents, especially my mom, got through it, and she still feels the effect till today. And because propaganda, because my mom still truly believes in Biafra. Every time going into Mbobala. And for me, like in Biafra referendum, for me, I've listened to you guys. How are you even gonna identify when it comes to ID? ID or ID from Nigeria, or ID from Eben Does on a beacon. I mean, and he came email, I listened to him watching Melukuru. How are you gonna verify the email? Oh no, one person wanted 5. How are you gonna do it? But the main thing in about I knew security. Simon Ekpa, if I had the opportunity to security them, but because I know for a fact an ball, I have friends to see from a ball and a boss, especially in particular, I know several people in Agili, they can't do it without equal one DCI for you can't do anything. And to me, that's not the way to go. That's not the way they send them that they should come to your side. Because I will phone you, I will two people, everyone. And even so, I've had people see from that side, they haven't been home for the past 2, 3, 4 years. I haven't got every sit at home wobble, every time sit at home. Guy look at the security, I not going down. Pull on the hand, not in the hand in our middle belt, Hannah going our forest, nature. Okay, what about a question at ESN and husband can name the kind of what So what are we doing? I got that bound one to be the babu one taste other parts of the country. And another thing I'm who sit at home, I know sit at home, On your brand ego to say my effect ego and do it here. On going about when it comes to medical care, because I've had instances where in the they can't even go to the hospital because I'm on the hospital weekend. I say by Monday or sit at home. I got her may have it. Tuesday, Madame now. The mother now, why I sit at home. And I'm going to mother sit at home. I want your blood. People they can't go. But you still see people go but now say, oh, this is the only way. What do you mean is the only way? The way I get seen with the brap and more especially the thing I know to someone and him accept the sentient voices. You see what they can boogie. My say I'm buying with our own Biafra. I got trouble again. I would say, man. I am 167 now walk. Why are we going that route again? Why are I hate non-violent means? What they high chart? Oh, no, high chart. So let's re-strategize. Oh no, for me, I mean, I don't know, I'm in our lifetime, but oh no, how game in our lifetime. All times because Zobu, how went there? That means I get on South Sudan because they quit with their way. I got all great again. I have actually back to square one. So him no cool no more. On your belay, what you moon all night high chart. I took all EC together. Mano tiger start again, but I won't get on you in them Zokute, Asemba will take a bow, will take a bow because they will take a war away Babylon, away Babylon Bugan. All quack I'm none. And that's I bam but it's especially here security in a beacon. Camera tiger stay because Obahodo that's na mother la rule. Mother Gary Imo State or Abia, but I mean, I know when I say Abia, I thought I'm good for that. But especially Imo State, where both JJ and the mother, him and the mother have a village, Hambralatawa, what is already a small place. But I have a village, About dogs, I get developers there. I get developing there. Even most of the place, especially all in particular. I said, man, house is out here. Everybody is a dead place. And I will taste it, man. So let's see how we can spread the wealth to other parts of Igbo land and not just in here. But otherwise, thanks on your for listening. I'm gonna just check on an eye woman. I mean, I'll go like all I'm not. God bless everyone. I'll go bye bye.
Oh, Mary, I can acquam. I can name Olilanya. Kedu next person kpọrọ akwa Gabriel after
for now marriage I banish ya from Biafra.
Mba, ihe a oyibo ndị US, ndị South Side. Ihe a oyibo ndị nọ South Side, either California or Las Vegas.
Ebe ga na kita, ebe ga na kita. You are one of these people that be banished. One jokes.
Dan Gabriel Kekime, chọrọ ị ga n'oyibo oyibo ọzọ na che ka Gabriel bata.
Hello? Daalụkwanụ. Biko onye ọzọ ga-ewere ọnọdụ m in next 10 minutes biko.
All right.
Ị ga-eke drop m ka na-achọ azụ.
Na-asụ m n'ọka ndị militant.
Gabriel, drop gị bifo enweta onwe gị ọzọ ọ ga-akakwa ahụ. We have close to 50
Gabriel, ka edit na your voice na nke Asari Dokubo.
Ọ gbasara gị. Biko ka m na-attend my baby mama gbasara gị.
This guy, Akuke Kime, good evening. Agabaga.
My brother, I got to eat my brother.
Okay. What language is that?
It's Igbo.
Biko I otego nọ na space a ma mgbe Simon nọ na-ege nnọọ ife ọ na-akụ. But from ihe niile o kwuru, the only thing na-ewute m bụ na ọ da represent anyị ọfụma. Like ihe o mean bụ na of all the people nọ n'ala Igbo, we don't have anybody isi the mma to speak for us and on our behalf.
because now I don't think n'ime IPOB or if go ndị nọ na IPOB nke ọzọ si na no primary 3 ka ọ kwụsị. So it makes me begin to wonder on any people that
Chelo.
No, I'm not saying it.
Prime Minister sekwa na enwezikwa ihe dịka IPOB except if you are the space late.
Okay. Ka ha hapụ ndị na-eme this agitation whatever.
This man to go IPOB.
Now,
captain
omini na n'ime ha na ha enweghị people, they in tune with, recent happenings, people that are up to date, that can sit down, data analysis, gather data. What has happened from so time since I to this point? What have we achieved? What losses have we incurred? And what are our profits? Is it worth continuing, or is it, do we have to backtrack? Since 2019, for instance, in 2019, IGR Enugu State was 31.1 billion naira, as against 18 billion naira up to 2015. So, in a mess it at home to affect the government, and the government is generating more money. What does that tell you? In 24 months, Nanibo, I lose go close to or more than 3.8 trillion naira in businesses, not to talk about impact in health. Go and look at the age expectancy down in the southeast. Compare it with the hub before this nonsense now. Now, since January 2021 to June 2023, we have lost about 1,700 people. Needless deaths. Not a accident. On a Sunday morning, healthy looking young people, but on a Sunday morning to go about their business. 1,700 people. Is that beans? Okay, say me. And I seen any begi alternative. So if I need now giving you mba, I get with me pon ke we spoon tie ni mi before a man na-enye gi nni. Space before chief aya jenaba kedu ife chief na this space since. Go back to the drawing board. And with other means, you can dialogue. You can be diplomatic about it. Kedonya bia here sino nwere alternatives. Okwa mmadu bia here ujo. How many of you on somebody capable of sponsor column na international dailies? No one get them article. Nobody collects data of what is happening, what Nigerian government has been doing to the southeast. In 2015, Kedu data unuji from 2015 till now to showcase what Nigeria has done against you people, against Igbo people. Nobody. It's not an avenue because no involve her Egypt ways or involve her man and Newe. It's not an alternative enough. Anna, just like I say, it just shows that now. I mean, bad representation. We cannot even say okay now within these people. Now willing to see them. It's very very appalling. It's very appalling. And nobody wants to take any correction. Nobody wants to listen. You just think your way is the best way to go about it. Here are proud of the treatment the southeast region from Anibo. We are not proud of it. Someone to chief here, Koga support to Biafra, Mozaya to Georgia. Chief, you see, his support to Biafra is not the issue, but the way you are going about it, no. And I stand by that. You can't have grown Igbo. At over a trace Beirut now, near in week self before now, you imagine those of Den Nagi. You can't have grown Igbo. And a guy is here, you see, where Dirono Bonama. You must kill before. That is not how to go about it. Okay, for tomorrow, it's a referendum now, but it's next 10 years. Nobody will go with this, method may have. No, that is not how things are done. It's one of the war. You see, Okay, for 3 million I lose na Biafran war, it's going to be child's play. I mean, nuclear weapon. What are you saying? Okay, UK na Russia and Hali now. UK, everybody now swear. UK are developed as they are. Na imago oku di over. And I chose I see recruit on the money from street to join army. Then Neziano Simon Nandibia in a wage war. Well, I told him much too. Kaka so bwadro.
Ako, for speaking to our prime minister like that, you are banished from Biafra.
Maka Chineke.
You are banished from
Now I got another news. Two Apple young men kidnapped on Onitsha. Kafulozu umunna abuo no monya. Every idiot, every criminal, is now a freedom fighter. Oh yes, Simon na God.
Ngini control your feelings. I hotare bishabe.
No man, I can't any
that see that was why at least space are the necessary. Space are the necessary for us to discuss.
You cannot answer.
Manzamru Simon because I will bring him up again. Obadaranya all the network ya dị manga chotakwa ya bugote again. Biko ka anyị na-agakwa n'ihu. Kedu ma afa ya? Konye for the self na after. Okay, Captain, let's have you. After you got I know from Mazi Ochuko.
Etem na ngine na before Captain abia. Etem na ngine na
before. I was here before Captain.
Oh, ngine before.
Oh, makaka ga phone on your name now. I was going by
that. Since I'm not okay. Emma can take here personal, yeah. But this is coming from a place of hurt. Ioja hurt umrino amomana bantona aba. And na street into I lost 4 persons. I don't know one. And I lost 4 persons growing up. This issue of Biafra, only obuna wonyi Igbo, million or balana aganaru, ne follow Biafra passionately. So these people West Yalum 4 ebo ndobom. And again, last born I am one. Okay, now where the Anambra State, we invest, we able to Anambra State. Anyways, I'm Anambra. By the time when you graduate here, about ago, I decided cancer to Luzianoka. Now, Southeast used to be safest, fastest growing economy. Nigeria. Even when Nigeria was boiling, Southeast was the safe haven. And I preach akuruono. Another thing in Chokunu nene ndi niile bụ ihe a n'isi. Chaos, insecurity is their currency. These are criminals. I'm sorry, I won't offend this sensibility anybody, but I will pour my heart out. Ijiri nwayo mee research na ndị niile bụ ihe a n'isi. Ịma na ndị a bụ ndị 1 na-enweghị ha na-arụ, 2 na-enwere ihe ha chọrọ ịrụ, irrespective of obodo ọbụla ọ masịrị ha nọ n'Europe. Maka onye dị serious ama na-ezuzu ụdị ya ndị a na-ezu. Currency, these are never do wells. Na-amị oku ndị mmadụ dry, ha need ka ba dị insecure. Ka enwe ike na-atụrụfe ego security. Ha need ka ọgba aghara dị by ka ha nwee ike na-ekwu okwu Biafra ka ndị mmadụ na-egefa ntị. These are charlatans. Mana ana Igbo a ọbara ụmụ Igbo na-akwasi, we rise up against them one after another because esiri etu achụ ego. I am very glad na nge Simon Ekpa ntị today. So I was like, is this the non-entity? Is this the fool? Somebody now when he joined Ajuju. This man in age intimidation, I cover insecurity because he is so empty that don't want to answer to any question. Somebody in Josiah or guy on the southeast. Kedi indices, kedi yasik ijemesho success. He just said he successful. He couldn't answer that question until he left. He couldn't. He could not until he left. The question. No, Prime Minister. The Prime Minister is not the head of. Is not the head of state. And I told him, "God, Prime Minister is the head of government. Is this the illiterate in the one again? This guy is so empty. This guy is a fool. This guy is a charlatan. This guy can't tell Ezoku." This idiot is like only the bed, only golego to destabilize an Igbo. I want and the Anambra State is depreciating. What I said to Bagini and Delta State and Akwaga Fego. Abia State is the ladder. Name something better. Look at Enugu. Look at Ani Wadala da Tobolo na Anankiti, Madimepono, on our foresight, San Quete, na Nianafu, ne strategy fu, the woeful, the anti-people. You are forcing us to believe, not the animal, whereas, when consequences, people are dying. People are dying because of now, because now I think the solution to this is Chief Biko. Adam very happy. Magawa Madan Massachusetts. This guy there, perhaps Obia career the day, but he met his shocker. And when then I said that he was given a platform to sell himself, I think Simon Abian at this platform today with his greatest undoing. All the used to cheerleading, and people don't ask him questions. Today he came here and he was demystified. He was unraveled. Can people find this guy for this fool for who he is and for what he is? I am very happy. Not there today. Ajuani Ajuju. The man also because where's the answer to questions? No caliber this year very, very ordinary. So on cage only for good, cage fair. You got to go. Simon hold the spaces. No open a radio, now a whole lot of nonsense. Never wash people. And I believe spaces like this will also begin to correct, will also begin to embolden in the mind to start asking questions. Now, onye yala asina onwe even then onwe enugwu na-ekwu si na egbene woke up ọkụkọ egbene mmanya na-ekwu aka afro nyanwule ede ala na afọ, and it means a drunk cock has not seen a mad cat because of Bruce Allen. So I think we should begin to hold spaces like this, begin to seize every platform, na Facebook pages, Twitter spaces, even na radio, and begin to de-radicalize in the bany, begin to ginger in the bany, because we need to take our destiny in our hands. These people never want a stake, maybe Chagokwa ani Igbo. And until we motivate our people again to take our destiny in our hands, these people will destroy us completely. So my final note is, Chief Biko Una Danamba, to continue doing what we are doing. Host more spaces. Encourage a lot of people to continue hosting spaces. Encourage a lot of people to also be doing this kind of thing on Facebook, because in the more Facebook inclined than Twitter inclined. Bikonu, Ndibo, Abuna, Ununo in diaspora, Yawanku Yesina Fondo. Bikonu, I keep begging. Auno Weku Yesina fund a lot of people on Facebook pages. Kahane who did this message on Facebook Live, then I name me on Twitter, then I now fund this kind of messages on radio. It will lift the spirit of a lot of people. It will energize a lot of people. It will motivate a lot of people to rise up and take our destiny in our hands. Ekene munu, dalun.
Yeah,
Okay.
Ngene, you have been banished for speaking to the Prime Minister of Biafra like that. You have been banished from Igbo land. They are banished.
Yeah, biko onye bata kịta ya gbalịa wenye aka ya enu biko. Daniel, when you try to cook on your next, so that will just go ahead.
Well, also Badro, Guinea but I think the most important thing we know one directional narrative advocacy, political advocacy. I get make sure na I involved. See, I'm yenyi n'okwu. Enwe ebe so say ebe ofu one of those things o kwutela ofuma bụ na ọ sị na ọ bụ na gọọmenti na chi anyị na-emefefa na-eme na ya nwa ama nwe that influence and that eziokwu. You understand? So I am manyekwa any other person opportunity again. You understand? To cause mayhem for us in the southeast. I'm manyekwa any other person that platform again. And this messianic attitude, no, I akosia. So now, no, you be a collective responsibility. I'm going to Okwanda Anambra State and how the election. So do them begun care. Can if I make sure an election and be no if I so do me, then when will see Gano chi so do no or continue now so when all the very, very important. All the very, very important. At least today, if any man be a state, then one in charge, then one na game I game Melias Gaona. If we part, no can I say excuse the Fulani, one Fulani G or Fulani G, okay, Ekpa always going in Zunabia state. Or Fulani G, all these are Carlo Zone can you know Zoo. Will all be an Fulani G. Bobu governor na Bobu.
Only 400 something billion.
Sachuks, because on the years of I keep asking, and I say, and the Fulani, which is true. Manakita, Udieguna to Zindi, Boketa, Kita, and the way Chaquan, Kita, and the one on the more Chakwasi Chaquan, Udieguna Twine Kita. Within security na dikita kalim one on the Fulani at the peak of man on the Fulani. You go
because we need to wrap up. Chief wants to shut down. Captain,
before captain.
I thought you had spoken before. That was why I kept him pending.
Okay, before.
Daniel, Bikon make an onion never. I am not get back for the last 11 hours. I be do 3 a.m. my time. If I could ever knock it out 2 p.m. So I know get back in the next 1 hour, will complete 12 hours, complete full day, working day, kind of here. So Bikon karando up, can wake his week, wake la lula. Come ichikwaze. I continue. For today. Any dium can wear some rest. Dalon Bikon then can speak up with Kai Mechiano. Tomorrow I continue by Daniel Hachux, Dalon.
All right, thank you, Chia. Okay, Captain, yeah.
Captain, maybe Mazio Chuko just wrap up and then give everybody 2-3. Captain,
thank you. I'm not sure for first.
Yeah, go ahead, brother. Mana Marona,
First of all, me asịkwana na onye chọrọ ịmụta ego dị mma na ọ na-agbadosi aka naanị ike mụba the original one. You don't study the original money by studying fake money. Unfortunately, a lot of you, they're disappointed. I will part of the things I know about for the longest time. Chief knows the truth. Daniel knows the truth. But whatever made you guys to do the otherwise, I mean, I don't know, right? You know the real people. And you've chosen not to speak. You've chosen not to, speak with them. And you've ended up giving relevance to the person you're not supposed to give relevance. Oh, Henry, you feel like disappointed. And that's the reason why a lot of people feel disappointed. Everybody knows the story about Ifeme in South Africa during the apartheid time. When Mandela was held, the real people that was fighting the resistance with Mandela stood with him. They lay on the low, diplomatically protested, did everything possible, waited the international ear to hear from them. But at the same time, we also know that the administration and power then formed the resistance within the same people to counter the right resistance that Mandela and his people was fighting for. And that is what you people have witnessed today. Or they're far-fetched. Because I don't see the reason why AG our leader, and then we'll go ahead putting our people in jeopardy and putting them in the place of harm. Whereas we are diplomatically working. I am an indigenous person of Biafra. I will never ever deny where I come from. I am well educated, academically qualified, have sound reasoning, and I can also have logical conversation with people. So, Ifemere here today is the biggest problem and the biggest setback I know as a people, and that's the reason why having our freedom and doing things like every other person, we can never be able to get it. One, because we do not want to recognize originality. I am sad, but at the same time, I cannot blame us because we all are going through a lot. So the frustration and the everything is there. So, I mean, when some of you act the way you act, I'm not surprised. I posted something on the Jumbotron. Take your time and read. If you want to understand what IPOB is all about, take your time and ask. And be willing to have a listening ear to digest, to understand. Do not allow yourselves to be deceived because some people have been bought to counter the right people. And there is no sane person in this world, AG your leader, and you choose to become a radical, you choose to become a nuisance, you choose to become everything. And I'm so happy some of you are fugoya in your own way, where you're saying, is this the kind of person people are listening to? Is it the kind of person you give a platform? Is it the kind of person you talk to? Why do you feel so sad that he can't answer your question? Why do you feel so sad that he can't have an intellectual conversation with you? That is the difference between original and fake. Before, in these very streets, we had a way of coming to all the time, debunk, argue, and all of those things. Ask yourself the reason why a whole lot of IPOB members, the intellectual ones, the educated ones, you don't see them around in such arguments anymore. You have somebody like Hammer, who you would always call, who is part of the governing body of IPOB. You know the Directorate of State handle on this Twitter. You know me. You can equally come to me and say, look, we want to speak to one of you. You know the lawyer.
I'm sorry, Captain. Captain, okay, Kim, Happy New Year. I don't think I have gonna space this year.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Can I be the Bible say last year? But I'm waiting if you can so in a cover from your statement, now IPOB is still in existence. DOS is still in existence, and all the difference from Simon Ekpa group. I just want to be sure. No, if you defend I just want to be sure.
My brother, yes. The big answer is yes. And another big answer I'm also going to give you is the person I just mentioned now is an irrelevant increase.
Okay.
I'm telling you, let me conclude by let me just round up by giving you this answer again. The real IPOBs, the indigenous people of Biafra, they have a mandate.
But then he was accusing you people that are still identifying as IPOB as a Nigerian, government.
That's not Nigerian government sponsored.
Sponsored, yeah. But people are Nigerian government sponsored. That's why people are still identifying that, because as far as is concerned, the IPOB has been collapsed. IPOB has been collapsed into Biafran Republic government in exile. That was what he said. If you have time later, Marani, but not necessary. This space is recorded. So the whole thing he said is actually here. So
yes, I was listening.
Okay, you were here then.
I was
that time.
Yes, I was using the anonymous this and I was listening.
Okay.
Let me answer you this question by throwing this rhetorical question. Please, can somebody explain to me the meaning of in exile? Can somebody explain that to me? Isn't that daft? Isn't that stupid? That alone shows you the level of stupidity you can find in a single man. Somebody being foolish in his foolishness. I dare anybody on this space, I even dare that increase to come up. If he has the intellectual capacity to have one-on-one conversation, I want to ask him questions. I want him to ask me questions. So the question I'm going to ask the public is this. IPOB is gone. You have killed it. It is now nothing. And Nnamdi Kanu is still being held by the Nigerian government. You know, release them. And every day you're scared of going to the courts. What does it tell you as a people? IPOB is dead. And Anibo is under lock and key and secured. All this nonsense I know on a play to middle belt that was almost happening in our place. You can't find it anywhere. IPOB is dead. Our people now Christmas this year, last year, and May Happy New Year this year without no noise. IPOB is dead. We are educated people. We are from. I will say this. I didn't go to the 4 walls of the university to become a government tout. I am fighting for my people, and that is the reason why when we were doing sit at home, Our people talked about it. Our people are saying, no, we don't want this. We listened to the people and we stopped it, but this bastard continued. We said, no, we are not going to join the election. I had to vote. Our people are saying, no, we will not allow this. We don't want it actually to vote. We came out, we supported, we even circulated a memo, fought with the people and said, anybody potara outside the stop or this thing. Who doesn't know these stories? Everybody knows the story, right? But the big question is, why have we decided to study the fake money instead of studying the original money? And that's the reason why I give you the history of Mandela. When he was held, his people was diplomatic. They protested. They seek for the international voice to hear. Knowing that Onyena Norunogo is held. No stupid person does that. The big question is, if during Buhari's administration, Nnamdi Kanu was haunted day and night, why is the Nigerian government not hunting somebody that is in Finland? And you have a bilateral relationship with Finland, even have an extraditing power with Finland to do anything for you, even have a business contract with Finland that is generating revenues for them, whereby you can ask anything from them, is the big question. Ka anyị wepụkwa n'aka enwe n'ofe ka ọ ghara ịwa aka mmadụ.
Sorry, Captain. I want to suggest.
Mana the truth is, onye neti Biafra government in exile, it is only a retard, an uneducated miscreant, a nuisance. Actually, na Finland, I made our first referendum. Can you listen to that? Does it make sense? Chief, I respect you a lot, and I would always respect you, but I'm a bit disappointed by allowing this to happen. See, what you're doing a very great job, but I will tell you this: if you allow this to happen next time, you are only but amplifying the problem, because there is a reason why our people lay low. We diplomatically doing our move, going to their courts every day, winning their case every day. Have you heard any day that Nnamdi Kanu lost a case in the Nigerian court? None. Ban on. Ban on. Onya anemem kwato. Sheshe. He is a toothless bulldog. I am this, I am that, I do this, I do that. He's just a fucking toothless bulldog. Ndeji Nnamdi Kanu is the same people who set up this bastard. It is very easy for them to pick him up wherever they want to pick him up. So the question is, why is he moving freely? A freedom fighter is supposed to face obstacles. Is supposed to face, the worst tribulations of life. Why is he smooth? It's the big question. So that's the reason why when you give him such relevance, you are only but amplifying the problem. We've had conversations in this very space for the longest of time, for the longest of the few years we've known each other's, right? The question is, why didn't we go this way? When a whole lot of allegations was laid on IPOB, and later the truth came out about the insecurities that are happening in Alibo, everybody heard about it. So why is this man making so much noise about causing insecurity, whereas the real IPOB never made noise about causing insecurity? So many times allegations were laid, things where we came out to say, no, our hands are there on our destiny. But this man keeps coming up to amplify, to say, no, Boyawan made this, and that he is this, no, Boyawan is seeking for this. And I have this message for him because I know he's listening on this space. You are a nobody, and you would always remain a nobody. And when the time comes, in just a few days to come, You and your so-called people that have provided you can no longer give you security, and you will be hiding. Simon Ekpa, I dey tell you this one. I want to make you listen. I'm there for voice record. You will be hiding because the people who are pushing you to counter the freedom of Igbo, a time will come when they would leave you. They can no longer give you that immunity that they are giving to you, and you will run. And you know that is the truth. Mazen Namdekana Agwagoge. He has called you personally. He has written to you personally. Everybody, but you don't want to hear. You want to continue. There is no need to answer a weak man. We don't answer weak men. At this space, let me tell you this. The reason why IPOB is not running after this guy, chasing him up and down. We don't chase weak people. We know who are our problem. We are facing it. And when the time is done, everybody who has hand in this impunity in the killing of Igbo, it's as simple as that. We are here. We dey here. And to you minions, you uneducated illiterates, that you don't have a mind of your own. Where ewupota omegi hua gisoro bo hua atoropota asege biaweba gisoro biawa, you're only digging your own grave. Wake up from your slumber and use your tongue to count your teeth. Nnamdi Kanu that started this movement didn't start it without listening to his people, without allowing his people. I wouldn't know when Nnamdi Kanu not here. I'm going to round up. If it was Nnamdi Kanu that came to this place, he would answer your question. Go and look at all his interview. He would not insult you. He would answer your question and give you a counter question to know if you can have the ability to, engage in the same topic. But this retard keeps going out everywhere. Near disgrace, up and down. Agadi na-agwa ofe. Ịkpọwara isi ka nwatakịrị primary 2.
Okay, Captain Chekotazia. Chekotazia.
One ihere na-eme m tụfịa akwa for this man. Tụfịa akwa. Chineke ekwekwele ihe ọjọọ. Ụmụnne m ka m gwa unu something. Ndị IPOB abụrụ ndị agụrụ, abụrụ m onye agụrụ, akpatago m ego, mrụgo ụlọ n'ala Igbo, nwere biznes n'ala Igbo, ewe ndị m na-enyere aka. Anyị na-emere ife aka ndị mmadụ bịa tụara anyị ego. Anyị ma ego ole na-apụta anyị n'akpa, anyị na-atụ ka ụmụ Igbo ibe anyị ndị nọ n'ụlọ na-echekwa maka ndị nne na nna anyị na-aga n'ọrụ n'ubi, ka ndị Fulani hapụ ịbịa bịa bee efe isi. Anyị ma ife na-esi anyị n'akpa na-apụta. Iwu onye anyị na-aya ego. Anyị ga-atacha afụrụrụ ruo 1 hour, ruo 2 hour, gbaa ahịa ewepụta. Mana one idiot nọ somewhere, ọnọkatacha gullible people, ọgwa ha, I'm sending sheep, I'm sending nonsense. Ndị iberibe na-ege ya ntị. Ihe na ọ na-emekwa unu. Were ire gị gụọ eze gị ọnụ. Tụfịa akwa. Nwanne daalụ.
Anyway, confusion. Because from a lot of reactions from core Biafra agitators here. Like you said, Inobuna EJ Anonymous, so you were listening. So perhaps here you get everything on your brand since we started, I believe. Anama for reaction ICD Mandotia, and they've been up here. So position go and they take on this thing now is kind of reaffirming something some people said. And one guy and he tweeted about it. I'll go back to here. He made the same statement you made, that IPOB is still active. But then the BRGIE emphasizing a collapse again. So that now is kind of confusing, because from your statement, you are totally against Simon Ekpa. But then with Simon Ekpa, Bagotaleba, all these people we are saying, listen to our prime minister, listen to our prime minister, listen to our prime minister. So of which Nigeria, of Obrona Mazen Nande Kano put that today. I think I asked him that question. would he be able to step down? Because Obunaya was prime minister, Nnamdi Kanu leader. Would he be able to step down? Eba Kanu will have a good problem if a good definition of prime minister. Hold on. I'm not mean with this argument. That was when you said
nọ na-ege dị idiot ntị just m hafụ godi na gara olutere nwa Igbo ma nganọtọ ị na-aghọta hafụ onye iberibe ị na-anọ n'ala onye ọzọ echi gị prime minista ndị mgbu kọwụ nke ndị na-agba timtim isi na Nnamdi Kanu pụta na onye a na-ekwu okwu ya keta na Nnamdi Kanu pụtaghala enide Nnamdi Kanu pụtara keta na onye abago nshi onye abago ezigbo mamịrị na n'uwe oyi. He knows what will happen. Onye ama ife ga-eme ya na anwụ.
Okay, so let me ask you this question. As a core member IPOP, so DOS, because I was not DOS, but then I handle affairs now, Nnamdi Kanu na area. So DOS na enwero anything or any kind of relationship or coordination within the Biafra Republic government in exile. Is that what you're saying?
No, we don't. One name okay. See something posted in Rudiana. I nwere official handle. We send out our circular. After this space, take your time and read. If I posted this thing on the 15th of 01/2024, just go and read that memo. Do you understand me? Nda na agwa go okwu bụ ndị iberibe. Ezigbo ndị iberibe because so
are you saying that because hold on, Captain, hold on, because sure that establish a fact in a conversation in now. Are you saying because currently we're fundraising as we speak now online now this Twitter agent page Simon Ekpa I think all the corner Zoom but then no share na the page. So are you saying nega raise now? Is it not for the cause of this Biafra agitation? Because it appears now, because if we are to go by what you are saying, so you are apparently saying now, Egonina erasable for Simon, but they're just raising it for him.
Nah, one only agenda na bego. Yeah, visible. Like I'm going to say our fundraising. Do you understand me? I am get too much details. Do you understand me? Our fundraising is for one very simple thing. Igebante, and I know about ESN, and I know about ESN. If I book one mado, Fanny didn't mmiri, Fanny did efe. Fanny did put an if Haji go na ogo Haji actual all these people chop her from our land. Now, the question is, Otuana Nigerian government na achwanya. It's more easy. I guess send there through bank account. All these things when a process. Money also on a fundraising. O mecha fundraising or want them mother on send the warship or on send the fighter jet or on send my brother about the fighter jet and the warship. Or warship can shown the full and herdsmen of the biggie. Do you understand me? So the question is, a little bit fundraising on a raise since a little bit the fundraising who allows that fund? From what channel does it go in? So follow the money and you will know who the person is. The question is, where is the money going to? So if only name is this, on a katachega would deceive Monday by hapo somewhere upon the police aga burumo by ga wofa. Unya is a planted government entity. I know yonde by say uno rapo all this radical and the mother put a gay say in a game enforce or sit at home in a game this. We are not touts. Why would you be doing this to your own people? So all you men thumbs down. I want you to come up if you have the intellect. As I wouldn't negi monogo for my game and you have the ogugisi and the intellectual capacity. Come and ask me questions.
Okay, Captain, because even though we are going to round up in the next 10 minutes, take things personal at drama. But I think Mazi Ochua Oji want to respond to you so that the FM Ocholi go because the request Mike because we will not accept. I not go here in the next 40 minutes or 12 hours. I'm not here. Because I will have to rest, sleep. Kama Ichikwazi will continue, even though Ekpa with different topic, but maybe this will overflow to tomorrow. Because if I know Zebana is totally different. And one of my questions, so eventually was a IPOB na Biafran government in exile, but soon get meet your face to face. It's going to be war. Because from what you are saying here, they know what they're against Ndenka, they know what they're against Ndenka, and they are not Ndenka and Dodi, they are not Ndenka criminals. So it's actually a very confusing position to take. But let Mazi go. Mazi, hold on, check Captain Mazi go.
Chief, just 30 seconds. Just 30 seconds. As in, because you asked him a question. Mazi Nnamdi Pota now. Are you going to step down for him? Gene cause that again. That is to show you that now he has no level. Ajoroge, your oga pota from prison. The reason marriage name here saying name or pota from prison katana e abaturia. Obidogo waraga summiri. Osa go get the achuju. That's na no we fake nonsense. One day rap go then another.
Okay, check out this guy because I'm a non-way on BGRE. So Mazi, can you
Chief, good evening. What is him name counter? You can mola when you sound that's one aside. The only thing my issue here now, we have Basra IPO and GOS case in her today. Well, most of the things many people are against them, because many of us are under Mazin and the Kalokan under that GOS then. Mazin and the Kalo were our leader. And there is no way Mazin and the Kalo gets a born mention that the threat of states will not be aware. Okay, after the kidnap of Mazin and the Kalo, once you raise that question, please, what happened? They will remove you from the group immediately without answer. Without more for the on Twitter, I know I'll do the fundamental reason. They cause for the problem. It's anytime you do this question, even the person who got a child will die now on the maji, on my mother can the mother insult. You go there, go near Kamazin and the Carlo George Kenya. They only buy a ticket. What happened? They come as the Carlos that vulnerable to the extent that kidnap Mazin. For 8 days, the US did not raise alarm. If at all and the Yoruba people quiet like I say Sunday Boho, the same thing I'm Mazin and Carlos Hegare Sunday Boho. All I had is the alarm can have it make sure that case let us just ready. I'm moving back like a guy, nonsense because
okay. The two Biafra agitators, you will not fight on this space, at least not today. Maybe tomorrow I will just open the space by 8 a.m. Nigerian time. By that time, co-op. So, but for now, we have to close. Smokey, please respond, and then Amuma, you close for us. Because when you can just wake it, we will start again tomorrow, but it won't be this long because I'm very tired. Captain and the Maz just in your here. The Candiano Wapwe, and wake a chicota. Dalono. Smokey, go ahead.
One, thank you. Good night.
Chief, I was there for a long time, though. I wanted to speak before you gave my captain even my own time to speak. Man, it's all good, no problem.
Igbo Mamano, Chief Ndeo, thank you for this space. But when it took some equal, I know go in this space, and I obi the motor that now when they put around counter this man born near Kuku. I want to shout out to Honorable Adar and that guy Julia that question. Because I don't know this thing, or but this thing now will a serious problem. This month, that's now, or one dinner that's now, after 2023 elections, we are going to Biafra. A major 2023 elections till today, I'm not going to be Biafra. If you ask any of his followers this question, over problem, the man with too many questions. Oh, that now if you sit down and listen to him, you will understand that name with certain things on you, then how it makes sense. But I don't know the bunch or reason anything. And this thing was a result of the war. Our leaders were either killed or have given up on political positions, which has now meant that it is the bottom barrel of the bottom barrel is what is leading us today. Look at all Jews or Carlo. Which are the people who made experience growing up after the war. Which are a problem. They are quick and easy to steal, kill, and throw their people under the bus. I don't know why. But anyway, Chief Mary today is good. At least we have made a step for, we have taken this so-called whatever and put a light on him and demystified him. I like that now people are go only this man. No. Let us now go back and tell our people, start de-radicalizing our people from following this man because he has nothing to offer. We as a people, agitation have a problem. We can walk and chew gum. We can agitate, and at the same time as we are agitating, we can be fixing our own backyard. A chegwam that you take Biafra tomorrow now. The southeast authority now will take a Biafra. You don't want to take from your wealth. You want to give up your own portion in this country or whatever, and then destroy your land and then carry it and go to Biafra. The reasonable ones among us now should start standing up and stepping in the gap. There's so much work for us to do, but I still know why to be fighting ourselves. We can't hope on that story for tomorrow. But Chief, I want to thank you very much. I want to thank you very much for hosting this space. If there's only one thing that this space should achieve, let it be that everybody now sees who is on display. Thank you very much, Chief.
All right. Thank you for that acknowledgement, because so for the animal funded on a timeline, just among my brother like he engage all those kind of talk. For that, what he today, my inbox. In fact, it seems if I can post my DM, it's filled with course. Lincoln America send the one message they've been writing on the timeline and in the comment section. After I read all of them. Thank you so much for all the courses in Subwadro. But one thing has been established here, and that is the summary before Amoma Ekpa, is that the IPOB is still existing from what we have had today. And the Biafra Republic government in exile is still existing. Biafra Republic in exile, they claim that IPOB has been collapsed. So any IPOB still existing is Nigeria sponsored. IPOB is accusing Simon Ekpa as being a criminal employed by Nigerian government to destabilize our Igbo. So tomorrow, this is what we're going to do tomorrow. It will be between IPOB and Biafran Republic in exile, because we need to ask you people these questions. Because if an Abba is like two elephants in Anua, the grass again for Arofia. Getting out the Koko Basala Nibo, Anancha Sumwelo, Anamepu Nekusik, and what I never can keep a Bolonibo. So when you feel now because you're on an IPOB or on a exile, government on it, Okufu and Igba, don't do na kwa de chefa. Ebob and the Ekor and Das and Andab criminals, and Das and Andab and Dori. that Simon Ekpa is a criminal. Then and to Simon Ekpa na IPOB Nigerian sponsored. So kedozin kai sonia, kedozin unka na egezenti kezdi fani kwofu Biafra kai nacho. Then ndo to then where's the by no. Unu was lying with fulefu na that we are not even as far as in grand scheme of things. Na bodundibo. Now somebody said that they need to go and check our DNA because we are asking questions. They need to go and check our DNA to make sure na bundibo for asking questions. So tomorrow we will have to unravel these things. Amoma, over to you. Ikusura Kainweke, where Chikotanayano go almost 12 hours. Ganiro.
I open up. Good evening, everybody. Good evening, everybody. Chief, fake and equating. I think we have to matter, mama. Abia me come aquí, Basa Biafra, MBI Kumaka Southeast Security, and the chipping nobody about Nnamdi Kanu. Anyị chani nebu ndị Igbo ma mgbe Nnamdi Kanu bido ngagu n'eziokwu na half of Igbo asport Nnamdi Kanu ihe ọ na-eme. Some national approach ya adịrọ mma, some national approach ya dị mma. Until he has many ways to convince many people eforobia, eforogidia. Some ndị ekwetokwe n'ihe ọ na-eme. O nwere mgbe insecurity bịa dị much na Igbo. Nke mere eje n'ụzọ ụwa anyị gbuo thousands, hundreds of people. Flying na-egbu na Abakaliki, flying na-egbu na Nkanu, flying na-egbu na Ihamufu. Ore na amara about it. Achọ ka a ga-eshiwe secure Igbo land. Nnamdi Kanu formed ESN. The same Igbo people could against ESN. I'm that time I be a host of space ever. Many people host space ever about against ESN. Even I don't surprise some people now to ESN cash a fight here this space kwa. A fighting insecurities. Kita insecurity anabe. I'm here flying name. So la kuloko ebosi. Kendi Igbo Igbo cho. Okuche ye inoku. Si kendi Igbo cho. Obo esara dra. Obo snake attack yorenka. Chief, a believe no attack YBA. I get solve problem. Ije mind Igbo any Igbo obuna. At least so Igbo aga ije mind any Igbo person. Ogashi na actual freedom. Any Igbo person gachi na actual freedom because we na free na aga biga n'obodo and ihe ka gachi iga. In I tikura na self aiche ka Nigeria ga adịkwa mma again. Aiche because Nigeria be a nation unfugo na their past na aka their future mma. Eche goma about it funa na past na aka na future mma. And ihe na-eme na Igbo aya, ihe na-eme ka esi eme ndị Igbo aya na Nigeria abụrụ ihe I suppose in quota like I suppose it teshi on ike. Ma ọ na-ewute m na sometimes ya na-host space bụ ka a ga-eji attack onye nka. Egburu mmadụ na Nsụka the other time Fulani. Oro mgbe m furu host space about it. Obokwa na ndị against this space. I'm very, very happy about this space. That's why they follow Shirik and I'm very, very na-ekeneshi ndị has this space ike. But the thing not there. Oku Solaku Oju ke ihe ndị Igbo chọ. Okay, Igbo nkwu ihe nchọ ka eku ga-eshi weta ya. O wee mgbe Nnamdi Kanu na-broadcast ọchị na afọ ga-eweta Biafra that he will still support the person. Anybody of na ga-eweta Biafra that he will still support the person. No, ya weta the idea. The idea matters. And they believe n'ihe ahụ okwu. Ka ha fugodi ịtakụrụ ka ema ka a ga-eshi bring these people on together. Simon Ekpa DOS, I will idea can you bring her together because most how on in that Simon Ekpa Biafra, DOS and DOS IPOB ne Biafra. So over any way, I guess you bring these people together. Channel her in one way. Kai with the high show. And another thing, another question na Jobu. We na free name in Nigeria. Nnamdi Kanu before and people ne Obadia, my life, my mom can get pronounced here from Middle Belt. It could about Fulani's intention towards Nigeria. And we kidnap one Ukochikushi na Abia State. Ukochikwa is the Ambokucha ransom. Ona call Odiles. Iho Gabiga. Ona call Nandi kidnap Yabu Fulani. and maybe no alarm some na army checkpoint can on alarm some and then when the Fulani jide tadori egbe n'isi na sia that na ego ha na anata but to buy ammunition that they hand all over Nigerians. When I'm talking about it, just check on news about this in Neku. Okay, the other day I was reading news that Sahara reporters about how federal government aided the clean of Igbo people. When I know about this thing, I'm not actually cheap in because when then I be about I went to this school. School, nigga school, I make you educated human being. How you reason make you educated human being? I'm not munun chani neba one certain time. Last year when Mbasha were repented Boko Haram members 3,000 something at the into security. They put them into army, police. Where are they? What are their mission? Because now see, not IPOB being a cause insecurity in Nigeria. Now and the my brother, I'll strongly tell you, I've been an IPOB, I'm asking now, which one of na which mad or the other one and which mad the job. They were good people in IPOB. When you guys say okay, I will opportunity to perpetuate or even understand. But ndị Boko Haram ha cheche na army na this thing kiana I've sat down with an army officer, Air Force officer, we had my customers. I'm here na agbacha about it. Ofo emepere on one certain time si na na akpakata si na ego ha na-akwụ ewere isi. One Hausa boy na ego ha na-akwụ ewere isi na nka mana ọ bụ ofo na ọbụla ka a mapụ n'abalị one ya dọọ ya aka. As can she reason, I know where he's heading to. That's why in Afunda, how we back military backup. Question na jundi Igbo. This Fulani jihadist, because some space where ike obozi ya gana discussable. Biafra referendum Simon Ekpa. Because most of us have against ESN but I for all hanalu. Maybe now without ESN now, some of us were in ID camp. Parents said Agazubo. One of my village guy, Akot Flakaya. We arrested the police. We arrested my village. The youth arrested one of them, killed one of them. But the is the guy. Can I cause here? Kai what's your solution for ourselves? This security of 18. Akafulani deny me of more of my own today. Ndami na back here, and those ndami na back here. But those repented Boko Haram at the army. Since security bido walk. This is security bido chawalk. But since those repented Boko Haram members by an into army and police, that's against security kidnapping. Okay, can we ask ourselves? I've been an Igbo nine, the whole Nigeria, an Igbo nine be with security checkpoints. That's the kidnapping JPC. Why is it happening on daily basis? Nobody's asking this question. That's why I'm saying the problem. No, how do we reason at times? It got from Eba in Agon Chambosa can make business. I'm having this thing in Setuche. Number my motto. I know how many police. Everything because okay, you settle them. Come here, I see Gaga Bob Gwegi. And government will not talk anything about it. But all these things, kidnapping na happen, insecurity na happen. The other day, they kidnap people who got famine in our place. Imagine that those Fulani people demand the 400,000 and Ishmael 3. They paid it. We paid it. Our family, our village people pay it. Abumoye Enugu State. I'm from Udi. Issue from 90 man Agafa. They do anybody. They make a call. Ask anybody going there. You go there, can they make kidnapping now? We have security there. We have checking points, almost 3 checking points before you get to Alpha. Those people. Security sometimes let's stop blaming these people, IPOB, ESN, or Biafran Liberation Army. Can focus go because I never blame her. This government will see, okay, these people, other channel they are thinking about what in a channel there. They are tackling their people. Either go why is name. This is security, but the military in a course here. I can still say it and I have proofs. No, any time of no other hand. I have my proof. Proof here. I have in attack London, Expo in attack. We all of us want Biafra. Forget all that we are shying away from it. But how do we get it? If Ishin and Koya name Abria, can you suggest how we'll get this thing? Because more from now, more about Mamiri, I won't like my child to be a Nigerian passport. Because man liking a situation whereby my child won't become a president of a country, of his country. And go am like here. What does that man like here? I feel came in capital B. Most of us support that. The whole Nigeria support that. Because when National hold government are responsible, we can't hold Nigerian government responsible. Nigeria have been destined, designed like stories that corruption. If you don't join them, you can't get anything from them. So how will we not get? So Chief, Obunaiga has any space again. How to sort out security na southeast. It is very, very important. Because one comment in already, they said after Benue, it close to southeast. And he may call Kita Jejo Henemen Ihamufu. Ask Ihamufu close to Benue. Go and ask what is happening in Ihamufu, what are doing there. We need to support these people. Obere create a space. Now attack this person, now attack this person. One more to say about Biafran. They say I support Biafran. Oh, you have enough tact, even you are chief. If that's not Biafran, you are fighting for Biafran. And my mind seems in the right direction. I'll support you. Because that's what I believe. That's what I believe.
All right. One now.
Much. Thank you very much.
Much because you could go for 12 minutes. So you went much. And not because not going to check out. I can't you rap again knock you wake a check out. Ana make we na-ekwusi so ana make na onye ọbụla na ebe ndị join ala anyị mgbe anyị bido ana make na most especially my co-host Daniel, thank you so much. Chuks ono ana make na onye ọbụla na ebe ndị niile kwunu ndị nọ na-akpọli anyị na timeline mana comment section afụlụ m ya daalụ ọnụ chamelo na ife a na-ekwu na aga echi niile I continue because any degree can zueke and I go over for 12 hours and just wake. So it's in a beacon I back if I equate because any the can when yabo water if I neku and I make we neku shake on your bonaboni bobonia Biafra. But the only place male problem but the process yeah baby problem there. And if we keep in this year, the backata, the IPOB na Antonia Biafra, and they not in exile, na zo the same thing. They are Liberation Army, and I will ESN. Ofifa anazo, manafana bekwe. So obuna nazo FIFA, ofundia kun manunu na bekwe ekwataron. O no nwere ka isi we mie ka enwe keloko bono. Because when I come a million over about or if I never emezi ndị na-abụ ozu ndị Igbo na-amụ ya amụ as if if I never ebe a na-akọ onwe fọnụ na-akpọ onwe fi na-akpọli onwe fa na-abịa afụgo m those comments here ọ nọ here ma ndị na-abụrụ ndị Igbo this thing na trend icheki na ije na your trend na ihe ga na-afụ Simon ebe a ihe afịa da ije there na you will see it ihe na trend since morning Simon ebe they trend and then they trend this since morning because of this space. So I have been kind of echinina biko onye ji information abro nke abiechi onye abia okwu nke onye abia okwu so obuna ndị na ebe ndị DOS no here man no here I acknowledge you people, thank you for coming. Ndị Biafra in exile, I acknowledge you people, thank you for coming. Man echinina, it will be a clear-cut, detailed information, right information, bro propaganda. Or if you feel no, it's actually what is going on. Because so many watch here today, a lot of questions Simon, he couldn't answer them straightforward. And that was what brought problem. Because we was trying to avoid them. So many questions actually are straightforward questions. On your doubt, I reverse this space. Got to the 8th hour of this space. I mean to the 7th hour of this space. That was when he came in. You will listen to all the questions on Nigeria and his responses. So you will now decide when we come tomorrow. If you want to make any comment based on that, that's fine. So on that note, Anameka Nonyobona, Asemna Weekend Daga, Malaya, Gabriel, Biko, I am Mechigo, Kami Chizi, I Bidonog, Daniel, Dalrian, as a chief. Just 30 seconds, Kaibasa.
Okay. Ọ bụ n'aha Jizọs.
Amen.
Onye na Chineke papa nke ime n'igwe anyị ekene gị n'oge awa dị ugbu a. Anyị bụ ụmụ Igbo nchịkọtara uche maka ọdịmma ndị Igbo n'ụwa niile. Anyị na-asị ka ịbịa dukwa anyị, chekwa anyị, ezinụlọ anyị. Ka ịbịa na-etokwaba anyị maka atụmnuche ọdịmma ụmụ Igbo n'ime etiti Naịjirịa. Ka ịbịa zọkwa anyị, wee nye anyị uche amamihe ka a ga-eji wee nyere onwe anyị n'oge na Naịjirịa. Iwepụtara anyị onye ga na-achị anyị, onye ga na-eduka anyị n'ije anụwa. Ihe ndị a na ihe n'ọzọ ka anyị na-ayọ gị n'aha Jizọs Kraịst onye anyị. Amen.
Nwanna daalụ ndị be anyị ọ ya dị na echi niile ka anyị gbakọ ọnụ ka anyị kwuo maka ọdịmma n'Igbo. Daalụnụ ka emesịanụ.